true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
One swinging a drive, deep right field. Wallner's not even moving. This one's way out of here. Evan Carter with a blast to straightaway right. It's his third of the season, his second in as many games, and the Rangers are in double figures, leading 10-3.
What a day to have Rangers hitting coach on Brett Boone at 9:20, an offensive breakout to start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex, as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt recapping practice at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco coming up at 6:20. 29 total hits in the game, 17 for the Rangers, 3 errors for Minnesota. They tack on 6 more runs to make the stat line look even better in the 8th inning. 16-4, they get the opener on the road.
I don't really know what that was. We hadn't seen anything like that all year. That doesn't seem like a baseball game to me. What happened to this 1-0 stuff, the 2-1 stuff? You know, this was very, very strange. But in all seriousness, all I really care about is how is Jared Sandler's shoulder.
His what?
His shoulder, or his back, or the back of his, or his ego.
My neck.
His ego.
Why?
After taking a foul ball. Now, if you were stuck around for this game, because this was about in the 8th inning, if he took a foul ball in the press box off the dome, and they made quite the spectacle of him, because he did not try to catch it. He went hands up, covered the head, and ducked.
I didn't see or hear this, but I did see the Twitter fallout that was aggressively. There was a flurry of tweets sent towards Jared Sandler that said, "Nice catch, good hands, bro." So you're really a baseball guy. He was getting mocked pretty hard.
He was getting mocked, and that's the kind of the fun you can have when the team scores 16 runs. If it was another shutout, you can't have that same kind of fun. But here they are. The offense came together.
And Bobby, you had put out a run expectation to decide by a certain date whether you wanted them to buy or sell. 16 runs is going to help that cause, as it looks like every single Ranger in the starting lineup got a hit.
It is going to help it. I mean, that right there might heavily weigh it. In fact, I might, if I was going to do proper statistical analysis, I might have to, remove certain data points that are too aggressively extreme outside the norm. But I'm not going to do that, because this one's certainly going to jack it up a bit. But we had said the number that I was looking at was basically I needed to see them score 4.5 runs per game over the next month or so. And I mean, since that time, now with that game yesterday, they're averaging 6.5 during this stretch. So, but I mean, it's encouraging. You've seen them now score 4 against Tampa recently, then 5 against Washington, 4 against Washington, now 16. Like, it's 3 games in a row where they've put 4 runs on the board, and they look like they're at least consistently smoking the ball. And that's encouraging.
Won 3 consecutive road games for the first time this season.
Oh, baby.
So that's good. And they help out Tyler. Tyler finally gets some run support. One of the pitchers finally gets some run support as Malley gets worked for 10 hits, 4 earned. But thankfully for him, he still gets the win to improve to 6-3.
You're not going to have it all the time. He didn't have what he had all year, I should say. He didn't have what he had all year. But also some of that was that when they made it 3-2, I thought he got squeezed a little bit on the ump's call, and that did allow some guys to get on base, but were allowed to pitch to get the guys on base. But look, I mean, when you have been getting nothing all year as a starter, and you don't have your best stuff, and you still get the win because they finally give you some runs, it's about time they helped you out.
The stuff was up in terms of velocity. Raymond kept pointing this out, like, 95, 95. Because I think some of the stuff had been questioned, falling off a little bit here over the course of the past month. But he's still sitting there with a 2.34 ERA, good enough for 11th in baseball. And Jack Leiter will be on the mound today.
Yeah, and yesterday was not only encouraging from the perspective of the way that you see, obviously, the offense kind of picking up Malley a little bit. Not that Malley was poor yesterday, but he wasn't the normal dominant self he had been consistently throughout the year to this point. But it's also good to see, all right, Corey Seager finally snaps the streak without a hit and picks up a couple hits. Adolis Garcia picks up a couple of smoked doubles. You've got Wyatt Langford, who Bochy was talking about, give him the day off, clear his head. All right, he gets 2 hits, he gets a home run. It's like, all right, maybe things are clicking into place a little bit. You obviously don't want to get too excited about it, but it is something where you look at the last 3 games and you go, all right, these are at least the trends you want to see, and it's resulting in something.
They've got to find a way to get Wyatt going because, I mean, he is basically extra base hitless until last night. He had 1 extra base hit in the entire month coming into last night, and it was good to see him get that home run. I mean, he barreled that thing. It was just a really hard hit ball. That's good to see. That's good to see because when you have somebody hitting in the 2-hole or the 3-hole, wherever he is during the in the lineup that day, you can't have a hole there. You can't have a guy that's got no pop. You can't have a guy that's not getting extra base hits and driving the ball.
We're very early in the month, obviously. These are the splits for June so far for a lot of the guys in the lineup. I mean, 11 days in. Adolis Garcia is hitting 333 in June. Marcus Simeon's hitting 407. Josh Smith is 333. Evan Carter's 389. Jake Berger's 281. Like, you're starting to see, okay, over the last 10 days or so, it's falling into more of the expectation.
And wasn't that the big takeaway, or I guess I'll just say I thought it was the big takeaway from Thad Levine yesterday, who joined as former Rangers exec. Got a lot of glowing reviews from coworkers and Tolos about the segment. And to me, he was just still saying patience. It has to come from internal. You have to wait or promote. That's what I heard.
Wait and promote. I mean, okay, but like, who are you going to promote? Like that's the big question. Like Bobby said it yesterday. They already played the Osuna card. And then they don't believe, at least the publications don't believe, that any of their top 5 prospects are, major league ready. Now, I guess you just fast track them.
You could, but I mean, again, even some of the guys you're talking about, Walcott, you fast track him. You've got a player there. It's Seager. Like, a lot of these guys have been, a lot of your options are middle infielders too. And so you'd be fast tracking guys where it's like, well, you've kind of got a presence there with Seager, and now Simeon's actually hitting.
Well, the Rangers added not a bat, but an arm, as the very familiar name Craig Kimbrell was signed to a minor league deal. According to Ken Rosenthal, he elected free agency after the Braves designated him for assignment. You seemed a little. You said I don't hate it, and then Bobby was just shaking his head the wrong way.
I don't hate him. Hate it. I just don't like it. I don't like the arm thing. If he doesn't do that, I'm fine. Like, if he does that, I'm just gonna have to I'll just turn my back.
Are you OCD at all? It feels like you've got some little OCD tendencies.
I live my life by some rules.
As somebody who really will make some broad character judgments on people for just very narrow things that I probably shouldn't. I appreciate it. I respect it. Yeah. But it feels like more and more lately we're seeing players you just don't like because of his hat's funny. I don't like his stupid hat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I was a kid, I used to walk in the room. I would have turned the lights on twice. So yeah, I am OCD.
Oh, you are OCD. Yeah.
Yeah, I am OCD.
Kimbrell, I just don't get it. I mean, sure. I know Luke Jackson's been a problem. Robert Garcia, when he's been asked to come in and close recently some games, he's obviously had some issues. He had the game recently on the road where he just kind of melted down. But to me, I don't know why you're not giving Chris Martin a shot. Not that they're promoting him right away. It's a minor league deal for Kimbrell, but you're talking about Kimbrell, who was an Atlanta favorite. They brought him in, saw him one time, went no thank you, and DFA'd him instantly. So it's to me, all right, what does he have left that really, why are we even wasting time on it? I know it's not a huge investment, but to me, it just seems like this is a time waste. I don't know what we're even doing here.
I mean,
trying anything with all these questions on the back end.
The organization has had a decent track record of being able to take pitchers off the scrap heap and make something.
Try anything with batters then. Go find me some of these guys who are batters like this. Go find me a minor league deal for somebody who you're buying low on there. Those are the guys that I want to see you take gambles on.
4.5 games back in the American League West. We got 2-game losing streaks at the top of the division, so that's good with the Armpit and the Mariners. Seattle's 3 games back. The Angels are 4 games back, and they're the Rangers 4.5 back. Stock watch on the Rangers throughout the entire sport on your home for Rangers baseball.
Look, I can tell it is painfully obvious that ESPN does not pay any attention to the Texas Rangers. Bobby, I want you to Google Jock Peterson. Go get his game log for me.
Oh, gosh. I knew this was... I saw this yesterday, and I was like, this is so weird. I'm not even going to put it in the email.
So they were doing, the stock watch of where teams are positioning them for the trade deadline. So tier 1 is arming for October. That's your Tigers, your Mets, your Dodgers, Cubs, Yankees, yada, yada, yada. Positioning for a push. You're looking at Giants and Phillies and Padres. And then you've got the next tier, which is not out of it yet. And that's where you get the Texas Rangers. Okay, they come in right now at number 21. 79%. I'm sorry. Their win average, if you were to simulate the rest of the season, they're going to get right at 79.6 wins. So basically right at 500. 18% chance of the playoffs. And it said what they need to do for the deadline. And they bring up Jock Peterson and how the Rangers have gotten for the DH spot is 70 points worse than every other team in the majors from OPS perspective. And I was like, Jock Peterson hasn't played in what?
18 days.
Okay.
It was 3 weeks ago the last time Jock Peterson played because he's been hurt.
And he's not slated to play for, they initially said 4 to 6 weeks, maybe, but now it's like 6 to 8. Like, we're not going to see him before the 4th of July.
So they're not talking about, like, replacing Jock Peterson and getting more out of the DH spot. They're like, no, this is a player to focus on.
Yeah, Bradford Doolittle wrote it as basically like, Jock Peterson's got to start hitting guys. It's like, ooh, that's that feels like you were, which I get it. If you're writing about 30 teams and you got to pump out an article every 2 days, maybe you cut some quarters every now and then, but man, that felt lazy.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What do we have coming up today? We got 2 more Luke Bryan ticket giveaways, 7 o'clock hour and 9 o'clock hour. We'll chop it up at 7:40. A Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. Below the belt. And, of course, Brett Boone live at 9:20. He should be in a fantastic mood.
Really hoping for some life hacks today on the wheel spin or sports match. That's what I would.
That was fun. Sports match was fun.
We haven't played high-low in a while either, so any one of those 3 I'd be fine with. High-low, sports match, or life hacks. Mainly just to make Sean sweat with the life hacks.
NBA updates as well. The Jason Kidd saga. It's nice that New York has the opening because the Mavericks are getting play on national TV every day. They're trying to keep the New York market engaged, being the number 1 media market. So Stephen A. Smith, being a Knicks fan, is getting Jason Kidd all the TV time.
All of it. Can't stop. Like it's on everywhere. It's on national radio. It's on national TV. And this is obviously, when you have a handful of teams that are mentioned in things, it's going to drive the story. It's like the opposite of what we just talked about with the Rangers and ESPN. Like if it was, they would never make that mistake. They would never say, Giancarlo Stanton's really got to start hitting. He hasn't played all year. Like they would never say that because it's the Yankees. And it's the same thing with the Knicks. Like they're going to keep the Mavericks name in it. The Cowboys would keep the Jaguars name in it. It's the way it is.
Say it with me. Bristol. That's what that is. That's that Bristol bias that we all grew up thinking about.
All right, let's take you inside the Star and the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Only one morning show has someone with the work ethic and the knowledge to leave their program, go out to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco and cover America's team. Who stood out on the practice fields, and what were Micah and Jerry talking about for about 30 minutes? Inside the Star with our insider Bobby Roberto Belt on Sean and RJ next.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Numbers 214-4817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Hump Day.
Hey.
From Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who left the program yesterday and went out to the Dallas Cowboys mandatory minicamp in Frisco.
Yeah, yesterday was, I don't know, when you go out there at minicamp, usually things kind of ratchet up a little bit. I was expecting, all right, we're going to see a little bit more team period stuff. It was sort of the same structure as OTAs, which Shotty had mentioned earlier. Look, OTAs or minicamp a lot of times is just OTAs, but they make you be here. But ultimately, yesterday, free from a little more of the highlights that we'd gotten used to. Not as flashy, but there were still a couple moments that I think were interesting. Little muted, but they were missing a few guys yesterday. Andrew Booth was not out there rotating at corner like he had been. Shamar James, the linebacker, was not there. Oso Digizua was not lined up at defensive tackle. He looked like he was doing some rehab work. So because of that, you got things like your two defensive tackles yesterday were Peyton Turner and Solomon Thomas with the first team. And those are two guys who are like 280 pounds and like classic Rod Marinelli style defensive tackles without anybody who's really going to stop the run.
Dan Orlovsky's big concern.
But the most interesting thing about this practice yesterday, before we get into some of the details, was the fact that the personnel really doesn't change on either side of the ball from these practices that I've seen so far. They'll rotate corners every now and then opposite Bland. They'll do, they obviously go to nickel versus base package on defense. But yesterday, the first team defense was the first team defense. They took every snap in the team period. The first team offense was the first team offense. Took every snap in team period. The first team offense was without Jake Ferguson. Jake Ferguson was not unavailable at practice. He was getting reps. He was getting reps with the second team. And he wasn't even getting all those reps. It was Brevin Spanford started out the tight end reps with the first team. Then it was Luke Schoonmaker subbing in with the first team. And then when they would go two tight end packages, it was Brevin Spanford and Luke Schoonmaker. And so I don't know if he's not hurt. I don't know if he's got that they're trying to right now just get extra work in for Spanford or trying to figure some things out with Schoonmaker. And so it's just, hey, let's do this. Because Ferguson has been in there with the first team other points. And when they went to 7-on-7 work, Ferguson was in with the first team. First throw of 7-on-7 was to Jake Ferguson, and Jack Sanborn slapped it away. He wasn't able to get it. But for some reason, Jake Ferguson was not out there with the first team. Sean's favorite Cowboy was not out there.
Second favorite.
Second favorite, that's right.
Overshown. Give us the reset on Spanford's background and skill set.
So Brevin Spanford was an undrafted free agent. They got him last year. He was the one that they spent the most like free agent money on in terms of giving the biggest guarantee to. And they really liked him as somebody who could primarily, he's a really strong blocker. They felt like immediately that he was going to come in, be an immediate contributor to that front. And they thought that, all right, he's still got some upside as a pass catcher, somebody who might have a little bit of wiggle in open space, be able to do some things for us. Big dude. So he's 6'7", he's 270. He'd come out of Minnesota. He'd played there for 6 years. He had some injury stuff. But he's somebody that they like. He had his struggles during training camp last year. I was surprised they kept him. They felt like, look, we clearly invested at some point in him. We like the upside, so we'll hold him. We think he might get snatched up. And by the end of the year, yeah, he showed a little something. He had 9 catches last year, very limited, but showed some effort, showed some good stuff in the blocking game. And I think that they're just wanting to get a look at him a little closer, and they want to get a little more work in for him.
Jake, was he in trouble? Did you say, is this the principal's office version of practice?
I'm obviously, I have no idea if he had a problem yesterday. I'll say this, is that in the past, it's not been unusual for teams to... Antoine Woods once was late to a meeting. He was a starter. Antoine Woods was with the second team that whole practice because you showed up a little late this morning. He was frustrated by it. So I'm not saying that's what Ferguson did, but that would be one explanation. Another one could be just details. A third that bears questioning is, are they down on Jake Ferguson at all?
Yeah.
That's a question.
I'll steal from Mike Tomlin. Yesterday, Rodgers was 4th on the depth chart. And he said, look, for these practices now, Aaron Rodgers is a 20-year vet. He's like, we don't need reps today for a 20-year vet. We need Will Howard to get reps. So any throw that may be a stupid explanation and a stupid comparison because, again, Jake Ferguson, Aaron Rodgers. But to your first initial point, maybe it is just about getting Spanford more of a look. But it's a big year for Jake. It's a big year for Jake with money on the line. So something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's probably more towards the getting reps for extra guys because the fact that Schoonmaker was in there, Schoonmaker's had some rough practices. So I don't think on just merit and how they were performing that Schoonmaker would have been
over him.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think that they would just say Schoonmaker's played better. And so to me, I think it's probably that's what it is. And Jake Ferguson, being one of their leaders, I would also think that Schottenheimer probably thought his ego can take this. Like he will understand this, and that's fine. That's one of the measurements that you got to make. First team running back. Once again, it was Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams splitting first team work. The one change that I saw anyway is that it was consistently Sanders taking the snaps with the first team the very first time each time they go out there. So the way this works is you'll get first team, second team, third team. I'm going to miss this year in Oxnard, here in Bones Fossil. Twos are up. But you'll go first team, second team, third team. They get their reps in, a few plays for each. So when the first team comes in, previously at practices had been Javonte Williams getting those very first reps before they started rotating with the first team. Now it's Miles Sanders getting them. And I think, again, as you watch him, you just see, I think you see more life in his legs. You see more like a fresher player. Yesterday, he had this one moment where I was like, all right, that's the kind of thing that I just think shows how juiced up he is right now. Is there was a screen pass, and when in these OTA practices, you don't tackle, so guys will kind of weave through traffic and then they start running. But I mean, Miles Sanders got in a full sprint to simulate blocking out in front of the guy that caught the screen pass, and then like full sprinted to the end zone to like, all right, let's simulate this run. He just seems like a run out the ground ball to first base kind of guy. And knowing Shotty and seeing some of the juice that he seems to have at these practices, I think we're setting up for Miles Sanders is going to be the primary back over Javonte Williams when things get going. This was probably Dak's.
As long as one of them is standing out, right? You're throwing randos at a couple of names that we've seen in the league. As long as one is showing something, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and I think there is somebody. I think Sanders is doing that. He's actually showing something. This is probably Dak's best practice so far. He looked completely in sync with George Pickens.
You have no doubt he's going to be healthy week 1 to play?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, barring a setback of some sort that may happen, but right now, the trajectory, he's going to play. He looked great with George Pickens. This was the second practice in a row where Pickens looked really, really good. And the biggest oohs and ahs of the day probably came. George Pickens had this, absolutely cooked Israel Mukuamu on this hard step to the inside, faking the slant, and then coming back. And I mean, Mukuamu just fell straight to the ground on that. Now, to be fair, I was noticing when they were going through receiver drills, I was like, there are a lot of guys looking like they're like stumbling out of their breaks. So I wondered if the field was slick over in that area. But regardless, he definitely had to quick react, stumbled, fell to the ground, but they were humming.
The three-piece suits are not impressing Israel Makwamu from one Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. Tommy recapped this play where Makwamu fell down and got torched, and Israel responded to him on social media. Talk about how I've been locking up, too, since we started. First catch, I gave up on him. Don't do that, Tommy. ... So, Israel Makwamu is Twitter searching.
Yeah, Izzy, I think he put it as lightly as he could have. I think a lot more people who are out there watching it would have described it more aggressively. In fact, I think that was Tommy being nice in his description of
Tolo D said Jake is too busy planning his wedding.
Look, and that's it. But he's got to perform. He's going to have an expensive wedding.
That's been Peyton's issue lately.
I think Dak yesterday, though, looked, like I said, as comfortable as I've seen him. He was pushing the ball downfield a little bit more. Had a nice pass connecting with Jonathan Mingo down the seam in 7-on-7. But a good day overall, I think, for the offense. Joe Milton didn't have the flashy practice like some of the big ooh and ah plays like he did the last two times, but he was solid. He had one pass early on that was really good that we were all talking about. It was this deep crosser to Jalen Cropper that was placed right over the defender in tight coverage. And that was one where everybody was just kind of like, man, the way he throws the ball. And the discussion out there among the beat was, like I've talked with you guys about, he's going to be the training camp star. Like when we're out there, that's going to be the viral clips everybody's going to see. And he's going to be standing at the 50 doing the little like bag drill that they throw to, and he's going to be money. And people are just going to go, oh my gosh, why do we have anybody else doing this? And so that's probably the expectation, including Choppy. I would imagine Choppy will be parked right in front of Joe Milton the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, not even a doubt here. But like, he can't be flashy every day. I mean, Dak still has to present as the starter. And like we saw what happened in New England. Like, he looked too good. They're like, we got to get rid of you because Drake May's here. So I don't doubt that he had a purposeful midday.
So yeah, that's everything that was important or that anybody would have had a question about that happened at practice yesterday, Sean. There was nothing else that was big that anyone was concerned with or anything else. So back to you.
Well, I heard that Jerry Jones made an appearance and got the negotiation done right there on the field with Micah Parsons.
That's right. I forgot about that. So yeah, Micah Parsons was there. He did show up yesterday. Micah Parsons was out there in uniform. Shotty had made it sound like he was going to do something on the field yesterday. I guess he meant talk because that's what he was doing. He was talking with Jerry Jones, but they were out there for about 30 minutes having a nice face-to-face. A couple times Mike would have his arm around his shoulder. They looked like they were having a pleasant convo, but yeah, they spent a lot of time talking over by the defensive line drills. And it's something where my anticipation was this isn't a negotiation. There's no way Jerry's actually standing out here negotiating this. And that's more along the lines of what Micah had to say about it. This is Cut 23, Peyton. Micah on what that little chit chat with Jerry was about.
We were talking about how my off season's been, the training I've been putting in, and he told me I looked pretty good, so I got excited about that. Asked me about the trip I just went on, and it was a pretty good conversation. And then obviously, just stepping up and being a leader, how much he appreciates I'm here, and that means a lot to me.
How hopeful are you to get a deal done before you go to Oxnard?
I'm pretty hopeful. I'm still, hanging tight. Like, I understand it's up to him, and he gives the green light on everything. So hopefully something's done, by next month.
He keeps on keeping it and putting it in Jerry's court, waiting for the green light. When he decides he's the big dog. So something is sitting on Jerry's desk.
Yeah, there's clearly a plan, I think, that he's been given of just, hey, this is what we're saying. This is what we're talking about. Keep it to this and keep the focus on them and the pressure on them. And the reality is the pressure is on them to get it done right now.
Yeah.
That's the reality of where they're at. And I think that the Cowboys are still a little frustrated that they felt like we had something done, even if it was one of these handshake deals or face-to-face. We had something done, and it should have been done by now.
Clarence Hill reports that Jerry has had no recent conversations with the agent, David Mulligay.
He doesn't know him. He can't call him.
He doesn't know him. That's right.
I can't call who I don't know.
This is right out of the negotiating handbook, I'm sure. Whoever calls first loses. Whoever answers first.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what Jerry said in the past about trades with the draft was, well, if you picked up the phone, you already lost the negotiation. And that's probably how he feels about it. He doesn't want to do that. And I think that's been his approach on some of these other deals.
Micah was asked, are you just waiting for Jerry to call you so this saga can finally end?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it kind of come down to it, he gives the green light. He's the owner. He's pretty much what it takes to get anything done anywhere around here. So, it's up to him. But like I said, I'm going to still keep playing football. I'm going to keep showing up and preparing like, any other year.
But will you show up in Oxnard for training camp if this is still lingering?
Yeah, I'll still be in Oxnard. I already got my house. It's already said and done. So I'll be in Oxnard, me, my kids, my family. So we'll be there.
Will you be on the practice field?
Yeah, I'll be out there.
Okay.
With a hold in. House. How many of them actually get houses versus just staying in the dorms?
Man, I don't know. I think obviously, like, we've seen players. I've seen players at hotels. Like, one year I had my kids out there, and I saw I can't remember which player it was, but they were at the hotel. And now this was like right before training camp had started. Like, went out a couple days early. So you've seen that, right? We've seen that out there, and we've seen players bring their own vehicles.
Yeah, and if you're bringing your whole family like that, like he's saying, I think the Cowboys usually are like, okay, if you're bringing 10 people potentially, okay, get something near us.
The latest on Jason Kidd. Is he waiting on Giannis and Kevin Durant to try to get out of DFW? We'll have it for you. Hump Day edition with the 6 a.m. Club just getting started on Sean and RJ.
Patriots has lower fee products? Yeah, to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is on national television, thanks to the New York Knicks, every single day. The Jason Kidd saga, and we still don't have this. We still don't have this shut down by the Dallas Mavericks, or do we, with what Bobby sent us late last night or this morning, I don't know which one it was, from Shams, who basically echoed what other reporters have been saying, that the New York Knicks are interested. They have not requested, but if and when they do, the Mavericks are expected to reject. So maybe that is them leaking it again, kind of like to Mark Stein, and now to Shams. The Mavericks are expected to say no.
Yep, and that was the thought. They were gonna have. They had no intention of allowing him to interview or whatever. The whole thing was just why even let it get this far? Why not just come out and say, even before the Knicks asked, say, hey, you know what? Don't even bother. Don't even bother asking. We're not getting rid of our coach.
If this is true, the Knicks have been left naked here.
Yeah.
At 0 for 3 with no real replacement plan for Thibodeau. They requested Chris Finch interview with Minnesota, shut down. They requested Ime Udoka with the armpit, shut down. And this would make it 0 for 3, man. This would not be looking good.
How arrogant do you have to be as an organization to go, we're going to limit all of our candidates to taking somebody else's coach and just hoping they tell us cool. Like this is an organization that's used to just tampering with Jalen Brunson and just going, well, we can just take him. It doesn't matter that he's with another team. For all of your requests to be like, well, we want Jason Kidd, Chris Finch, Ime Udoka, and people are like, yeah, those are guys who are not available and who have gotten high marks for their coaching actually in the last year. Why would their teams give them up?
Meanwhile, poor Michael Malone just sitting out there jobless with a ring.
Yeah,
with a ring. The other guys, do they have, I don't think they have a ring.
They do not.
They don't have a ring. And here he is. He's got a ring, and he's out.
Knicks fan Stephen Ace, even he says it does not make sense for Jason to leave DFW for New York.
I explained this yesterday. It makes no sense unless you have an issue with ownership. It makes no sense. Because when you look at Cooper Flagg, when you look at Anthony Davis, when you looked at the ultimate return of Kyrie Irving, who has a very good relationship with Nico Harrison. Nico believes in this brother, and we all should. The man is a champion and a marvelous basketball player, okay, who's been a model citizen in Dallas. Let's remind everybody that with all the noise that was going on in Brooklyn, that was not the case. That has not been the case in Dallas with Kyrie Irving. You couldn't ask for a better person and a better leader if you're the Dallas Mavericks, according to them, and I believe them. So you have that going on, right? Why would you want to leave? You would want to leave because new ownership is taking over. Mark Cuban is no longer there. And evidently, you know what? You're not feeling good about the direction of the franchise in terms of its leadership up top, because it certainly isn't personnel. It isn't personnel, especially with Cooper Flagg coming in and what have you.
Look, I mean, a couple things could be happening. You know, maybe the delay was the Mavs actually were negotiating with the Knicks, or they were negotiating with Kidd on an extension. You know, and Jason came to them and said, look, I don't really want to leave, but, you know, make it worth my while to stay.
Yeah. And look, I'll remind you, the Tolo poll said 70% were fine with J. Kidd leaving. 70%, it's okay. And we were talking about how Jason may be wanting to put the screws to the Mavericks organization after the Luka trade. The Athletic kind of touched on that.
Yeah, the Athletic had a report yesterday just kind of covering the Knicks search and then the side of just, okay, well, what is Jason Kidd thinking based on some reports? And so one of the things they were trying to figure out is why would Jason Kidd want to go to New York? Well, they point out that he's got relationships, obviously, with Jalen Brunson, the vice president of sports medicine, Casey Smith, the award-winning Casey Smith, the guy who won an award this year for the job that he did. But this was the interesting part. It said, furthermore, Kidd didn't always enjoy being Dallas's spokesperson in the aftermath of the franchise trading Luka Doncic, per league sources. One of the things they add after that, though, which is a good point, they go, still, if you don't like that, in New York, Kidd would have to have that continue because Leon Rose hasn't fielded questions from independent media in years. And so if Kidd didn't love being the face for every decision, that's also going to be the case in New York.
How does a GM get away with not talking to the media for years?
Have Dolan, who will talk to anybody, I guess. I don't know.
He doesn't really talk that much either. Like,
thought we didn't want our GMs to talk.
I do want our GMs to talk. Like, most GMs talk.
Yeah.
The owners don't usually. You don't usually hear from the owners. I don't think I've ever heard a GM not speak to the media for years in an independent setting.
Maybe not. I mean, I feel like generally basketball, it is GMs will talk when it's draft or when there's like a press conference for a big decision, but I don't know how much they're just doing media standing out there like a guy like Kidd would.
We talk about the delay for the Mavs to shut this down. Why haven't the Knicks made the request?
Yeah.
How about the wait on their end? If I'm a Knicks fan, that's what I'm wondering. Why haven't you put in the request yet?
I guess it's like what that thing you played from Windhorst yesterday, where he said, if you're making the request, you know you're getting him. And so this is more just kind of publicly throwing it out there like, hey, well, would you guys be interested in this and see what happens?
I think this now has a 5% chance of happening after Mark Stein doubled down again on All City on what Jason Kidd wants.
I do not think he is looking to leave Dallas. He is very settled here. His family is very settled here. And he is very close with the two superstars who are in place. And, I mean, Cooper Flagg, I mean, this is one of the elements of this that is to me, the most worrisome. The short-term concern here is Cooper Flagg is scheduled to be in Dallas a week from today. Is this story still going to be rumbling on a week from today? I wouldn't, if I'm the Mavericks, I would not want it to still be a story a week from today when Cooper Flagg is making a visit to Dallas.
That's a really good point, too.
Yeah.
You don't want the appearance of chaos.
Right, because it's already viewed nationally that this is a dysfunctional organization right now. And then you throw this on top of it, and Cooper Flagg is, I mean, all players really have the power to, but I mean, what is stopping him from saying, you know what? I'm not signing with y'all. Like we've seen athletes, at least not as often as we thought was going to happen, but we have seen athletes who are going to be the number one pick be like, yeah, not interested, force their way out.
Does this change for you any, like we had talked about, if Kidd took the job or something else that would tell us, at least me and Choppy felt that way, this tells us where he stood on the Luka trade. Has anything about this story changed for you or given you any sort of additional leaning as to how he felt about it?
No. Because I don't know whether this is just a contract negotiation.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know whether this is what college coaches do every single year. I don't know. I also agree with Stein. Like, he likes Anthony Davis, I believe. He really likes Anthony Davis. I thought the roster here set up was better than New York. But maybe, and Choppy's been digging into all possibilities, maybe he's waiting on two big fish with Kevin Durant and Giannis. Let me play this clip first. This is now two plugged-in NBA insiders saying that this is going to be one of the craziest NBA off seasons ever.
This is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason of all. I don't want to say all the time. We just came off a trade deadline. I think it was the craziest of all time. I think this offseason might be the most craziest ever. It's so thin right now. Like, as far as the thin line of where you can win a championship or you might be falling into the lottery. And I think the ability to go out there and improve your team and get there to championship level, I think that's on the minds of everyone around the league. So how can you elevate your team?
Now, how is that the case? And I'm excited for it. That would partially make my off season. I love covering the NBA more off the court than even on the court. How is it going to be the craziest NBA off season with the free agent list looking like this? LeBron James, Fred VanVleet, Kyrie Irving, James Harden, Chris Middleton, Julius Randle, John Collins. Remember that overpaid contract? Brooke Lopez, Clint Capella, Bruce Brown, Malcolm Brogdon, Miles Turner, Tim Hardaway Jr.
Man,
a
lot of over 30 guys there.
A lot of things must be brewing behind the scenes in order for him to say that. And Windhorst doubled down on that yesterday as well.
All right, so for it to qualify as the craziest NBA offseason ever, especially with it looking more and more like Giannis might not be going anywhere.
Yeah.
Jokic would have to get traded or something. Like, for me to be like, holy cow, that was the craziest thing I'd ever... Like, Jokic would have to get traded. Minnesota would have to say, Ant's just too immature. We got to make a deal for it. And then they move Ant. Like, it would have to be somebody along the lines of the Luka trade happening now that we just don't even see it coming.
Yeah, because you're obviously looking at trades. You're not looking at free... There's nobody in those free agents that is... Now, obviously, LeBron is a big name, but, I mean, he's at the end of his career. But nobody is going to say, we got a seismic shift.
Maybe it's that thing Bill Simmons referenced the other day. Maybe they're hinting at Jaylen Brown could get dealt, or there could, one of these big stars Boston may blow it up.
Windhorst was talking about lottery picks being tied to trades. So keep that in mind as well. And the latest on Kevin Durant and Giannis.
Yeah, so Giannis, for one, I mean, that in and of itself is, like, he obviously has been kind of wishy-washy on wanting out.
He did this Brazilian interview, one of the things you have to translate, and he was talking about the finals, and he said, I'm rooting for some good basketball. That's it. The finals are something else. I hope to be back soon with the Bucks.
Yeah. Now, the KD trade market, that's a completely different story, because there are Knick fans who think he's going there. There's a lot of trades that they think that they're going to happen, and Bill Simmons on his podcast says this thing is already maybe done.
I wouldn't be surprised if KD to the Spurs is done already and they just haven't announced it. It's basically they've agreed on specifics and they'll just announce it the week of the draft. Don't aggregate that. I have no inside info. It just feels goes back to the Giannis thing. I think they're just going to trade for KD and it'll cost a lot less. They'll be able to be really competitive and maybe even go a couple rounds in the playoffs. But they're also going to keep the number 2 pick and do it that way.
I mean,
oh Lord,
like Bill, I don't see Bill as just like maybe I'm just crazy here. I don't see him as just some hot take, throw it against the wall guy.
Yeah, but he's theory guy.
He's theory guy.
This isn't. I don't think this is not reporting.
No. It's a theory.
Yeah.
I also think that's
Bill's shtick coming up with all these theories.
Yeah. Now I wonder, is it Bill's mind or did someone give him a hint? Maybe someone gave him a hint.
Yeah.
If they were to get Kevin Durant and keep the number 2 pick.
Well, I'm not giving up the number 2 pick for old Kevin Durant.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
I'm not either. But if you were able to find a way to get and improve your team that much, and then you still also have the chance to get Harper or Ace or Edgecombe.
I don't know how you defend San Antonio if Durant's healthy. Like, if Durant's healthy and, like, you can get Durant and Wembanyama both. Although, I don't know, Wembanyama may, like, retire. He may go off, become a Shaolin monk like he's been shown to be doing. He shaved it. He's, like,
shaved his head?
Overseas. He's, like, shaved his head. He's, like, visiting Shaolin temples. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, there's rumors that Victor Wembanyama has become a monk. It's like, okay. All right, this is the new NBA. But, I mean, if those two are healthy and playing at the level we think, that's really difficult to defend.
All right, there it is. Around the rim. I think we stole that from the Nosebleeds here on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets, and Aaron Rodgers has apparently already gotten his second ring. The drama of what else is happening around the NFL with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway next on Sean.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Hump Day.
Hump Day.
Is it supposed to be nasty weather?
yeah.
I thought it was going to happen yesterday with a few sprinkles, and Bobby was all paranoid driving in.
Already got the email for the baseball tournament today that, be prepared. First game's supposed to start at 9 a.m. They're like, be prepared. All these games are going to get pushed back. So we'll see. Maybe at the park till about midnight tonight.
There's a lot of various colors on the weather map right now.
Yeah,
so.
that looked like Pete Delkus's overhyped scare the other day.
You made me just sound like Pete Delkus. Like I was overhyped scared coming here. I was not paranoid at all. That was RJ Choppy in our group text the other day who was paranoid and scared, not me.
Well, this morning you were like, I didn't think I was going to get here before the skies broke. Did you see all the lightning?
I just said, did you see the lightning from there? And I said, I had seen it all the way in Flower Mound, so I assumed I was going to hit the storms before I got here. But I got here before that because I drive like a champ.
Aaron Rodgers already has a second ring. Aaron, are we noticing something at your Steelers presser?
Yeah, it's a wedding ring.
Congratulations.
Thank you. How long ago? It's been a couple months.
I just,
I liked your take on this.
Well, first of all, it's like when he says, "Yeah, it's a wedding ring." It's like him saying, "Yeah, I've been immunized." It's just like it's a
wedding ring.
It's a wedding ring. Yeah. Does that mean an actual with vows? Like is that, or is it just Aaron's way of saying, "Yeah, we're common law married"? But if this guy was coming out of college, he is a no draft. He is a no draft. You had a wedding a couple of months ago. No one's posted a photo. None of your friends were there.
We don't know her name. We know her first name, Brittany from McAfee Show. That's it.
That's it. That's all we know. Like you don't.
Is this the longest the internet has gone without finding something like this?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like
I'm dying to find out who it is. Yeah. I want to see her.
I'm sitting here trying to think. Like, I see what you're saying. You're saying the whole if
you don't have friends, like you're a no hire.
Yeah, like draft day. Nobody came to his birthday party or whatever. But or does it show that at this stage, the friends that he does have are not gonna out him because he's shown a willingness to cut people off if they start talking about his business. Also, I guess it's possible he goes on these stupid darkness retreats and everything else where it's he doesn't have electricity or anything. It may just be that nobody had a way to even get access to his life.
Come back with a bow.
He does not look right in a Steeler uniform. He looks more comfortable in a Jets uniform to my eyes than a Steelers uniform so far. But that's Aaron Rodgers going up there with the wedding ring, and no one wanted to come with a follow-up of who is she? What's her name? That would be a little bit too personal. At least that's what Stephon Diggs would say, as reporters caught up with him after the what do we call the bag?
Oh, the flamingo flutter, the Barbie. What was it the Barbie something or other? The pink Barbie.
He tried to say it was a lighter, of course. Yeah, is what they were claiming.
That what?
The claim was that it was a lighter. Which is the most impossible, but that was the thing they're like, I think it's actually a lighter. It's not a lighter.
I don't think so. Stephon Diggs doesn't want to answer any questions about the boat.
I want to be as candid with you guys as possible. I kind of have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying? I kind of keep my personal life personal. I had a conversation with Graves, obviously. I'm going to echo everything that he said. He told me, hoping everybody making good decisions, you know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with people in the building as well, so, everything else is everything else. The particulars is all internal.
Standing back, it's kind of coming on us to ask, where's in the bag?
Obviously, it's a conversation, that's happening internal. You know what I'm saying? I can't have too much of a conversation about it, but I've been in this league 10 years. You can format the question many different ways. I'm obviously answer it the same way.
Man, this is my favorite excuse from anyone who gets caught doing anything because they're too loud with their partying, is when they go, guys, look, you know me. I'm a very private person. I definitely don't like to live stream my boat parties with a bunch of hoes. Like that's not me. I like to instead just keep things low-key, private. So you asking me about that feels like crossing a little bit of a personal line. Not really my personality. I'm a private individual. That's the most ridiculous fallback ever for somebody like Stephon Diggs, who is very loud about a lot of things that are going on in his life. And so it's very convenient when you can drop back and go, yeah, I'm just kind of private, so you can't really ask me about that.
One more follow-up, by the way, on Rodgers. Was the wedding, the secret wedding, the reason that he was so late to the Steelers? I don't think so. I think he was talking about a medical family thing that took place that he said has gotten a little bit better.
Yeah, that was something that a lot of the national insiders, you could tell a couple of them knew. Because they were saying, they kept referencing, like, I think Aaron Rodgers' excuse is going to be good. I think we should win. And so I think a few people knew there was something that was serious.
And it's just, I could just see some video footage from yesterday with him on the practice field. Everyone else in the whole world of the NFL now wears the short, tighter sleeves, and he's out there with those Sam Bradford flowing sleeves. It's just such an old man look.
Meanwhile, RJ Choppy is watchdogging other training camps to see who is catching the Micah Parsons heat for not showing up.
Did not hear a peep. I didn't even see it on First Take, on any of the shows. Didn't see a single word. Nobody called out that overrated fraud, TJ Watt. Nobody said a word about TJ Watt not being in minicamp. I didn't hear anybody say, is TJ Watt a leader?
And Stephen A's a Steeler fan.
And he's a Steeler fan. And they were talking about Rodgers. So they weren't not talking about the Steelers. You know, I didn't hear anybody say, is Trey Hendrickson not a leader? Or Terry McLaurin, not showing up. Same contract situation as Micah. But, if Micah didn't show up, the leadership questions would come out. They would talk about his podcast. They would talk about everything. But it's TJ Watt, and nobody says a peep.
Because if in this room, for instance, I'll just draw an analogy that's relevant to us. Eric Chiafalo had his baby and took a bunch of paternity leave. Well, the last one, he took a bunch of paternity leave. And everybody's like, yeah, everybody expected Eric to do it. If Sean was like very publicly telling all of us, like at that time, like, look, you got to be here. Baby's going to be at home. You got to be here. I need to be here regardless of what's going on at home because I'm the leader of this station.
I hate that you're saying this while Broadus is listening right now. That's the worst person to have listened
I'm
to
the leader of this station. I need to be there regardless of any silly paternity leave. And then Sean would come back and be like, well, but for me, like I need to go be at home for paternity leave. Like it's different, like because Mike has driven home the point of like, leader, baby, I'm here, culture, all the off-season stuff. We're here and we're building something that's important. But look, I got something going on, so I can't be there, but you guys should. That's where it's TJ Watt is not loudly telling you I'm a leader and I'm here and I'm doing all this stuff. Terry McLaurin's not saying I'm a leader, I'm here and I'm doing all this stuff. Micah is.
How do you know? TJ Watt what do you mean
how? What do you mean how? Exactly.
Because nobody talks.
Exactly. He doesn't
nobody
say
talks
it,
about
Chop.
TJ Watt. You wouldn't know.
Chop,
you wouldn't
that's
know.
The point.
TJ Watt could literally do an interview. First of all, nobody even knows what he looks like. Okay, he can walk in here. I give him a cookie. Who are you? Who are you? You goofball.
That is the point. He doesn't talk. He doesn't do that. Micah talks and very
talks.
loudly.
Nobody listens.
Micah creates the expectation.
I am falling in like. I'm really liking Shedeur Sanders in the NFL. In the NFL. As a quote, not as a player. As a quote, as he was asked about not getting the first team reps. Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel have all been given first team reps, and it's not happening for Shedeur. And he said, look, life is just based on how you view different things. You're not getting reps. Yeah, it could be a negative, or you can view it as, hey, when it's my time to get out there, let's be proactive and let's get warm. Let's get going. There's no excuses when you get out there. Nobody cares how many reps or whatever you get in the game. You got to be able to produce. So Shedeur just living on the high road in Cleveland so far. So I love post-draft Shedeur Sanders.
Maybe he learned something. Maybe it turns out that he
more
actually
than his
learned
pops.
something. Yeah, well, that's true. But his dad's been sick. He's been a little under the weather. Maybe that's what that's about. But this is something where, yeah, he's playing nice right now. I do think he got humbled a little bit. Not completely, but I do think he got humbled a little bit by the experience and was like, all right, maybe I need to fall back a little bit. There was a funny clip of him trying to get Joe Flacco to dance out at practice a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where he's just like, hey, you do that dance? And Flacco's like, I don't think I've ever done a public dance in my life, dude.
Yeah.
But
Joe quickly was like, no.
Yeah, they're
It's like Amanda asking me to dance.
They're fitting in. They're fitting in, and he's doing what he needs to so far.
Could be a very unlikely friendship, like Toby and Bobby.
Toby and Tobias Harris and Boban.
It just did it's like here's Boban, this the Eastern Bloc.
You see
dude.
Boban take the place of the guy in Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, of whatever his name was, the guy that had the nail sticking out of his head.
That's amazing. Game 3, NBA Finals tonight. But Choppy, a lot of people are talking about the coverage of the NBA Finals. Whether it's TNT, Carmelo Anthony taking some shots, ESPN with their studio shows, a lot of people talking about the coverage of all of it.
Look, the ESPN and the coverage of the finals, so it's like people are complaining, awful announcing really skewered the coverage, saying that after 23 years of carrying the NBA Finals, you would have think they would have figured out what to do at this point. And there's like the lack of look on the screen. They're like, it doesn't look like an NBA Finals coverage. The fact that the studio show, we don't know what's going on in the studio show. It seems game to game. Now, Lisa Salters missed game 2. She had a family health scare. It was her mother. Something was her mother was sick. But from the actual announcers, everyone thinks at ESPN that they just do this great. Everyone thinks that ESPN is not doing a great job. That TNT does a much better job. And TNT is a fraction of the resources that ESPN has. But the studio shows, the actual booth, no contest. TNT blows them away.
The logos on the floor.
The logos or lack thereof of logos on the floor.
No pregame introductions.
They didn't show the pregame introductions. They didn't show the national anthem. The halftime show is each person gets 30 seconds to speak, and then it's nonstop commercials. What are they called? The score bug, the Chiron, the score bug, whatever it is. A lot of times they'll change it for the finals. They'll debut next year's in the NBA Finals. It seems like it's just kind of more of the same. It's a shame. It's a shame what's going on. Like, they're just covering this thing.
How many people are actually noticing this, though, as an NBA fan? How many people listening right now are like, oh, yeah, I noticed that?
I think they noticed, I don't think they noticed the, I think they do notice the lack of the NBA Finals trophy on the floor.
Yeah.
All right. Whether they notice the studio show, who's on it that day, how many minutes they get to speak, they probably not.
You're cramming in a bunch of commercials during the halftime show. I don't care. Like I genuinely don't care what Stephen A has to say at halftime about the game or anything else. And the score bug, they probably learned from the NFL and their awful debut of the score bug during the Super Bowl when everybody freaked out at how awful that was, and they were just like, let's not mess with that right now. But the logos on the court, it doesn't feel like it has the same pomp and circumstance.
When TNT is doing it, I have to watch the pregame, and I won't leave at halftime. And if I can stay up for the post, I like the post, or I'll catch it the next morning. None of those apply when ESPN is doing their coverage. I don't give a rip. I'm not tuning into the pre. I'm definitely not watching halftime, and I don't care about the post.
And it also feels like, and on their own, Breen, Doris, Richard Jefferson, they're fine.
Yeah.
But there's no chemistry. It's not like there was, when they had Breen and Van Gundy.
And I think they're talking about Doris Burke's deal being up and her future in question.
Mark Jackson, when he was on it, they had chemistry between the three of them.
Yeah.
Mark Jackson and Van Gundy would go at each other. They would disagree. And there's none of that.
Someone dig up Marv's toupee, please. Let's bring the voice of the NBA back. All the headlines you need to know on a hump day. Looks like a rainy hump day with the weather breaking out, so be careful driving in DFW or wherever you are if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Why is Brian Schottenheimer angry at his kids after his viral phone call with Micah Parsons? Back inside the Star with Bobby at Cowboys practice, commercial free with the Expressway and a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway, plus Chop It Up next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it out.
Time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys practice mandatory minicamp. Yesterday, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco with Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs in attendance. So was our insider Bobby Belt. We're commercial free with the Expressway. We'll chop it up at 7:40, and at some point in time, Peyton will hit the magic button to hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets. If you don't win them now, we'll do it again at 9 on DFW Sports Station. We got the Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20, and Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone at 9:20 after they scored 16 runs last night. Let's go inside the Star.
Yeah, so Brian Schottenheimer spoke with the media yesterday, and these are, I don't know, there might be a chance that we've already played more Brian Schottenheimer audio this year than we played with McCarthy last year. I really do think we might have. Brian Schottenheimer was out there at the Ford Center, and of course, right off the bat, he was asked, "Hey, Diggs, Parsons, what's the deal with these guys?"
Why did I think that would be the first question?
I don't know.
Yes, they are. It's great to see them both.
Will Mr. Parsons be working out today?
He'll be out on the field doing some stuff. Yep. It's actually great. Trayvon got here early. It's great to see him. He's one of the first guys I saw, and he got his rehab stuff in with Britt. So both guys were excited to be here.
What are the medical people telling you about Diggs and where he is physically?
Doing good. Same thing. Came in for a recheck and doing good, and we'll figure out when we get to training camp. There's still a big window of time between now and when we get out there, but he's hitting the markers he needs to hit.
I'm inviting you to media watchdog me here. But I was wondering if Micah Parsons took a little shot at DeMarcus Lawrence yesterday. Weird quote, especially coming from Micah Parsons, saying that he wants an egoless defensive end room.
Who's burned out, man?
That takes constructive criticism. Quote, at the end of the day, everyone's ass stinks. You can't hide it. We're all not perfect. I want an egoless defensive end room that takes constructive criticism.
So I think
sounds like a good idea.
It's very possible that it was a sideswipe at D-Law. The thing that when he was speaking, it definitely felt more in line with just, hey, I don't want to have an ego. I don't want guys in here. It felt when he was talking about it like it didn't. Lawrence didn't pop to mind to me. I thought he was just talking about culture and selflessness, and nobody tripped up on thinking what they need to do versus what they're being told to do. We're all moving forward to the same thing. That's kind of how I felt about it. I didn't get a sense that it was a D-Law thing.
On a scale 1 to 10, where would you put Micah's ego? And then a separate scale for taking criticism.
His ego, he's very confident. Clearly, he'll tell you that. So, it's a 9. He's got a big one. Taking criticism, how's it delivered is a lot of the big thing.
He will say a lot of things about like self-correction. I need to do this. I need to do that.
Mike Zimmer really resonated with him in a lot of ways with some criticism of his play style that I think if somebody else told it to him in a certain way, maybe he doesn't. But I think he can take some. So, yeah, it's 7 on taking criticism.
It should never, an ego of somebody who's like an all-time great, not all-time great, but a great, it probably should never be below a 6. Below.
Sure. Look,
you need to have an ego to be that great.
Micah probably thinks he could start at quarterback for the team. Like that's Micah's mentality. Micah probably thinks like if I was the receiver, I'd be in the Pro Bowl. I'd have 1,300 yards. Like that's Micah's thought process.
He thinks he can play in the NBA.
I think there's a difference in egos, like the ego of your own confidence, and then an ego of
which is out the other one, the outward one.
Someone's a distraction and a problem.
Yeah, that. Sure. Like in terms of just I know better kind of ego, like I know better, so it doesn't matter what you say, or I'm not going to listen to what this person has to say. Sure, that's existed at some points for him. That's probably a 6. That has happened for sure. Next got here. This was Micah Parsons was in attendance. Was not actually. I wondered. I needed to listen back. I needed to hear Shotty's nuance. He did say he will be on the field doing some stuff. He did not. He didn't say he'd be practicing. So that was his little slight verbiage there that changed it. But why was it important for Micah to be here at minicamp?
Well, number one, to have everybody here, perfect attendance is a good thing. I think it just shows you that he's serious about what we've talked about, which is developing that leadership mentality, the mindset to be a guy that we can count on, and not just the fourth quarter when he's got to, make a big sack or get pressure on the quarterback, but just in general throughout the course of a week. And it's a long season. We all know that. And my conversations with Micah have been great, and really all the guys. But he's doing the things he's supposed to do in terms of he's training, he's prepping, he's been in, he's been out. And nobody's more excited than Micah about what we're building here, and he's excited to be back in the building doing it.
Now, Shotty referenced his conversations with Micah Parsons. We played, of course, the viral conversation of Micah telling his teammates goodnight, and he said, "Hey, coach, I want to tell you goodnight." And Shotty took it very seriously and gave him all this feedback that maybe felt a little too sensitive. So he was asked about this, said, "Hey, what did you think about that phone call from Micah telling you goodnight?"
Well, I was really kind of pissed off at my kids, to be honest with you. I called my son Sutton. I said, "Bud, you got to look out for Dad. I don't look at these. I don't know these things, but I just thought he missed me." And I literally was like, "That's cool, man." Guy reached out to check in, see what's going on. Then I was like, "Damn." Fell for it. So I got on my kids, my daughter, and I was like, "You guys, I don't do much of that social media stuff." So, but he got me pretty good.
What coaches are actually on social media? Which coaches are truly on
90% truly on it publicly or
on it publicly?
A couple. I mean, Brian has one. He's used it. He's used his Twitter before. It's not. He uses his Instagram sometimes, but it's not frequent that he uses it. There's a handful of them.
Well, I know one thing. He has no idea who we are, and he has no idea about Sports Talk Radio.
No.
When we met with him for 90 minutes in his office a few weeks ago, he's like, all right, so forgive me, but what's the name of the show? And when are you guys on? And we're trying to explain it. He ended up leaving the meeting thinking that we did all 4 shows on the radio station.
Yeah, and he's like, so...
I'm like, you were in New York, WFAN? Like, those guys, you didn't listen? He's like, hell no. Why would I listen to that?
Football addict. He is a football addict. That's what you want. You don't want somebody who knows all about what the media is saying, but he got the impression he was like, so 5 days a week. It's like, even when there's nothing going on? It's like, yeah, even when there's nothing going on. It's not a podcast schedule. We are on top of it. Now, I thought this was a really good cut from Shotty yesterday for 2 reasons. One, this addressed a question that I think is important, especially with a lot of the buzz starting to build about Joe Milton. But also, too, he did show some level of awareness of the media in his answer here. He was asked about Joe Milton and do you need a backup quarterback to mirror the traits of your starter so that if the starter goes down, your backup can seamlessly go in?
I would have said 15 years ago, if you would ask me that question, I would say absolutely. There's things like the cadence that you need the guys behind your starter to replicate because you want the cadence to sound the same. But to me, no. Joe is a tremendous athlete. He's a tremendous young player. He's developing along with Dak. And some of you guys caught that. Some of you guys are a little slow on that today. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, I did. There's worse things to go viral for, I guess, like not saying good night, bro. But honestly, I would say this: it's one of those situations where we want Joe to be the best version of himself, and it's our job to have a system that's flexible enough. Does it help? Of course, it helps. Because you really don't want to go into a game with, okay, well, this is the package for this player, this is the package for that player. And at this point, I have zero concerns about doing that with Joe and Dak and Will Grier or any of the guys. So, but I probably would have answered that question 10 or 15 years ago, probably different, and been like, yeah, probably. But with the game of football ever evolving, I don't think that's the case.
Did you catch it?
No, I don't think I did.
I can tell you have an empty look on your face. I'm like, I don't think RJ caught it whatsoever. What he's referring to is the first viral moment that turned into a big headline.
Oh, where he said Dak is still developing.
There you go. Yeah. So he was aware of that. Someone told him.
He hadn't aware of it because when he said it, he goes, Joe's developing quarterback, and he goes, as is Dak, and he raised his eyebrows and he looked around and one person left. And he goes, some of you caught it. He's like, others, you're slow today.
Look, I mean, I think he's right that. And I still think it plays in certain positions, certain situations with the backup being the same style as the starter. When Romo used to get hurt every year, and they would bring in some statue to be the quarterback, it never worked. Now, maybe it was the quarterback. But, Kitna could move a little bit. And when Kitna would come in, be all right. Be all right. When Dak finally came in, fine. Because Romo was not your typical drop back passer. He was the gunslinger. He moved. He was a little bit mobile. He was mobile enough. He was much more mobile than Matt Castle. So I think it's important. I don't think you can if you have a quarterback that can move, I don't think his backup could be a pure drop back timing guy. When you have a drop back passer, I think you can have any kind of quarterback as the backup.
I think it shows when we ask about to what extent Brian Schottenheimer can evolve. I think like that shows that he can. He said 10 to 15 years ago, his answer would have been different. He said the game has changed, so he had to change, and he changes his perspective on it. There are some things, though, that are going to be tried and true philosophies, and like, this is what I think, this is what I believe. And I thought this was really interesting yesterday, the fact that he has given a lot of answers about philosophy and different things like that, but he's usually kept it pretty tight and pretty short. He's not gone into deep explanations of this is the overall philosophy. So some of this is going to sound a little general, I think, but it is the first time we've gotten an extended answer from him on this is the entirety of the philosophy of how I think you win football games.
You got to win the turnover battle. You have to own the line of scrimmage. You have to attack with your playmakers, and you have to be multiple. That's what the system is on all three phases, special teams, offense, defense. It doesn't change, and the quarterback's one of those pieces. The quarterbacks are the piece that get a lot of the attention, but at the end of the day, we're going to be judged with whether we win or lose, and the best way to win in this league is to, 1, take care of the football, 2, to have an incredible set of offensive and defensive linemen to control the game, whether you run it, throw it. People want to talk about numbers. Do you throw it 40 times? Do you run it 40 times? Well, it doesn't really matter. You just have to own the line of scrimmage. And then we have some really good pieces. And so we have to move those pieces around and make them hard to find. And that's when you say attack with your playmakers doing that. And then we're going to be multiple, because I think being multiple is hard. This is the best of the best in the NFL, and there's incredible coaches, incredible players, and so if we can make them have any indecision at all about what's potentially coming as a blitz on defense or as a formation run, if we have any advantage because they're not sure and they're confused, then that's good for us.
And typically, like when we've asked him these questions before, he's been very brief. He'll say, I believe in cut splits, I believe in motion, and he'll kind of give you that. That's the first time he's just laid out for people, all right, you need to win the turnover battle. This is the way you have to attack defenses. This is the way that you need to disguise things. This is the way that you need to win in the trenches. I think you got a good idea of exactly why Brian Schottenheimer is able to evolve on things, is because a lot of those core principles are based on there are, a million ways. There are different ways to skin a cat or whatever. Like, there are different ways that you can make things look disguised.
Is there a lot of different ways to skin a cat? Like, I would think that's nasty, number one.
I would assume you just got to get it started and then just, kind of peel back.
That's what I would think. How many different ways are there?
I mean, you can use different tools, I would imagine. Things like that. You could start at the head, maybe.
Probably the same with the deer. Just pulling it back.
Yeah.
Let's just machete his feet off.
Oh, man, we played a joke on our, I don't know if we get in trouble for saying this or whatever the hell, 30 years ago. Played a joke on our high school biology teacher.
Where you stole his lunch?
Virginia Boehner. No.
That was your janitor.
It was a janitor. We stole his lunch. I feel bad about it. I still feel bad about that. But we had a pet rabbit named Mordecai in the classroom. And one day she was a super she's normal biology, right? Environmental, save the animals, PETA before PETA. Well, one day we had the brilliant idea to bring fake blood in and a rabbit skin, and we had the rabbit, and then we pulled the skin out. We had the blood all over it. Oh my God! Look, she bit me. So we killed the cat. We killed the rabbit.
The cat.
We got the rabbit. We got the rabbit.
And what did she do?
She almost passed out. She did couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
And we're like, no, relax. It's fake blood. It's fake blood.
Oh my God.
That's a good bit. I like it. Last one here for Brian.
Anymore.
Last one for Brian Schottenheimer.
A kid who tries to go out and TP every week. And I'm like, what are you 7? You guys running around toilet papering houses? Like, grow the hell up.
It's like a badge of honor to get. Oh, I got rolled by my house.
Well, I'm not. I don't view it as a badge of honor.
The parents don't. The kids are like, I'm popular enough to get TP.
To get TP?
Yeah.
Like their house? If it's their house?
If it's their house. Like a badge of honor.
Huh. Interesting.
You get TP'd this week? I did.
Brian Schottenheimer won last.
Have you been TP'd?
Yeah. I have.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it a pain in the ass to get it all off?
No, because they screwed up.
Like a day like today?
They used 3-ply. You got to use the single ply. The 3-ply, I was just pulling this thing down like a rope.
Yeah, single ply would be awful.
One more from Brian Schottenheimer here. The question obviously about Micah's contract, and he was on that viral call with him and making it sound like, hey, you're approaching things the right way. So the question was asked, do you have to manage relationships differently when you've got a player who's in a contract negotiation?
I don't change. I mean, I'm who I am. I'm authentic. I think you guys know that or are learning that about me. The business has changed a lot from when I got in this crazy business. I grew up around it. Obviously, you guys know that. But, the business has changed a lot through just social media and contracts, both players and coaches alike. You can control what you can control. And, if a guy's here or not here, it doesn't mean I'm not going to connect with him and talk to him and spend time with him and get to know him. It's the new era of football. But I'm never going to change how I relate to our players, our coaches, ownership. I'm just going to be who I am. And when guys are here, that gets you excited. And I'm excited that we've got perfect attendance, and guys are excited to be back in the building. We had a couple really good meetings this morning, and I think, but the business is definitely very different than what I remember when I first got into the league.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the consistency with him, is he's going to be politically neutral, so to speak, is that when these sort of things are going on, and McCarthy, to be fair, was a lot like that too. McCarthy always used to be his default line that he would save up said, my dad always told me you don't talk about a man's money. And he's like, so I don't. And I think that's generally the right way to approach it, because otherwise you get some tense situations. This has been an issue before. Zach Taylor and Trey Hendrickson are facing that now. Zach Taylor started weighing in on something that now Trey Hendrickson feels like, I can't go back and talk to you. And you want to avoid those situations, so it's best to just, hey, do what you got to do, handle what you got to do.
All right, there it is, Inside the Star with our insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. I guess Broadus is going to be at practice today.
He's going to be out there taking all of his notes. As Brian will even tell you, he'll be out there making it sound like he's recapping a Super Bowl this afternoon. Like he took all these notes, like NFL films or something.
And then driving back to be on G-Bag for what, like an hour?
Yeah, basically. He should, because, they're on for an hour anyway during baseball season. So, yeah, he may miss the whole show.
Game starts at 6 tonight, right? 6:30.
Yeah. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. That's what Tolo stands for.
She was like, oh my God, this is my song. I've been listening
All right, Tolers, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock this morning. Was that the best offensive game of the year? We'll talk about it with Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, live at 9:20 on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Hump Day. It's Expressway. We also have a Wednesday wheel spin, a random segment every Wednesday at 8:20. Right now, we chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Have you been the victim of a submariner? That is the first subject in chopping it up here on 105 to the Fan. By the way, Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. Talking about the ways to skin a cat. They're saying the point of the phrase is you all finish at the same spot. If the finishing product is the same, it's like you could just start anywhere on the body. So you're starting, instead of starting at the neck, you can start at the face.
I think that's a really dumb saying.
Yeah, look, anything that grandparents
came up with. It should have to be about 12 different ways, just not areas.
Yeah.
So 12 different areas to skin a cat, 12 different spots to skin a cat.
Yeah.
So there you go. We just fixed history.
We fixed history. The latest dating trend. Gen Z does a great job of naming things. We didn't have a name for submarining when we were in the dating world. We just called it, I'm not really into you, but I'm in the mood and you're available, so that's why I'm going to call you. Mm-hmm. But this trend is called submarining, and a lot of people are getting all upset in their feels because they're becoming victims of submarining. And what that is you go on a date, you go on a few dates with the person, and all of a sudden that person just disappears. You don't hear anything from them. And then all of a sudden, a few weeks or a month go by, and they pop up on your in your DMs, or they text you out of the blue, and they say, hey, you want to get together? Where have you been for the last 3-4 weeks? And that's just called, I don't really like you, but I'm out of options right now, and you seem to be available.
I'm gonna push back on this. That's not true. That has been named
Ghosting?
For quite a long time. No, that particular action he's talking about, that has forever been called a booty call.
Well, yeah.
That has been named for 30, 40 years. They can't just call it submarining. That doesn't even make sense. Booty call makes sense. That does not make sense.
It's like you put the periscope up, and then you're around, and then you go back underwater for a while.
All right, that's kind of funny.
And then you reappear with the periscope. Hey, let's go looking around, seeing who's available.
That's kind of funny. But wasn't this Ruben's? Or no, who said that about New Orleans, about them renaming everything? But that's what Gen Z renames things like, we've discovered this. It's like, this has been named. We already tackled this problem.
So they're also known as zombie daters. They ghost without explanation, only to boomerang back into your life like nothing went wrong with a "Hey stranger" text 6 months later.
Yep.
After what the article says, after you cried in your Uber ride home.
We've all done it. Pop back up in a moment of desperation.
Nope. No apology, no closure, no recourse. Just
because you know they're desperate enough.
Yeah. Just hey. Here I am.
Yep.
I am back.
Uber rides 40 minutes.
When did it last happen to you, though? Where somebody's calling you, and then it's like you were taken advantage of, and you felt a little sad at the end?
I think it's a straight male thing. I don't think the males get... I think the male does it to the female. And that's not diminishing women at all. I just think the guys are the desperate ones at midnight, 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., and the girls have higher standards.
I agree with you. There's one outlier, which is generally like the emotionally clingy guy who, like, I've known before. Like, I knew a guy who, like, he was way too just wanted to basically be deep in a relationship immediately. Peyton wanted to be deep in a relationship immediately, and so that would chase some people off. But then they'd occasionally come around, and then he'd be like, "Well, I'm just getting some mixed messages. I don't know why they keep coming around." It's like, because you're clingy. That's why.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Speaking of Gen Z. They are angry with a certain policy, the pay policy, with your work. They're upset that it takes 2 weeks to get a paycheck.
Jane Slater.
They want to get a paycheck every single week. They want to ban bi-weekly pay dates.
So this is really interesting. So someone in accounting, can you explain to me why this is done? Would it just be way too much accounting, way too much extra work to give out paychecks weekly versus 2 weeks?
My older sister does payroll for her job.
Wow.
And obviously it's like every other Wednesday she has to do it or something like that. And it's a full 6 hours to do her company. It's a pain to do the payroll.
So it's also because typically you're getting the previous 2 weeks finalized, and then it still takes a week to process. Like, if everything was done within the same week, I would guess that's just like a ridiculous pain. Because typically they'll go, for instance, when's payday for us was last Friday, right?
It's every other Friday.
But that was for the previous Friday's 2 weeks, and so I think it's just a matter of like all the time that you have to process things and do. I guess they could just go a week at a time though and process the previous week.
I've had jobs where I got paid on the 15th and the last day of every month, or the 1st of the 15th, whatever it is. And I had a buddy he was working for a rental car place. And he got paid every week. I was like, oh man, it's great. But they're like, 1 week I'm rich. I'm so rich. The next week I'm living off scraps.
So is this also telling me that Gen Z spends as soon as they get it? More so than...
It could be spends. It could be pay bills. Like, as soon as I get my paycheck, I'm paying my rent. I'm paying my credit card bill. I'm paying this and that. And then I'm broke.
That's my brother did this, and I remember being floored when he told me this is what he did. Because he was talking about something. He's like, yeah, I think I'm just a little tight till payday. He's like, because, last week I had my free check. I was like, what's your free check? He's like, well, because, I get paid with one check and I pay all my bills, and then the other check is just what I was like, no, split it up, dude.
Yeah.
Like budget it out to where if you have $2,000 of responsibilities a month, 1,000 of it from one check, 1,000 of it from the other. Do not just go like, oh, 2,000, and now I'm left with $200 for 2 weeks.
I don't know if they still do it like this, but like teachers used to get paid once a month. It was just once a month in Texas, and then like you could set
they only work 9 months,
right? But you could set it up where you would get paid throughout the whole year. They would shrink your check, or you could get paid just while you're working, and you wouldn't get a single paycheck throughout the summer.
I think I'd like monthly. Like, I don't think monthly would bug me as much as weekly would. Weekly would start staggering things and making me a little more like uncertain about budgeting process. To me, if it was monthly, it's like, all right, yeah, this is set aside for all the bills, and now I need to just stagger this out for the remaining weeks.
Look at your left forearm. Do you have the millennial mole? This is from Kelly Rowland, Destiny Shop.
I do have a mole here.
So her contention is that every millennial has a mole just a couple of inches from their elbow on their left arm.
Now, would this be a couple of? That would be a couple of inches.
That would be a couple of inches, and they're calling it the millennial mole. And I'm Gen X. I think everybody has. I think the thing is, everybody has one of these. We have freckles all over our body. If you've been out in the sun for more than like 10 minutes,
Freckles and moles are different, though, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. But I think they're just calling it the millennial mole. But like they say, like everyone has it, and it's basically in the same spots on your left forearm. And the amount of people who are saying, yeah, we all have it. Why do we all have it? Of course, you get your conspiracy theorists out here that say we were all punctured with something when we were born to keep tabs on
Immunized with it.
But it's the latest identifier of all generations. Are saying if you have the millennial mole. So we've got, and I'm not a millennial, but I have one. I got moles all over the place right here.
Yeah.
But nothing on the inside. So that's the thing, is it inside or outside?
That's just the thing. I have what I assume is a freckle right there, but that's not. I don't know.
So
I don't know what that
white.
is.
You are white, man.
Yeah, I wear sleeves all the time.
Good God, you're
Sun
white.
doesn't touch me.
Holy crap!
Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Loser of the day goes.
That's the other freak out thing that I have as I get older, though. Like the moles that grow and develop, and I'm like, that's cancer. That's cancer.
Oh, yeah.
Got to go get checked. Why is that there? Is that growing? Is that bigger? That's an old man freak out thing.
Yeah, like I get like white spots. Have you ever had white spots on your arm? And I'm like, what the hell is that? Where did that come from? Is that the sun? Is that lack of sunscreen?
No, that's what they stamp when you move into your neighborhood.
That's right. There you go.
You get jabbed and it's stamped.
We would never get jabbed in the neighborhood, Sean. Okay, you know better than that.
I think Trump got jabbed.
It was a fake jab. It was saline. Okay, there was no juice in there. No juice at all.
Saline.
Loser of the day goes to a 23-year-old flying Spirit Airlines.
Agreed. You don't even have to finish that.
So they would not
the Cowboy charter.
They would not let him.
Plenty of
board.
other options.
They would not let him board his flight after he arrived late to the gate. Okay, so he arrives late, and a lot of airlines have this policy, like you get late. Obviously, once the doors shut.
Didn't you say United?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. So I'll get that.
This is the Roy White plane policy.
Oh my gosh, that I have never seen. Group 7 is being called, and he's like, "Oh, I'm almost through security.
Yeah,
I'll be there in a minute."
And he's the type too to go off on you for
missing the flight,
for being late.
Yeah,
right.
So
it's your fault.
Around 6:30 in the morning. This is 6:30 in the morning. So Spirit Airlines out of Detroit.
We got to be the most on-time show in the building, by the way. I think. Like
now in the last year for me here there.
Yeah, Hagelin shows up sometimes. I felt like late for some past road broadcasts, but this show, Peyton is excellent in being on time. Mm-hmm. You're good on time. Bobby's usually the latest at the firehouse, but I think we're pretty prompt.
And when it comes to the airport, I don't want to get there super early, but I also I don't mind. I could get there and then just relax.
Yeah,
while
do
you're
in the
work.
Admirals Club.
Well, there you go, absolutely.
When it's open,
and
near you,
and near me. That's the key. But this flight out of Detroit, so the 6:30 in the morning flight, he arrived late to the gate, so they wouldn't let him board. So what did this guy do? He said, if you're going to ruin my day, I am ruining everybody's day on this plane. And he called in a bomb threat.
Oh, Lord.
And they canceled the flight. And, this is Spirit. So Spirit is mostly like leisure travelers. They have a high level of leisure travel because their costs, it's like, companies aren't putting their flight, the employees on Spirit. You raise a stink.
Spirit's asking for gas money, basically.
Yeah, that's what it is. So what a loser. This is the loser of the week. You're late to the plane.
Yeah.
You're late, and you want to ruin everybody else's trip.
What does Gen Z name that action? Do they have a name for that? To just call in a threat because you screwed up? I'm sure they have some sort of name for that. This isn't as good as the guy that we talked about a couple months ago who, the only time I've ever thought, all right, get your punishment, but I respect the savviness of the move, was the guy who didn't want to go on the vacation with his girlfriend's family. So he called it a threat to Bob like the ocean cruiser. And so the cruise got canceled. He's like, oh, sorry, guess we can't go, honey.
Wow. Diabolical.
Yeah, you do what you got to do.
You mentioned United. This week they changed the rules now. So if you are flying United, you have to get there 45 minutes prior to the flight. Otherwise, they won't let you board. So you have to check in at the ticket counter at least 45 minutes prior. That's starting this week on United. One more airline thing. This is not really airline. It's luggage. Man arrested for having 47 venomous vipers in his luggage. And that wasn't the strange story about this. By the way, he was.
Was this at the airport?
This is at the airport. He was an Indian citizen. This was arrested in Mumbai. He was returning from Thailand. He made his snake haul. He had 5 Asian leaf turtles, 3 spider-tailed horned vipers, 44 Indonesian pit vipers, all in his checked luggage.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
And the more shocking thing here is not that this is the number that he had. It's that this happens all the time. Back in July of last year, a man attempted to smuggle more than 100 live snakes through security in China by stuffing them inside his pants. In 2023, customs officials in India searched a woman's checked-in bags, and she found 22 snakes. And then another time it happened where somebody else had 45 ball pythons in their luggage. Pythons are one thing. Why are you carrying venomous vipers in your luggage?
Did you see the 15-foot python in Garland yesterday?
Yes.
15-foot python.
Had to be a pet, right? They got out. We don't have pythons.
Well, so that's what I'm thinking. When you talk about all the smuggling, like, isn't there some sort of just? I would imagine that those are animals that because they're so difficult to get or whatever else that they can make a decent amount of money.
Remember I told you about the park? That lunatic that should have been locked up who brought the pet snake to the kids' park in Garland? Kevin Hagelin?
But who has a pit viper?
Yeah.
Like, why would
they not going to ever bite you through the bag? Like, it's are you carrying it on your back?
Like Jake the Snake?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. It just seems dangerous. Like, why? There are
dangerous.
There are exotic animal collectors. There are people. I think I read the stat. There's more tigers in captivity in Texas than there are in the wild. I think I've read that stat. But why would you that's a tiger. Why would you have a venomous snake?
I mean, a tiger's pretty bad too. They will kill you.
Chopping it up every hump day during this rainy Wednesday, commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. If you did not win the Luke Bryan tickets, we have another pair to hook you up with at 9 o'clock, and we'll do it tomorrow and Friday during this time. Was that the best offensive Ranger performance of the season? Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
After we get you over to QC, Kinetics get you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Wyatt, that's blasted to deep left field. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking at the pole. That ball is history. Every Ranger has a hit now as Langford hits a tremendous home run down the left field line, and the Rangers lead 11-4.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
The Texas Rangers explode for 17 hits, 16 runs, and they finally hook up Tyler Mahle for a win and some run support as they beat down the Minnesota Twins yesterday on this radio station, 16-4. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, should be in a fantastic mood when he joins us live at 9:20. Bruce Bochy afterwards said this, quote, "Nobody tried to get too big with their swings. Shorten up at times and make contact. Good things happen when you do that."
So, it's very difficult to move a runner over on a strikeout. Very difficult.
Josh Young yesterday disappointed me in the bat. I think it was no outs. Josh's swing seems so long to me. I don't know if he's capable of that adjustment to go ahead and hit the other way or just make contact to advance the runners.
He is, I think, at his best. When he starts shooting the ball into the gap in right center. And we've seen him hit a lot of home runs down the right field. Not a lot, but enough home runs down the right field line, like where he's going complete oppo. But yeah, his swing can get a little long on him. But Bochy and Boone, they're right when they're like, hey, look, good things happen when you put the ball in play. It does. I mean, it's like in hockey, we keep to put the puck on net, man. Good things are going to happen. Just get the bat on the ball, and if you get sawed off and you still get a hit, that still counts.
I'd like to see the stats. Seems like something Tom Verducci would put together over the past month in the entire sport, over more balls in play or not. Whether the league is trying to do this as a whole, and who's at the top of that leaderboard in trying to go backwards in the sport, evolve.
Yeah, I mean, there probably will be a study on that. It's just maybe so early in the season that they don't have the data for it yet.
I guarantee you, Bobby will find it.
Yeah, I got it.
After he finds
I'll
the
find
mic button.
Yeah, exactly. I'll find it. No, this is I think it's the third game in a row now, though, where Texas has at least 8 base hits. And so, I mean, they're starting to
it's huge.
Make more consistent contact. Way too often, we were talking about this at dinner last night, there's way too often where for this offense, they should not have multiple instances of you didn't score any runs and you got 2 hits. It has been genuinely stunning how frequently they've had 2-hit or 3-hit games with no run.
Thad Levine yesterday was talking about a murderer's row lineup. I thought he was getting ready to talk about someone else, and he's like, no, you put together this lineup, and you think it's a nightmare to face at the beginning of the year.
And you mentioned yesterday, I think it was yesterday, about the schedule and how it really sets up.
Yep.
Because they've got the Twins the next 2 games, and they got Chicago.
White Sox.
Yeah, the White Sox. And they play the Royals, and they go to Pittsburgh and Baltimore, and then Seattle and Baltimore. And then you get a little tough. You go out west, you go San Diego and L.A. and Houston before the break, but
real tough.
You've got a
this is it. End of June.
You got a 15-game stretch here throughout the rest of the month.
Yes,
where your offense can get kind of confident.
The notes from Jared Sandler: Adolis' hitting streak. You can tell Adolis' stance looks different too. We should do a side-by-side with the adjustment that he seems to have made. His hitting streak extended to 6 straight games. He also now has an RBI in back-to-back games for the 3rd time since the start of May. By the way, how about Adolis with that throw to second base? What are y'all doing?
I was looking at Dolly's. I was trying to get his batting number.
No, I wasn't asking you guys. I'm asking base runners. What the hell are y'all doing?
I thought you were looking at me.
Don't ever make that turn.
They're not looking at scouting reports. That's for damn sure.
Do not make that turn around first base with that man in right field. Last 19 games, 2 doubles. Last night, 2 doubles. First multi-double game for Adolis since the 3rd game of the year against the Red Sox. Higashioka with a 4 RBI night. Season high, 4th time in his career, he's collected 4 more runs batted in. Wyatt Langford going to the second deck. Team best still, 12th home run.
Yeah.
10 of his 12 long balls have come on the fastball. All 9 Rangers with at least 1 hit last night. First time the Rangers have had consecutive games with 4+ players racking up multi-hit games since August 24. Evan Carter with back-to-back 3-hit games for the first time in his career. Josh Young with his second 4+ RBI game of the year. So all these offensive stats coming from Jared.
This is the first. I was just looking at this because he's got a hit in every game this month. Adolis Garcia does. This is a 7-game hitting streak for him now. That is the longest hitting streak he's had in an entire calendar year. He hasn't had a hit in 7 straight games since last June. And it's like, I mean, he's had contact issues. He has the whiff rate issue. But, I mean, if you found yourself a little balance.
I'm too scared to bet against them.
That's right. Now you're going to be too scared to bet against Corey Seager. Yeah, maybe that was the key. Did you bet on him last night?
Nope.
That's it.
There you go.
It's the Shinks. It's the Shinks. You just can't bet on them, and then they'll do well.
And then Bassick was crapping on their pitcher. I bet you that curveball that the analytics hate that curveball. That's not a real curveball. That's one to the first pitch strike.
Sandler was obviously cranking out statistics on his Twitter at Jared Sandler, and I think that goes to explain why he got emasculated with a foul ball heading his way on Victory Plus.
This ball fouled over the right side and up into the press box where it looked like Jared Sandler, I don't think he got it cleanly. I just hope he didn't get hurt. He ended up throwing it back to a kid down below, but that came right at him. 0-2 pitch, and that's fouled.
Yeah. Souvenir Sandler.
Souvenir Sandler. Man alive.
Next to Kennedy Landry.
I think he took it off his right shoulder. Says he's okay. He gives us the thumbs up. It's all good. It was scary. Yeah. See the more important play here. This is the foul ball a moment ago. And oh, wait a minute. I swear Jared was. Oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is. Oh.
Gosh, I thought he'd be saving his laptop. How much he's on that?
His laptop.
Lab.
This is going to eat away at Jared for a long time. Because there's probably no one in the building, despite his stature, who has more athletic confidence in random pickup sports than Jared. He thinks he's going to win one-on-one basketball. I remember the fan wiffle ball tournament. He's like, oh, I didn't get drafted that high. Screw you guys. And he did go out and ball. Whether it's darts, no matter what it is, probably soccer. I think he played flag football back in the day. For Sandler not to have tried to make a play on this ball and snag it right out of the air, I think he's going to lose sleep.
He might. I could give him a couple of outs here.
This will haunt him more than belittling your interview questions.
There you go. I'll be the bigger person because I literally am. I'll give him 2 outs here. All right. Out number 1 is simple. He was looking at his computer, and someone in the press box said, "Heads up."
Yep.
And your first reaction there is not to look up for the ball; it's to cover.
Okay, that does not sound like an out to me. That sounds like Jared Sandler, whose job it is to watch the game, was not watching the game.
That's
What's
fine.
your second
Yeah,
one?
I have no problem with you taking that little dig at him. And then the second one is, it hurts to catch a foul ball with your bare hands.
Yeah,
it hurts.
Have you done it?
Yes. Not a foul ball in a major league game, but like I've had my kids throw me the baseball, like just throw it back to me, and you catch it. It hurts. And then a foul ball is hit even harder than that.
Yeah.
Like it's not something that you want to actively go get. Foul ball comes my way. I'm not ducking, but I'm not reaching my hands up for it. I want no part of that ball.
Bassick mocking him. What was the game a couple years ago? Actually, it was longer than that. This was 2019 now. You remember Bassick got a foul ball hit to him while he was taking his kids to the game, and he stood up, and professional athlete Mike Bassick, the ball went straight through his hands and hit somebody. And so, but I mean, because Mike was like, man, I was a little disappointed. He's like, I wasn't expecting to see it, and I jumped up, but Mike flat out fumbled. But which would you rather have? Ducking and covering like you're going through like a 1950s bombing drill, or you stand up, have a clean shot at it, and it just sails straight through your hands?
Oh, man.
Sail through.
Yeah, I need to sail through.
I don't know, because, man, if most people don't want to get hit by a ball. If you're going to be like professional athlete and stand up with your chest and just go straight through, that's pretty embarrassing.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Apparently the Sandler incident, this is Diamond Cavs in the home of the Rangers. Peyton is called for a press conference after the game?
Yeah. Jared took questions from the media afterwards. He's a player. He missed a foul ball, so he's taking questions from the media and had to answer the hard-hitting questions.
What do you have to say about your performance?
Really not a whole lot to say, right? I mean, I take full accountability. I was in a position to make a play, and I didn't. And it's going to be tough to sleep at night thinking about it. Not really sure what was going through my mind. Not only did I duck to protect myself and not my computer, which is far more valuable, but I mean, it's what every broadcaster dreams of, a foul ball coming up to the booth, and when the lights are shining the brightest, I wasn't able to deliver.
How would you describe what happened?
Well, just working hard, trying to put my best foot forward, doing some research, trying to prepare for postgame, and the game sped up on me. My head was buried in the computer. Next thing I know, someone's saying, "Look out, foul ball." And my instincts kicked in, and my instincts were to protect myself and not those around me. And, I'm definitely ashamed by that.
There it is. Jared Sandler in the Ranger booth. Game 2 tonight on 105.3 The Fan.
You can tell how many press conferences that man has heard before, because, man, he has all the uhs and the demeanor. He's got that down pat. That's pretty accurate.
You got another Diamond Calf?
I do. David Schoenfield, who we've had on the show, we like him. He had his list of all-star players that are going to make the roster based of right now. Voting has started.
Let's not do that one.
Let's not do that one?
That's the Ranger All-Stars? Yeah, do the other ones. That's a longer segment.
All right. Let's do this one here then. The MLB strike zone. Is this shrinking? So, by the way, according to umpire scorecards, the 5 most accurate umpires in the game are all under the age of 45 years old. I don't think that's a coincidence. Younger eyes, quicker reflexes, stuff like that. A home plate umpire makes an average of 145 calls each game. Most of those, about 100 of them, are pitches out of the zone. Only 5% of those are the out of the zone will the umpire call a strike. This year, the strike zone has shrunk by about 2%. 2% of the calls. So the buffer zone used to be a full ball that they would give an umpire out of the zone to give it a bad grade. This year, they've shrunk that. They're trying to prepare them for next year and the subsequent years after with the robot umpires. So what we're seeing is that, pitches out of the zone have dropped to fewer than 5% that are called strikes. Last year it was over 6% that were called strikes out of the zone. So pitches are getting about 2 pitches per game less called strikes that should be balls. All right? Or called balls that should be strikes. So as opposed to what they were getting last year. The strike zone has shrunk. Maybe that's why you're seeing more balls in play. Pitchers are forced to come over the zone.
I don't know that we are seeing more balls.
I don't know that we are, yeah. But that was just a speculation that we had talked about a minute ago. So keep an eye on that. The strike zone has shrunk a little bit.
Diamond Cavs.
Not last night with that blind as a bat dude behind home plate.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. It is time for this week's Random Wednesday Wheel Spin.
Oh, we're going to get Dear Choppy again? Nope. High-low.
Otherwise known as I win.
What is the category? What is the topic? See if you can play along with High-Low Hump Day Edition. Next on the Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time for a little high-low. The first time since, I believe, October since we played this.
Damn.
So we'll go through the rules, but welcome back, gentlemen. This is a fun game. Fun, very fun game. All reliable, or all depends on my clues, I guess, but which are usually awful, but here we go. The category is simple. It is new Cowboys. It could be players, coaches, new roles with the team. So there you go. Players, coaches, new roles, new Cowboys overall. That'll be the category. You can answer on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney fan text, 877-881-1053. And the rules, it's simple as well. I will play a high or low clip depending on whether Sean, RJ, or Bobby. They tell me high pitch, low pitch. I will play an audio clip of a player or coach. And then if they guess it right from just the audio, they get 3 points. If they get it wrong, we go to clue number 1 for 2 points. If they can't find out the player or coach after that, we go to clue number 2 for 1 point. And then if they can't figure that out, then they get 0 points. And we laugh at that.
Anyway, we remember from October the defending champion.
I'm sure it was me because I've taken this game from Choppy, basically.
Ooh.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
I believe since
you and I have like split because Peyton Riggs who's going to get the easy questions.
Ooh, then you guys decide.
I think it is probably actually me at the very end. I think I walked off.
Probably, it might be actually. Now that I think about it.
We'll start off with me.
Wait, is this just players?
No, did you listen to his setup?
Well, I was
players and coaches.
Players, coaches, new roles with teams, something new about
roles with teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will go. Hi, Peyton.
I feel good. I finally got healthy. And I just got a chance to showcase what I can do, what I expected. So, I think I had a good day overall. So I feel good about it.
I got healthy. I want to say this guy. I want to say two guys.
Two
guys. Let me go with Javonte Williams.
Oh, wow.
Bobby, you thought it was Javonte?
I thought it was.
I hope none of this audio came from Bobby, by the way.
No, I don't think it did.
All right.
Clue number 1, Sean. His highlight reel in college blew a lot of people's minds ahead of the NFL draft.
Blew a lot of people's minds. Blew minds. Let me go with Ezaraku. Do you know who it is?
Yes.
Was it a good clue?
Yes.
Ooh, thank you. Okay, good. All right, clue number 2 here. It's a better clue, Sean. He can cover so much ground that the 40 acres he grew up on were never a challenge for him.
Oh, yes. That's a really solid clue.
I don't remember the corner, so I'll say Kyer Elam.
Bobby?
Jaden Blue?
Yep.
Highlight reel blew people's mind.
Blue. He gave you his last name in the clue.
40 acres was the one that...
As you were going, Blue.
I was like, oh, he's got it.
I was like, damn, he's got it.
And I probably gave away some other names for RJ as he's writing a Dear Abby column over here.
Oh, yeah. You gave me all... I have no idea. I couldn't tell you maybe more than Joe Milton and like the draft picks.
All right. Ofer. That hurts.
Yeah, it does.
RJ Choppy.
All right. Let's go. What'd you do? High? Let's go. I'll go low.
That's how I felt walking into the facility today. There's a lot to live up to. There's a legacy. There's a standard that's been upheld here for years, and I'm looking forward to continue to further that.
Tyler Booker.
That's right, baby. How? It's that speech pattern. That's the. I couldn't tell the voice.
There's no pattern there.
He didn't know the pattern. That's the one. He knew the first round pick. Damn
you know what? I didn't even have it written down.
My clues were so good for him, too. Dang it.
That was it.
Oh, my God.
Okay. All right, 3 for Chop. Let's go high, Gene.
Oh.
When you come out and guys, we're trying our hardest, and certain stuff, the game of football is just gonna happen, and guys gonna get upfield. They got good players too. Their players get paid too.
George Pickens.
Yes! Oh wow! What a pick! What a pick!
Yes.
Y'all fix this. Did you fix this?
I got to figure something out.
Because I've been picking on you the past few days, Peyton. Did you get them the answers?
You've been picking on me. You've been picking on Peyton. We're getting our revenge. Choppy just guessed.
I haven't been picking. What a joke. Let me go low.
Low.
So we need to get a few more yards in there, as close as we can get, and then we're going to call timeout. And that's why we held that last timeout at the end of the game.
Matt Eberflus.
Yeah. Sean Sharif is on the board. We're all tied, baby.
Okay.
We're all tied.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
High, low. I need you guys to start missing here with RJ Choppy up. Brand new Cowboys. And see if you can guess them at 877-881-1053.
Well, I went low last time, so let's go high, Gene.
The minute these quarterbacks think that they figured it all out, that's when it's probably time for them to think about doing something different, because the way defense is attacking this league, it makes it almost impossible to ever relax.
I think that's shoddy. Just gonna go out on the limb there. Oh, baby.
Whoever got shoddy was going to get shoddy instantly. All right.
That's true.
Okay,
true.
I'll make it challenging because I don't want Sean thinking it's fixed. Although if I go low and I hit it right away, maybe Sean will think it's fixed. I'm going to go low.
So I bless my cleats from the man above. I go across my chest up to him, kiss both of my fingers, and touch the side of my cleats. Just let him know that I'm thankful for him.
Let's go Solomon Thomas.
Wow.
No idea.
No. All right. Clue number 1, Bobby, for 2 points. He's such a nice guy that he may volunteer to get some playing time.
Jeez.
Joe Milton.
That might be the... It's a relatively easy first clue.
He gave Sean the last name Blue.
But he said it like he blew people's minds. That's different from volunteer.
I think that I
Shut
think
up,
it's
Bobby.
the same.
Shut up.
I
No
think
one
it's
cares
the
what you
same.
think.
What? He uses Wolverine claws.
Come on, tell us if you want a high or low goose egg, Sean. Go.
RJ
Wow.
I have 3, jackass.
Yeah.
RJ with 6, Bobby with 5, I have 3, and I will go low.
Things went the way that they did, and at the end of the day, it's unacceptable. So disappointed. Obviously, happy to get a win, but definitely not the performance that we wanted.
I'm going to steal Bobby's name with Solomon Thomas.
Ooh, close. All right, Sean. Clue number 1 for 2 points. Bobby hated seeing this guy succeed on the field in college, but he's happy to have him on his side now.
Who beat the Longhorns? Who played the SEC? Let me go Kaiir Elam. You know who it is?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know who it was by the clip, but...
Clue number 2 for 1 point, Sean. He's another former first-round pick that has found their way to the Dallas Cowboys.
Fowler?
Bobby, who is it?
This would be former Oklahoma Sooner Kenneth Murray.
You gave me Kenneth
Murray?
You gave me Kenneth Murray.
You wanted to go first. That was the next one in line.
Shut up! Shut your mouth!
Look how bad he's getting losing.
You're making me root for Choppy for the first time ever. Shut the hell up!
Hey, come on. You can't give Kenneth Murray.
All right. I'm out.
All right,
Let's go, Choppy, please.
All
Is he
right.
a new Cowboy? I mean, I don't know.
This is a walk-off.
There's a walk-off situation.
If
here.
RJ wins it, it's game over.
All right. I don't like Bobby right now.
Who does?
I'm still gonna go low.
I feel like I make the right decision, and this is a fit for me, and I like what the coach is doing for his identity, and I came from stuff like that.
Ugh.
All right, let's go with Bobby's boy, Solomon Thomas.
Win it.
Ouch.
Bobby's alive. Unlike his mom.
Jeez, man.
That's good.
Clue number 1, RJ, for 2 points. Cowboys fans hated seeing this guy for a few years while playing him twice a season.
Miles Sanders.
That's right. Bobby Belt needs to get this high-low clue on the first guess to stay alive and force overtime. 825 on 105 through the fan. We got breaking Jason Kidd news to get you as well. Go ahead, Pepe.
Let's go high, Gene.
Really want to be a part of the change. I know it's a lot of changes that have happened here. I like the way Coach Shaw was talking and Coach Porter and things like that, and just getting everything started and getting rolling, meeting my new teammates.
Miss it, loser.
We're going to go with Javonte Williams.
We got We got
Yes!
a playoff. Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
what a
Punch
pick.
Bobby.
High five.
Woo! Adjust the camera, Aiden. I'm standing up.
Oh, baby. Let's go. High-low's back. High-low's back.
All right.
It's back, baby. It's back.
All right, so the rules for overtime is I will play this clip, and you cannot say guess until the clip has finished, correct?
So how many clips do you have?
I just have one. I have a high pitch, low pitch for the
Okay.
for the
So
Sunday.
yeah, the clip has to end. And then
is it rapid fire? Are we doing rapid fire?
Rapid fire. Whoever guesses first has to leave about 2 or 3 seconds for the other person.
Yeah.
And then you alternate.
And then we doing
but
clues?
like 2 or 3 seconds.
Then you have clues, right? You have clues.
Yeah, once you guys go a few times, then I'll give the first clue, then second clue. But okay, here it is: the sudden death.
I truly never grew up a Cowboys fan, to be honest. Like, my dad is from Ohio, so he was a Browns fan, so I just unfortunately supported him through that. But coming to the league, I was just open to play for anyone.
Solomon Thomas.
Kaiir Elam.
Bobby Bell has won.
No.
Sorry, I was doing a dramatic effect there.
No.
Bobby Bell has won.
Do my McGregor.
Man. What a comeback.
No, that's the Bobby walk. What an epic return for High Low with the Random Wheel Spin Wednesday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. We have breaking Jason Kidd news next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram.
has low fee product? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that's a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you to all the Tolos, including Corey, the great T. Rainey. D is basically an extra show producer who sent us the breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan from Shams Charania, NBA insider. The Dallas Mavericks have rejected the New York Knicks asking permission to speak with Maverick head coach Jason Kidd. Dallas gave a firm rejection, according to Shams. They have now been denied on Jason Kidd, the Timberwolves' Chris Finch, and the Armpits' Ime Udoka. We will move Bobby's Cowboys practice recap to 9 and below the belt because of the breaking news. The Mavericks are holding on to their head coach.
Well,
we tried everything.
This is one of those situations where, like, how much did Kidd really want to go? And I know the Mavericks have the, hey, he's under contract here thing, but, like, at the other side of that is, do you want somebody who doesn't want to be here? So if Kidd was like, I really want to go, would that have changed the Mavericks' thought process on this at all? Or did they not even ask him? And they just said, no, he's under contract.
We're not even asking about the Luka deal. So
yeah,
why
right.
not?
Well, why not? So, yeah, this is there's still some questions here, regarding whether Kidd actually wanted to, and they're just kind of forcing him to stay.
I wonder if part of it was the same thing we've talked about with DeBoer in recent days, that the Mavericks were looking at. The reason why they slow played is because they were looking at what's out there. If we lose Jason, who's coming in here? Like, if Nico's Mr. Defense wins championships, was he looking at Thibodeau's out there? We can bring Thibodeau in, and he'll follow rigid standards, and he'll implement defense. I wonder if that's it was an evaluation of who would be out there against Jason, and that's why they took so long to say something.
They also may have been. This is nothing but unknowns. They could have been negotiating on the contract, and if they couldn't come to terms and an agreement, they would have let him go.
Right.
Maybe they've worked something out.
That could be it. There could be a lot of things. Maybe they were negotiating in the back with the Knicks on what the compensation would be. Or like you said, maybe they were negotiating an extension with Jason. But look, he's been a good coach here. I don't have a problem with Jason Kidd.
Were you surprised that 70% voted that he could go? Were you stunned by that on the Twitter poll we did?
No, because I wonder how many of those 70% think he had a hand. There's blood on his hands with Luka.
Okay.
Right. So
I don't think there's a widespread belief that Jason was involved now. That's my
That he had any idea?
Not any idea. But I'm sure they had multiple conversations. God, he won't stop bitching. All he does is cry, whining. He's out of shape. He doesn't play defense. Of course, him and Nico had, Jason was probably aware and shared a lot of worry. Maybe not a lot of worry, but Luka critiques.
Yeah, if he shared critiques, that's fine. I have no problem with that. If he got word that they were shopping him,
there was no shopping.
Right. Yeah. But then again, did we not hear reports that they had asked other teams?
There was one report that maybe they had vaguely said something to Minnesota, basically.
Yeah. Look, my big takeaway here.
But real quick, if he had said, if he had gotten wind that they were shopping him and didn't put a stop to it, I would consider that blood on his hands.
Well, he's not going to put a stop to it.
I mean, he could raise hell.
Yeah. My big takeaway here is the opposite of Pete DeBoer in Jason Kidd's strength. As you keep Jason Kidd around because he can get along with your superstars. And that, to me, is not X's and O's. It's not any of the other stuff. It's not on-the-court wizardry. He was a great soldier for you, and he gets along great with Kyrie and AD. That's it.
And maybe ultimately that was also part of the evaluation, is that they spent the last couple days getting feedback from Kyrie about, is this going to be a problem? If it's a problem, we won't do it. If you're fine with it, we'll do it.
Yep.
Because I can't imagine that right now they want to make a single move without Kyrie's feedback on it. And so
Kyrie's been too busy defending Karl Anthony Towns, telling people stop making fun of.
This is what happened. Kyrie gets hurt And when he's doing his rehab, he's talked about it. He'll spend hours on Twitch playing games and talking to people and stuff like that. And so this is his focus right now. I do think, I can't just believe, no, this is status quo for them. They always anticipated Jason coming back. They always intended for him to come back. Like, this is just the way it is. There has to be, even if it's like you said, a contract negotiation or checking outside candidates or checking Kyrie. There was a reason this dragged on for 4 or 5 days or whatever before we heard anything definitive, is because they were evaluating something or trying to figure something out.
The big story here nationally, they're going to break with it in 15 minutes, top of the hour, is going to be the Knicks with egg on their face. It's going to be about New York Knicks embarrassment after they have now been shut down with the third name. It's like the Longhorns coaching search years and years ago.
You cannot fire your head coach and not and become a worse team. Like, get a worse coach.
Dallas Stars?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Doesn't that apply?
It does. Now, look, if the team quit on you, I think it's different, because that you were going to be worse anyway, unless you think there's mending fences. But when you're the Knicks, like, the Stars kind of were forced into doing this by the players. The Knicks, I don't get the feeling they were forced into doing this. This was James Dolan.
It sounds the same about exit interviews.
Man, but Brunson apparently loves him. And everything I read was that Brunson was not like, he was speaking very highly of him.
So what did you read about Dolan?
Well, Dolan is the one that spearheaded this whole thing. All right? It was same old James Dolan. Same old Dolan. He can't ever be happy. These egomaniacal owners can't ever be happy.
There was also kind of a clue that dropped yesterday where the Mavs, they hired an assistant coach, and it's like, okay, like, now I know Nico does the hiring and firing of trainers and maybe other people, but it's like, all right, Jason's adding to his staff. That kind of shows that maybe he's going to be here adding the people that he wants or making assistant coach decisions.
Yeah, that you wouldn't anticipate that they're just filling out an assistant staff for somebody that they don't have a clue who's going to be here. Now, it is going to be interesting, like you say, that the fallout here is the Knicks looking clownish because they've just foolishly thought they could swoop in and take 3 different teams' head coach and that they'd be fine with it. So are they going to keep going back to that well? Are they going to go, let's start hitting up teams that are going to do things? Or is it just former head coaches that may be out there who like Malone or Taylor Jenkins, or do they go an assistant route? But they're stuck on their 4th or 5th choice now.
Breaking news from Shams: the Mavs reject the Knicks asking for permission to speak with Jason Kidd. Sam Quinn, CBS Sports. Jason Kidd's Bucks never ranked higher than 13th in offense. Budenholzer took over, immediately ranked 4th. Rick Carlisle's 2020 Mavs had the best offense in NBA history to that point. Kidd's Mavs never ranked in the top 5. I think New York is dodging a bullet. So that is from Sam Quinn over at CBS. What about that finals appearance, Sam? What about the Western Conference Finals appearance where no one thought they had any business, or I thought that they definitely overachieved in getting there? So there it is. Jason Kidd is staying.
Boy, CBS likes their Cody Benjamins and their Sam Quinns, and they're very convenient writers.
No names?
Yeah, and they're very
It's almost
good.
as if they're having to settle for no names.
Just
exactly
wait,
what it is.
Just wait till worst of the week.
Oh boy, we got more Cody Benjamin coming.
We got maybe the worst one yet. I might have 2 submissions. Johnny Bryant, I think, is now the favorite.
Johnny Bryant, who had been on staff with the Knicks until last year.
And then Malone, Taylor Jenkins, Steve Nash. That would be your. That's the way the
Get Van Gundy. Just go get Jeff Van Gundy. That'll save the whole situation.
He's 35-1
in terms of the fanfare. That would save everything. What else is going on? Giannis may not be going anywhere. Brian Windhorst with the latest.
But right now, there is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade market. There is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade discussions. He has not asked for it. The Bucks are not looking to trade him. And I just want to point something out about Karl Towns. While everybody in New York may want to trade him, he is an in his prime all-NBA player that contributed significantly to the Knicks, going the farthest they have in 25 years.
I've listened to a lot of Windhorst. I think Towns is one of his NBA sources. That's a theory. That's a guess. He always is taking up for Karl Anthony Towns. But back to the main story. This sucks. This sucks if Giannis stays. get out of Milwaukee. I want to get back to the days of not paying attention to the Bucks and have them go somewhere new for me to follow in my NBA offseason. But it's right now the tea leaves reading that Giannis is going to stay.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it that he's there. Like it's a team we never think about. It's like something, it's something different.
And we didn't talk about them at all last year.
No. But like they're at least relevant when he's there. Like they have.
But it's not relevant to you though. You don't watch or care about Milwaukee Buck games. It's an NBA talking point for them to be able to say, "Hey, there's Milwaukee." I think we've stopped caring about the Bucks. In my opinion, over the past 2 years,
well, they haven't been a championship team,
right?
Yeah,
Which is pathetic. If you've got
with a good roster,
if you've got Giannis, Lillard, and then Doc Rivers coaching you, that should be enough to where we're talking about you, and we're not. And that's got to scare Giannis about
Lillard fell off at times. He's also hurt now.
Then you think
they're
Giannis
done? They're irrelevant.
Yeah.
I think they're borderline irrelevant.
Well, but where's he going to go? Like if he goes to
any new spot will be more of a interesting talking point for me as an NBA fan.
So if
it's something new versus stale and done and old.
Okay, so if he went to Atlanta, you'd be more interested?
I'd be a little more interested. I mean, Atlanta is not a good. I would assume he would want to go somewhere to win. Like San Antonio.
Well, he was also talking about wanting to stay in the East.
Yep.
That report.
Toronto, I don't know.
Yeah. Toronto.
But something a little bit new and fresh versus what this is.
If you just look at it blind and just say, all right, I don't know what the cap situation is. I don't know how they can make it work. You're just thinking Eastern Conference markets where Giannis is probably more impactful. Boston, which has lost Tatum. No, I know. I'm just saying blindly.
Yeah.
If you just look at markets, Boston, obviously New York, probably like the
Chicago,
Pacers. Chicago would be great.
Revitalized somehow.
Detroit's up and coming. Like if the Pistons were able to get another a superstar in there with Cade Cunningham, then Detroit's probably more intriguing.
Brian Windhorst also saying, "Buckle up," because like many off seasons recently in the NBA, it could be more interesting than the actual season.
I think the majority of the action in this offseason is going to occur around the draft. Typically, we get most of the action between June 30th and about July 3rd. I think this year, because it's not really a free agent year, it's going to, and there's going to be, Molly, potentially there's going to be 3 or 4 picks in the lottery that might be available, might be movable. Teams moving out, teams moving up, teams moving back. And so that's going to be attached to bigger deals. So let's put it this way. Shams has cleared his calendar, and he's preparing to work his hardest around the draft. And we are going to go right from the NBA Finals into the free agent, or into the offseason headlong. You're going to get your action very soon.
So something has to be bubbling.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to be Giannis. Durant would not qualify as the craziest offseason with his advanced age right now. Plus, he moves every other offseason.
He moves a lot.
Tibbs gone. Kids staying. What else? What else is out there that is what?
We've been asking the question. This is just a theory. It's probably not, but it's just a theory. We've been talking about why were the Knicks so willing to blow off what Brunson thought? And they love the Knicks as like a big. What if there's some buzz about a Brunson thing, or the Knicks potentially just go we've got to reset here. This isn't just a coach reset. We got to reset and move somebody here and acquire a different star to come in.
No
here.
chance.
I wouldn't think so.
I think the Celtics.
The Celtics are
the Celtics
team
breaking
to watch.
up.
Yeah,
that's a thing to see. But is Jaylen Brown craziest offseason ever? No.
It'd have to be Jokic, right? Jokic or somebody else near the top 10 who we're not thinking of.
Luka in shape qualifies as the craziest offseason ever. All right, breaking news. Jason Kidd is staying as the head coach of your Dallas Mavericks. Luke Bryan tickets, and is there a certain Dallas Cowboy, one of the most popular ones, about to lose his job? Bobby has it as we move below the belt. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Then Brett Boone with the Rangers' offensive explosion. Got to catch the final hour of Sean and RJ now.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, is Jake Ferguson about to get demoted not only from Sean's favorite Cowboy to second team, but maybe from the actual lineup from first team to second team? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. What is our general feeling about where Jake Ferguson is at in his career right now as we stand here on June 11th, 2025, entering the final year of his deal?
That he needs a bounce back year in order to get paid. Otherwise, we can continue to rotate tight ends.
Chop.
I like him. I think that he's the type of guy that you need to be smart with. Like you can't pay everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be willing to walk away from good players.
Which I don't think he's going to command top of the tight end market type of money. And so at that point, you're probably factoring in.
How do you compare Jake Ferguson to Dalton Schultz as players?
I think through this, like around this similar time when we were evaluating Schultz as entering the final year of his deal, I think Schultz was a better player. And so, I mean, I think that's kind of where I think Ferguson's upside is better. And had Ferguson not seemingly regressed a little bit last year, and there were a lot of factors involved with it. Yeah. He got hurt game one, his knee. They thought for a second there he might have shredded it, and then they're like, okay, we dodged a bullet there. Then Dak gets hurt. Then he has the concussion issue where he's talking about waking up in the middle of the night crying from head pain or whatever. It was a complicated year.
If he doesn't get hurt, he probably matches the reception total from the year before. He's not coming close to matching the yards, and he got a goose egg in the end zone. Like, he didn't score a touchdown. This time last year, you make the prediction that Jake Ferguson does not get in the end zone, you're getting laughed out of town. But he had 59 catches the year before, 59 catches in 14 games. The year before, he had 71 catches in 17. So he's probably getting 3 catches a game, something like that. If he doesn't get hurt, he's not matching the yards, and he's not matching the touchdowns.
He's going to have,
I think he had some fumble. He had 4 fumbles last year.
He'll get a contract that matches what he wants. I just don't know that it has to be here.
He ain't going to get it from other places if he has last season.
No, not necessarily. I wonder, if the touchdown numbers, how much do they really care about that? Like, isn't that?
But he had 500 yards.
Oh, look, I'm not saying.
At 8.4 catch.
Yeah, I'm not saying a great year. Obviously, without the quarterback, that changes a lot of things.
Your success rate, receiving success rate, as the statistic is defined on Pro Football Reference, is a successful reception gains at least 40% of the yards required to get a first down on first down, 60% of the yards on second, and 100% on third or fourth. So Jake Ferguson's success rate his first 3 years has been 63.6, 55.9, and then last year he was 39.5% success rate on his receptions. That is really, really, and it's actually factored in with targets too, so any miss or drop or anything. But everything went down sharply last year. Banged up, obviously, quarterback hurt. But it at least caused people to wonder about where his stock was entering this year. And yesterday, it was just interesting to note that it's the first time in the 4 weeks of practices we've seen in the offseason that Jake Ferguson was working with the second team. Could be you're trying to get Brevin Spanford some more reps. And, hey, let's get you caught up here. Luke Schoonmaker, they've got a question about him and how they're going to view him moving forward. They could be looking at it and saying, we need Luke Schoonmaker to get these reps right now. But for Schoonmaker and Ferguson to get a lot of these reps instead of Ferguson, and for Ferguson to kind of be swapped out at times, it was odd. And it didn't seem right away like it was just you're a good team guy. It just seemed like almost we're looking at some different things. So I thought that was interesting out of practice yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer, this is Cut 10, Peyton. Brian Schottenheimer was talking yesterday with the press, and he had talked about the idea of these practices and how little you can learn, because people were like, look, you're bringing them out here. What's the point of it? What is the point of an OTA practice if you can't even really do anything? So this is Brian Schottenheimer talking about...
Sounds like RJ Choppy.
Yeah, it does. This is Brian Schottenheimer talking about what can really be learned from these type of practices.
We go above and beyond, myself, the coordinators, the position coaches, of showing them what you can and can't do. It's about moving your feet, maximizing your hand usage, and a lot of it we say it's competitive, not combative. You can't have combative drills and combative things. We don't throw players down. We don't torque guys. We stay away from the quarterback in the 3-yard quarterback halo. It's educational. You're teaching these guys how to practice, and the reason they want to practice the right way is if you can show that you can be ready and prepared to go play in a real football game without having to wear pads, then you're going to reward those guys when the season gets longer and you're into the latter months and it's November and December and things like that.
And so that's the thing where when you look at him talking about the structure of what they're trying to do, and look, if you're learning how to practice a certain way, and if you're showing us certain things and we develop more trust, it should probably similarly be viewed when we're talking about the Ferguson stuff in that context of, if Brevin Spanford's shown things the right way, they may be willing to just give him, hey, let's give you a day, take some of these reps. If Luke Schoonmaker, they're trying to figure out if they can trust him, they may be saying, let's give you some of these reps, see if you are learning and picking this up the way you need to. And generally, you don't want to swap out the quarterback. You're not as concerned about some of those other things. But obviously, they'll rotate receivers. They'll rotate other spots. It's just the offensive line, the running back, and the quarterback have kind of been this one focus. It's not been as frequently that you've seen some of the tight end movement, so I do wonder if there's just some level of evaluation going on there about his future. All right, so yesterday I took note of something at practice that I'd never seen before, just at Cowboys practice in general, but I hadn't noticed yet with Shoddy. And I'd asked some of the other beat members, I was like, hey, have you guys noticed this each week? And they're like, yeah, he's been doing it the last 2 weeks or so. So Jason Garrett used to walk up to every player during the stretch lines. At practice, during the games, he'd walk up to every single player, pat him on the back, say something to him, just kind of go up and down the line. Dan Quinn would do that before games a lot of times. Go up and down the line, talk to even offensive players, even though he's the defensive coordinator. What I've never seen, and again, as we talk about culture and the way that they approach things, what I've never seen, and I don't know if this was just something voluntary they did or if it was an instruction of like, I want you guys to do this. Every single assistant coach and Brian Schottenheimer walk the entire stretch line for that 15 minutes talking to every single player. And not just patting them on the back or hitting them on the shoulder like, hey, let's have a good day of practice. They are in large part. Clayton Adams is stopping the offensive coordinator and he's talking to Marshawn Nealand for like a minute. Connor Riley, the offensive line coach, is leaning down and patting Donovan Wilson on the shoulders and putting a word in his ear. Like, they're having all the coaches basically talk to, for some amount of time, these players, whether they're in their position group, whether they're on their side of the ball or not, and are trying to get them connected to that. Now, you, Chop, I know you're not typically a culture guy or haven't been a culture guy. You want this one?
That's right. What I was. Yeah, I want this one.
You want to have at it?
I've been surprised at your restraint and your patience, that you have not had your eyes roll out the 75 to get hit by Kelvin Joseph.
Oh boy!
To sit here and not destroy all this culture stuff that they went up and down the warm-up line, and Bobby's fallen in love with how many times Schottenheimer blinks during a press conference and doing Greek dancing and doing TikTok prank calls. I can't believe that you have you've held your tongue this much.
Well, a couple things. I've learned that Bobby is no different than Fox News and MSNBC. He will only tell the story at CNN too. Only tell the story that he wants told. He will not tell.
But we're all doing it. We're all falling in love with the culture.
Cool. Right. Great.
I can tell that story because I have eyes on it and I go every day. But continue.
That's fine. But you went. You could also hide the warts. You know, you hid the good things on McCarthy. So I don't even listen when you talk. So I
wasn't meaning for this to be a Bobby attack.
I'd like to push back on that. What do you think I hit about McCarthy?
I mean, anything good that he did. Surely all you talk about is the bad stuff. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
You don't know. Okay, all right, good. So then invalidated.
That's the point. Like, it's impossible that a guy who was here with 3 straight 12-win seasons didn't do anything good.
But Bobby attack aside.
Yeah.
All those Schottenheimer stories that all the media is falling in love with.
I think the culture stuff is largely, if you want to be truthful, I think culture is largely garbage. Bill Belichick didn't go down the line and talk to players. They won.
But did
6
they have a
Super Bowls.
culture? They had a culture. It just wasn't patty cake.
It wasn't patty cake. Yeah.
It was shut your mouth, It's us. It's military. This is your role. You're out of here. There's different types of culture.
Right. That's true. We are at the. We're not even a month to training camp. There's nothing to be negative about. There's nothing to complain about.
Yeah.
The culture's good. It doesn't mean anything.
Do you think it makes it? Do you think it would make a difference at all on Luka's baseball team if the coaches were going up to each of them like ahead of the start of the game and they were just spending a second, just like, "Hey, Luka, how's things? Did you and your dad do this last week? Oh, that's good." Blah, blah. Do you think that creates any sort of an environment with that sort of consistency that makes them all play tighter together?
Because one of your teams has a toxic culture.
Oh, they're very toxic. One of the teams is very toxic.
Are they good?
No, that's not the culture though. So I'll give you an example with Luka. Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. The team he was on before, he had been on since they were 4 years old. Parents all were friends. The kids were friends. They all wanted to play together. They loved each other. The new team he's on is very transactional. It is very serious. It is, what can you do for me today? No loyalty, none of that. And they're much better.
And talent will definitely,
because it's serious. It's serious.
Talent will evaluate or will elevate you over certain things, and culture can still be rigidity and discipline. It's a type of culture or whatever else. What I'm saying is that for a team that clearly had two of their best players last year, Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence, that did not like each other, and for players that have not liked each other, that sounds more like the recipe for what they need right now is bonding and cohesion more than anything else. Speaking of Micah Parsons, he was out there at practice yesterday and not participating. Did show up, though, and was talking to Jerry Jones for quite a long time. Had about 30 minutes of conversation with him. Looked very jovial, very, very light. Didn't look very serious or intense. So cut 23 here, Peyton. Micah, what did you and Jerry exactly talk about?
We were talking about how my off-season's been, the training I've been putting in, and he told me I looked pretty good, so I got excited about that. Asked me about the trip I just went on, and it was a pretty good conversation. And then obviously just stepping up and being a leader, how much he appreciates I'm here, and that means a lot to me.
How hopeful are you to get a deal done before you go to Oxnard?
I'm pretty hopeful. I'm still, hanging tight. Like, I understand it's up to him, and he gives the green light on everything. So hopefully something's done, by next month.
And Micah says, deal done or not, he will be in Oxnard. Just may not be practicing.
Moving below to 9 o'clock today because of the breaking news that the Mavs are keeping Jason Kidd. They rejected the New York Knicks' request to talk to your head coach. So the Knicks are 0-4-3. Let's hook you up for being a Tolo.
She was like, oh my God, this is my song.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The loaded 9 o'clock hour continues, and he should be in a fantastic mood. We go out to Minnesota on the Fancam, Twitch, and YouTube for Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. After the 16 runs scored last night, Brett Boone joins us next on the Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and direct attorneys in Dallas.
0-1. Swinging a drive, deep right field. Wallner's not even moving. This one's way out of here. Evan Carter with a blast to straightaway right. It's his third of the season, his second in as many games, and the Rangers are in double figures, leading 10-3.
What a perfect morning to have on the hitting coach of the Texas Rangers, live from Minnesota on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, Brett Boone, with his weekly Wednesday visit on 105.3 The Fan.
This isn't it refreshing to be able to come on after a win, a big win. You know, we could save the hate mail for next week.
Yes. What was the difference? What has been the difference recently? Bob, did you say it's third straight with 8+ hits?
Third straight
game?
Yeah, at least 8 hits. They're putting the ball in play, man.
I mean, look at this roster. I mean, these guys are good. They're good. They were the best hitting team in baseball 2 years ago. I know it's been the last year and a half. It's kind of, for whatever reason, everybody kind of got on the same program. But, you know, just the short time that I've been here, I see guys like a Marcus Semien, and what a great career he's had. For the first couple of weeks, I could feel for him because I know what it's like to be in that situation where you can't get a hit. Now Simeon's been our hottest player. Getting Seager back and him scuffling like he's not used to scuffling in the last week or so. It was great to see him have some good at bats yesterday because let's be honest, he's a huge part. The middle of that lineup, you drop a Seager in there, and to see him swinging better. Adoli seems to be coming around a little bit. He's made a few tweaks to his swing and had some really good at bats last night. Up and down. Well, last night in general was great. Evan Carter swinging the bat great the last couple of days. The role players, have been doing a great job. Sam Haggerty, whenever he's been inserted, he seems like he's kind of a spark plug for that offense. So, and the pitching's been there all year. I talk about the defense. The defense is as good as anybody in baseball. We're getting a little healthier in the bullpen. You're going to see some guys in the next 2-3 weeks to a month. You're going to see some more guys added to that rotation. So I see as the summer goes on, these guys are too good to be to hit the way they've hit as far as ranking in Major League Baseball. There's a ton of talent on that roster. Berger in the middle of that lineup is always dangerous to hit a home run. I don't want to leave anybody out, but watching last night, I told him, I said, my kids, you really made Dad proud tonight. That's a pleasure to watch. That's a pleasure to watch. And it really is. I have to constantly remind him, remember this. You're some of the best hitters on earth, and you're here for a reason. Because all of us, at different phases of our careers, different times in our careers, as much as we're very confident people, man, we're just as vulnerable as anybody else when things go south. I can't tell you how many times I've sat at home in a hotel room and thought, am I ever going to hit again? And 100 out of 100 times that I sat in that hotel room, I came out of it. And I just have to keep reassuring these guys, it's going to happen. There's too much talent in this room. And last night was a fun one. Get back to, but we get back to business today, try to win a series. And then if you can win a series, then you get greedy and you try to go for the sweep, but one at a time.
Brett, Seager and Simeon, obviously established vets. You played, right, but you're still relatively new to this team and role. How do you go to a Corey Seager, who we even heard when he first came here, kind of has his own hitting guy, as many people do? How do you go to a Marcus Simeon, being new and being like, hey, here's what I think you should do?
Well, Marcus and myself have a lot in common. We have pretty darn similar career paths, and we're both second basemen, so we have that kind of in common. And actually, Simeon's probably one of the guys I'm closest to on the team. So that's been a real easy dialogue with me and Marcus from the very get-go. Seager, he's kind of his own guy. He's the guy that has his own program, and I think if you look at his body of work, you can't really critique it. Kind of, hey, this works for you. And I'm a big proponent of that. This is the big leagues. These are men. These are big boys. These aren't people you have to babysit. And what works for one doesn't work for the masses. I don't think there's one rule for everybody. As long as you show up at 7 o'clock and bring the mail, I don't care what you do. I had a Braves team in 1999 I was a part of, and Chipper Jones, who I love, Chipper Jones, one of the greatest players I ever played with. And for 3/4 of the season, he didn't get out of his underwear until he went down to the cage to hit. He never hit on the field. He never stretched on the field. He never played catch on the field. And he would appear in the dugout at about 7:02 for a 7:05 game. He'd warm up his arm in the cage. He'd do his routine, and he won the MVP. And I remember telling my teammates, I said, I don't care what Chipper does. I don't care if I see him. If he keeps showing up at 7:02 in that dugout and bringing it like he does, do whatever you want, Chipper. Keep doing that. And that's what the big leagues is about. Everybody, there is a sense of team and camaraderie. But it's a bunch of individual guys doing their job that makes the team great. And with Seager, he's got his plan, and like I said, his body of work is pretty impressive. He's when healthy and when swinging the bat the way he can, he's definitely one of the best players in all the game.
Brett Boone joining us here, 105 through the Fan. Okay, so last night they were talking, on the broadcast, and they're sitting there like, oh, Seager, he's open. His stance is a little bit more open today, or some other days it's not. What is the process for a hitter, like game to game, where it's like, I might just go a little bit more open that day? Is it the other pitcher? Is it just how they feel in BP?
It could, for me, I was pretty standard. What I went with was what I went with. Now with 2 strikes, I changed my approach and I'd spread out, and it was much different. But other than 2 strikes, I pretty much stayed the same. The only way I'd fluctuate a little bit is if I was facing a lefty, I'd maybe get up on the plate and up in the box. And I could kind of hang out over the plate and get away with more because it was a left hand and everything was coming into me. Nothing's going away from me. So that's the only time I'd make an adjustment. But I played with guys that move around, and one day they're up on their toe hitting. Next day they're flat-footed. One day they're neutral with a stance. The next day they're slightly open. A month from now they're slightly closed. Now you don't change significantly. To the naked eye it kind of looks the same, but I've noticed that with Seager, sometimes he'll have a more neutral stance, and sometimes he'll kick that front foot back to get him in position. It could have something to do with the pitcher, could have something to do with the way he's feeling in the cage. These are all things that crazy hitters like we mess with and tinker with.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. So, Brett, Bocha talked about on Sunday, he gave Wyatt Langford the day off. He's like, he's an emotional player, kind of just needed a good reset for a couple days with the Monday off day as well. Obviously comes out last night, has the home run, looks good. How big are those reset mental days for hitters when they're in a slump?
I think they're great, and I try to explain that. Marcus Semien, he never wants a day off ever, and that's the one thing I respect the most about Marcus is the ability to post in a day and age where everybody doesn't post. Marcus Semien posts good, bad, and different, and I have a lot of respect for guys like that. But a reset, sometimes we don't even know what's good for us. I know as a player, I would dread having a day off, and as I became a veteran player, managers would come to me and say, Booney, we're going to give you a day off, Thursday on a Monday. I'd already start getting pissed about it. Say, no, you're not giving me a day off on Thursday. Now, fast forward a few years, looking back, they're better for you than I think there's more positive to negative. And it's not, we're going to sit you for, sometimes you just got to let your brain detox and just sit down. And every time a guy gets a day off, I'll look at him, I'll go, enjoy watching a big league contest today, and hopefully you don't have to go pinch hit, because sometimes when I had a day and it was a mental day to just kind of get the angst out and just watch a big league game, you can get a lot from that. So I think they're definitely healthy in the long run. Take your shots and have a seat once in a while, even though the mentality of a Wyatt Langford is, no, I play every day. He's a young 23-year-old. I call him like a bull. He's strong like a bull. And he's kind of learning on the job. I told Wyatt the other day, I said, you were too good to go in the minor leagues. So you're kind of learning at the big league level. And that's what he's doing. Not too many guys have the ability to just kind of come out of college, play a few games in the minor leagues, and now you're playing at the big league level. That's what he's doing. So it was great to see him have that day off, come back, hit that big home run last night. For Wyatt, we talk about it all the time. He's just got to get his load down. His hands stay very still, but when he gets them moving, man, he's something. I think Wyatt Langford's going to learn by trial and error, and he's going to be when he's good already, but when he really figures it out, I think he's going to be one of those perennial MVP candidates.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us off the 17-hit output last night and the 16-4 beatdown of the Twins every Wednesday here on Sean and RJ. I want to hear, you mentioned Semien, I want to hear a little bit more about the relationships that you've established with who, and what can you just kind of tell us about some of the guys that you've clicked with so far? Give our audience a little insight into some of their favorite players' personalities.
Yeah, Marcus he's a pro. He comes to the ballpark. He's got a good personality. We get to a point where he'll give me a little crap. I'll give him a little crap. So we have a really good relationship. Evan Carter I love talking to Evan. I love talking to the young guys about how to prepare each and every game, each and every at bat. And Evan will come to me in between at bats and say, Booney, okay, he did this to me at first about, what do you think? And I'll say, this is what I would think if this happened. So he's kind of learning he's picking my brain about that. And I love, that's kind of my passion is preparing for the game from a mental perspective. I really do enjoy all these guys. Like, I really like them. And when I kid around and say my kids, there's a part of me that really feels like they are. I get so emotional when I watch them play because I want so much good for them, and I see the work they put in the cage every day. But they've all been great. I really like Josh Smith. He's kind of a psycho like me. I call him the psycho because he's always he wants to be perfect with his swing. I went through a phase in my life, in my hitting, where everything had to be perfect. My hand. So Josh is like that. Wyatt's he just wants to hit. I have to tell him sometimes, Wyatt, we can't hit this much. We got 162 games, and I'm planning on going to the postseason. I know you're 23, and I know you're strong, but I got to keep you a little bit fresh. So the challenge with Wyatt is getting him out of the cage, but he's a great guy. Jonah Heim, he's just as laid back as you could possibly be. Really love him. Higgy is hilarious. He's funny. He's got something for me every day, and he's a real thinker. He likes to think the game. So we're always talking chess match, because him being a catcher too. How are the other hitters? There's just, I can go up and down the list. I really like Berger. I'll talk to him every day, and I'll say, Bergie, how we feeling today? Booney, I've done pretty good in this yard. Berger's the type of guy who'll come over to your house and he'll cook dinner for you. He's that type of guy. He's great. All the guys, I can't. Josh Young, he's great. right now he's been going through a tough little span, but last night he gets 2 huge hits, 4 RBIs. That sometimes will let you sleep at night. So I don't want to leave anybody out. There's so many guys. Adolis, love Adolis. I remember coming here and say, hey, Dolly, in 23, I remember watching you and how dynamic you were, all those home runs you hit in the postseason. I think I mentioned it earlier on the show. I said, you were like Superman. I was watching you. You were like Superman. I said, we got to get that cape back on.
Yeah.
So I really enjoy these guys. I love coming to the ballpark and just seeing what's going to happen today. And hopefully a lot more days like yesterday will happen going forward.
Tremendous answer. Thank you so much for joining us again with the awesome stuff. Great performance last night. Let's keep it rolling.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is, the Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. Game 2 against the Twins tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's react with KNC to the breaking news that Jason Kidd is staying. And who has Indiana winning tonight? Crosstalk is next.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The breaking news about 1 hour ago.
Is it that Corey got an email that said Office Purge Day?
Is it from Odyssey?
Oh, man. Oh.
It's
One day
within.
murder is legal in this building.
No. It looks like we're going to declutter and organize, not purging people.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything up here that comes to mind first that would need to be decluttered or organized? I feel like things are
The
looking...
mailbox.
Yeah, the mailbox.
Does anybody use that?
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, not consistently. I just keep like time off sheets in there, run sheets. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that because now everyone's going to steal my time off sheets.
I got a template. You'll be fine.
Well,
it was cluttered over. Like I don't know, there was like some of the stuff was laying around the studio. It's been like organized a little bit, and I think the Peyton studio got organized recently, so I think we're good.
Plus, we're getting ready for the big move at some point this year.
what?
So it's gonna. We talked about this. It's in the newspapers.
It's in the newspapers?
It's in the papers.
Yeah.
The breaking news about an hour ago, the Dallas Mavericks rejected the New York Knicks' request to interview and speak with Jason Kidd. So the Jason Kidd saga is now over. He is staying here as Mavs coach. What do you think? What did you think was going to happen?
So this is kind of what I thought was going to happen because I get the feeling that whether it was when they called Minnesota or the Mavericks that it started off with, all right.
And Houston rejected New York.
Yes. So what are you going to give us if we let you eventually have Jason Kidd? And they're like, what do you mean? No, we're just going to take him for nothing. And then the teams were all like, okay, then no. Hang up the phone.
Yeah.
Like,
What was the compensation New York had that would have made you? First off, were you okay with Jason leaving, and did you have a replacement in mind, unlike the Knicks?
Sean Sweeney was what we kind of kicked around yesterday, but the Knicks have the potential for a first-round draft pick next year, although I know it has some protections on it that would probably break it down into 2 seconds, but even that I think I would be fine with.
With 2 seconds?
Yeah, just because you have so little draft compensation like of your own because of all the wheeling and dealing that I would listen to that.
Corey, what did you think and want to happen?
I wanted to keep Kidd. I like his connection with Kyrie. I like his connection with the vision that he has with Nico about the defense that they want to play, the style that they want to play. He's already had all this in mind, so I didn't want the continuity to go out the window. So I wanted to keep him around, and I never thought he was going to go anywhere. I was like, this is ridiculous. The Knicks are just going to kick the door open and do what LA did with Luka and just take him from us.
Are the Knicks the same as the Stars in their head coaching searches and maybe not having an answer? Do you always have to have the answer before you make the move, or you can justify saying, I know this isn't right, we'll figure it out?
See, that's
it's like the quarterback decision.
That's what I think is the last part of what you just said. But I think a lot of people feel the other way. I feel that way about the Cowboys when they would talk about like going back to re-signing Dak or whatever. They're like, what are you going to do instead? And I was like, I don't necessarily think that part matters if you know what you're doing is 100% not going to work. It's great if you do have a plan, but sometimes if you're like, this isn't going to work, it's never going to work, it's okay to move on.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we got Bruce Bochy joining the show today at 12:30. We'll talk to him about
think.
What do you mean?
Last couple weeks.
Oh yeah, he has been missing.
He mad at you guys?
I think he's mad at the offense, and then so he's taking it out
Not
on us.
yesterday.
Yeah, so
this should be a great day to call it.
That's the thing. The last couple of weeks, they've lost the day before, and we've been like, oh, man, and not even scored runs. So we were like, we don't even know. And he's like, I don't want to talk to you guys. I hate you. And also, FC Dallas head coach Eric Quill will join us at 1:30 today.
Who has the strongest feeling about Game 3 tonight and who's going to win? Now, Bobby, Choppy, and Corey picked a longer series. Kevin and I went shorter. And you're raising your hand that you have the strongest feeling.
I think Oklahoma City is going to win. I think they're going to win comfortably. You can look back at the first two games, though I know obviously they were in Oklahoma City, and the Thunder are clearly the better team, and they're the better team by quite a large margin. And if not for a fluky last 2.5 minutes, people would be asking if this could be a sweep.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Stars series against Edmonton, where they kind of had a window where they came back and won it all.
That is a good comparison.
And then, but the more dominant team, the better team kind of showed. I still think that Rick Carlisle is a really good coach and can win another game. I think he can win another one.
I didn't have a strong feeling on it until I just heard Hagee be so dismissive of the Indiana Pacers. Yeah. And so now I think Indiana's going to win. I did have a confident feeling Indiana's winning one of these next two. That I was certain. Okay. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow. I have zero doubt it's going to be 2-2, though.
I would love to see that,
and then I think Oklahoma City wraps
like
it up.
Series on. But even then, like if it's 2-2 going into Game 5, I'd be like, all
Doesn't
right.
it change it at all, though, that like we can talk about they were clearly the better team and all those sort of things, though, that it was in OKC. OKC doesn't lose to, like, they had lost one game at home to an Eastern Conference team the last year and a half, and they blew it.
I think that's fair, but if you just look at a lot of their dominant run, is they've had a lot of success outside of Denver on the road as well.
I think Indy wins tonight. They're plus 5.5, and that's the you got to lay the juice,
sure,
to take it,
especially if you think they even might win. That's a lot of points.
Yeah, and so you got to lay 115 to win 100 on the 5.5. Yeah. That's the favorite is that Indy covers. Bobby's right. They're gonna split in Indy, and then they'll go back, and then it's gonna wind up being OKC in Game 5, Indy Game 6, and OKC in Game 7.
Ooh,
Josh Clark.
Ruben, by the way, coming in with the note. Oklahoma City fan Ruben saying, just so you guys know, Pacers haven't won a Game 3 this entire playoff run. So here's that little fact out there.
Josh Clark sent me this from the Knicks Athletic Reporter. I've gathered that this is after the news comes out of kid request rejected. I've gathered that the Knicks' pursuit might not stop with the official denial of permission. What the heck? What does that mean?
Okay, great. Well, he's
might
under
not
contract, so unless you come back to the table with compensation, good luck.
That means the Knicks are under the impression Jason Kidd doesn't want to be here. And that they think that just them saying no is not enough, because if Jason Kidd doesn't want to be there, then he doesn't have to be there.
Even with the denial, the Knicks could still offer a trade package that Dallas decides it can't refuse.
See?
Is what he
That's what I just said,
added.
yeah.
There's just been no indication that Kidd wants to leave. Or that Dallas wants Kidd to leave.
This whole permission thing is such garbage. There's zero chance that the Knicks haven't been in contact with Jason's agent.
That's probably fair.
There's zero chance.
It's just like free agency before we had the dead period, and you're like,
is Jason's agent Rich Paul?
I do believe so.
Oh.
So, like, obviously there's been maybe some...
Jeff Schwartz, my bad.
Who?
Jeff Schwartz of
the offensive lineman. Yeah, very nice. There's obviously been communication back and forth, you would think.
Yeah.
If they're taking this test. I mean, a no is not really a no. It's not really a no.
Or they know Jason wants the job.
I don't think you should mark that, no.
Or that Jason wants the job. Like, why would you continue to persist?
I mean, I could see that. Like, it's obviously one of the more marquee jobs.
Yeah, I mean, look, he literally has done this exact same pattern before with his free agency and the Knicks.
Yes.
He was supposed to come back to Dallas and then back channel communications when, no, just kidding, I'm leaving in free agency for the Knicks, y'all. And so, I mean, he's done this before.
Also, a report from The Athletic that Jason did not much enjoy being the public face and spokesperson for the Luka deal.
Yeah, I'll bet he did.
That's a little gutless on Nico's
GM
part.
out here.
What's going to happen in New York, though?
Well, yeah, because Leon doesn't talk and neither does Dolan.
Yeah, and New York media is relentless. That'll be even worse. That was one time that something wild like that happened. New York, something wild happens all the time.
Elon has kind of apologized to the president 7 hours ago on Twitter. I regret some of my posts about President real Donald Trump last week. They went too far.
I'm still getting rid of my Tesla. I'm getting rid of it. It was in support of Elon. It is no more, okay?
Isn't the Tesla for sale? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he called
that one.
How is it listed? Like, does someone go out and draw the price on the windows and marker like the
50,000 OBO?
Yeah,
a little or best offer.
Put it on. Give me the VIN.
Whose apology was more sincere to you? Is it Elon Musk or Simone Biles?
I haven't followed Simone like Choppy.
Oh, that got uncomfortable.
Go ahead.
That was a bad look for her.
So, all right, I guess the story started with, so you know who Riley Gaines is. Riley Gaines is the swimmer.
Is the alter ego of Garth Brooks.
That's Chris Gaines.
Okay. I'm sorry.
There were a couple good songs.
That's good.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Riley made a post because there was a Minnesota or Minneapolis area girls softball team that won a title, and there was a trans woman on the team. And she made, obviously, a post. She's very big in the anti-trans in sports activism. Simone Biles clapped back at her, called her sick. And then Riley went back at her and said, you'd be completely irrelevant if they allowed biological men in your sport.
I think what really hurts Simone, too, is she told Riley Gaines, you should pick on people your own size, which ironically would be men.
Right. And that was the one that was like the end. That's where everybody was like, okay, now we've gone too far. We've gotten personal here. And then you see Riley posted videos of like her getting measured by her boyfriend or whatever. She's like, I'm 5'5", like something like that. And then Simone had a very long apology. It was one of those like notes apps
to Riley
on social media. To Riley,
over like
it was kind of to Riley.
Yeah. In general,
did she change her opinion on the subject matter?
No, she just addressed, which I get. She addressed the personal nature of
it. Was like a Ryan Clark apology to RG3.
RG3, especially since, obviously Simone Biles has complained multiple times about being body shamed and stuff. She's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done that one.
So that was the crux of it. Like it got pretty ugly. It got pretty ugly. And then you had people
say what you got to say, Bobby.
I don't have anything to say. I have nothing to say on this subject. I know nothing about it. I think everybody should. I don't know how I'm supposed to say the words that normal people say. I have nothing to say.
It was one of those apologies that was long that people usually comment, congratulations or I'm sorry for whatever happened, but I'm not reading all of that.
Okay. I think now would be a good time to go to the next show. That would
That's
be
us.
the
Yeah, thanks.
KNC Masterpiece. Yes. Next, Home 105 through. Remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Somebody asked, can't Jason Kidd quit if he really wants to leave for New York? No, because he is under contract, and basically you can quit and just not be involved in basketball as a head coach or maybe at all.
Okay.
And so, unfortunately, that would not work for him. But look, it comes down to this. If you get the right compensation, I'm sure the Mavericks would listen. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And you have the famous Alec Medford and his sidekick. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How are we today?
Who's the sidekick? I don't
you should know that.
Jet. Is that
correct?
It? Bam! Look at that.
I'm proud of you.
I'm not
for
Mike.
That.
But yeah, well, good for us that we have a sidekick in here today, man. That's awesome. Kevin, I'm wearing shorts today.
Good job.
Breaking news.
Yeah, that's I wore shorts yesterday.
You have to hit the sounder.
These shorts are more comfortable than the shorts I wore yesterday, though.
Mhm.
So that's thing number one. Thing number two, traffic's bad because of the rain.
Hold on. I'll pause you on thing number one, even though you already said thing number two. Yep. Do you want to tell everyone your dream outfit?
Yes.
For coming up to work? And I think you should just start wearing that anyway.
Wake up, put swimsuit on, get into pool, come into work in swimsuit, maybe a tank top and some flip-flops. By the way, got a tank top at Walmart yesterday for $4. Best tank top I've ever had in my life. I'm not even a tank top guy. I'm not McAfee. I don't walk around like Pat McAfee's being like, I got to show off the kind of guns that I built over. No, but I do like the ability to feel almost naked. All right, that's the best feeling in the world. They say that it helps you sleep better, which is why I sleep naked. And they say the
Don't worry about
scientists, the ones that conduct the studies. Whoever New Study is, whatever company that is, New Study says is what we're always hearing. So I just assume those people.
Okay.
9 out of 10 dentists.
Yeah.
Okay, but what is preventing that? This is not like a really nicely dressed office.
This is true.
Well, I guess I should just say our station. I don't want to throw any shade at other people in the office.
I'll be honest, man. I don't
great.
know what is preventing that. I really should spend more time in swimsuits up here. And that's probably, it would be even cooler to have a little kiddie pool kind of over here with some sand, a little lawn chair or something. That'd be nice and feel more comfortable. Maybe we can do that in the next studio.
Alec, what do you think about the idea of Corey setting up his summer guest lounge? And anytime we have somebody come in, instead of waiting in the prep room, they just sit by the kiddie pool where apparently there's also
Sip a Mai
sand.
Tai.
I don't really know how that's going to work. What do you think about this idea?
I kind of like the image of, Brandon Hurtado making his random stops up here, and he's just, sitting in the kiddie pool kicking his feet while we're talking about, like, Dak Prescott, how he looks at training camp or
Drink
something.
a margarita, no salt on the margarita is what I'm going to say there. But yeah, man, I would you not be like, this is my place? This is my
believe it
little
or
piece of
not.
paradise.
Believe it or not, I support this idea.
See?
I don't know if management will support it, but I support this
We should
idea.
ask 877-881-1053. What's the coolest thing you've set up in your office?
Ooh, that is a good question.
I wasn't for you. That was for the Tolos.
Okay. So Tolos, you can answer that. In the meantime, the Rangers offense, thanks to Sean and RJ and Brett Boone, is back. Now, I know we've had a lot of these where I've mocked the Rangers offense and said, hey, let's play all their hits. And it was one hit. This time, I can play cuts 1 through 11 to highlight the Rangers' offensive dominance. Corey, what number would you like?
Let's go with the Evan Carter. Let's go with
That's not a
number 6.
All right.
On the fan.
Swinging a drive, deep right field. Wallner's not even moving. This one's way out of here. Evan Carter with a blast to straightaway right. It's his 3rd of the season, his 2nd in as many games, and the Rangers are in double figures, leading 10-3.
Alec, I think you'll agree with me on this. The reason why that didn't work straight away is because the question I posed to Corey was, or I guess the statement, give me a number. And he responded by saying Evan Carter. Now, Alec, is Evan Carter a number?
Don't think so. We could ask him if he wants to be
Number
a
one in our hearts.
Yeah.
Let's give Corey one more shot. Okay. Do you think we should? All right.
Yeah, he needs to redeem himself.
Pick a number between 1 and 11 that's not 6.
All right.
To highlight the Rangers' offense.
Let's go with the Langford 7.
You don't understand this game at all.
Yeah.
I guess
Wyatt, that's blasted to deep left field. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking at the pole. That ball is history. Every Ranger has a hit now as Langford hits a tremendous home run down the left field line, and the Rangers lead 11-4.
Dude, this was one of those really fun games to watch, obviously, because the Rangers are scoring a lot of runs.
Right.
But it was, double after double after double. It was guys understanding what their role was. I don't have to go up there and hit a home run every time I'm at the plate. I just need to get up there and give my guys a chance. And who did that? The back part of the order. The back part of the order started the game off hot. Adolis Garcia and Higashioka go up there, and they're like, hey, we're going to hit doubles. We're going to score some runs. And then Josh Young gets up in a big moment. There was that moment where Corey Seager rounded second base and was going to third, and I was like, please don't pull a hamstring. My heart was like, please don't get hurt here. And then he didn't steal home whenever the ball was passed, and I was like, it's smart of him not to do that. I don't need him to. I need base to base. That's all I need from him.
Was there a tiny part of you in the moment, because I was watching at that same point, that thought he can't, because he's still hurting from legging it out from first to third?
Probably so. Yeah, there was probably so. But the Josh Young comes through. The team comes through and drives in runs, and that was the big part, man. Simeon had some moments last night, hard hit balls that were just unfortunate, but he looks like his groove is found. That's what I'm going to say. I feel like his groove is found, and the rest of the guys said, we're going to take advantage of this night. Also, good God, did you see that throw from Adolis Garcia off the wall to save a run last night? I know Correa got to third, and he ended up, but the throw out on France at second base was phenomenal. It was a fun game last night, Kevin. I enjoyed it.
It really was. Can I run through a plethora, although somebody did dare us to play all of the audio right here?
Let's go with the Garcia cut.
That's clearly cut 1. That is number 1 on the sheet.
Garcia,
why can't you just say 1?
He has 10 also, so I wanted to make sure I got the right one.
My God. Which is?
Line drive right field. That's a base hit down the line, scooting all the way to the corner. Berger is home, racing around third base. Carter is held up. It's a double for Garcia and a 1-0 Ranger lead in the fourth.
Was nice, though, to see the kids hit the home runs last night.
Yeah.
Langford and Evan Carter get those, while the rest of the crew was like, yeah, we'll just we'll hit some balls around inside the stadium and still put some runs up on the board.
So we have a plethora of positive stats coming from this. And I'm going to start with the people that you just mentioned. Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. Now, I'm going to thank Evan Grant for checking Baseball Reference, and he said, a quick survey of Baseball Reference seems to confirm my belief that this is the first time in their careers, and this is wild to me, that Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter have homered in the same game.
Yeah, feels like they never played together at the same time.
And then you would hope the Rangers would expect that to happen a lot more over the next 5 to 10 years. Let's go to Josh Young. He had his second 4+ RBI game of the season. Let's go back to Evan Carter. He has back-to-back 3-hit games for the first time in his career. You already mentioned Higashioka. He had 5 RBIs last night as things just kept pouring on. And then we get to the team aspect of it. This is the first time the Rangers have had consecutive games with 4+ players having multiple hits since August of last year. All right. And so that's great because, well, first of all, if you have 4 players with multiple hits, that probably means you're pouring on a lot of offense. They've done it in back-to-back games, and that's the first time in 10 months.
Yeah, they are. Somebody said you can't say the Rangers offense is back after one game. That's from Zach in Frisco. I said,
I feel like we didn't.
But I can say that in the last 3 games, they've scored 4+. And last night was 16, so they did that 4 times, essentially. But they're 25-3 whenever they score 4+ runs.
Which,
Which
shows you how amazing that pitching is.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's where we're saying all we got to do is score 4, and we feel pretty comfortable and pretty confident that this team can win a game. So why don't we just draw up the 4-run game plan every game? But
I think we've tried. We've fired people to achieve that, and it still hasn't happened quite yet.
So again, they've in the last 3 games they've done that, and that's a positive step in the direction that they're hoping to go. And hopefully we continue this kind of trend as guys get their confidence back, as they start to. We discussed yesterday with Thad Levine saying hitting is contagious.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Rangers are the opposite of that. Not hitting is also contagious. And so hitting over the last 3 games has been pretty good. Good enough to get the Rangers 4 runs, and that's good enough to get them a lot of wins.
Look, it's going to take more than this, of course, to make me think that the offense is really back, because I was clinging to hope after the St. Louis series that the offense was back, because even though they got shut out in between, they scored 19 runs in those other 2 games. And then what happens? You go to Tampa Bay, and your offense looked kind of better than it had, like, say, against Toronto, but you still ended up getting swept. And then you start off the Washington Nationals series by getting shut out in a game that was an hour and like 56 minutes long. It was incredible how quickly that game was over. So I'm encouraged, not only because your offense picked it up in the rest of this.
Almost everybody had 2 hits last night.
Yes.
Except for 2 players.
It was Wyatt Langford was one of them.
Simeon and Berger were the only ones without 2 hits.
Oh, did Wyatt Langford get 2 hits?
Wyatt Langford had 2 hits out of 6.
All right. Let's go. And then for Corey Seager, we all said it would be fine, but he was 0 for 22, 23 for the month. And not only did he get 2 hits, he had a pair of walks as well. And so we continue to talk about him getting on base. So I'm encouraged that hopefully you're moving in the right direction. But look, you're going to have to roll through the rest of Minnesota, Chicago, Kansas City, probably even Pittsburgh until you're like, hey, okay, I see your offense.
Yeah, and if Valley's going to give up 4 runs every outing, we have some problems now, obviously.
Okay.
He looked really good last night. There were a couple of moments that slipped, but he had some moments where I was like, man, he has a sharp pitch going on right now.
I thought he looked really good in the first 3 innings. And then I thought he showed flashes. There is even a pitch, I'm pretty sure it was Mike, who was like, holy crap, that is nasty.
And it seemed like that pitch would be nasty, and then the next pitch would hang inside a little too much, and then it would be gone. And yeah, Mike was talking about that last night. I know Eric Nadell was as well, but there would be times where it would look like he's found a little bit of a groove, and then one mistake, maybe he got a little comfortable, maybe too much of a lead. And Kevin, we talked about this plenty of times with pitchers. When you have a lead like that, you do feel like you can attack the strike zone and have a little more comfort, which sometimes turns into challenge pitches, which sometimes land in the stands.
And I think that's probably why he went back out in the 6th. I thought his 4th and 5th inning were kind of clunky. But he came out in the 6th, and I was like, oh, good for you. And then Wallner sent a ball flying out of the park, and you're like, oh, well, that might be the end of his day. But then there was no one in the bullpen, because even at that point, I was like 10-3, 10-4. And so they were like, all right, let's get somebody in the bullpen. He obviously didn't finish out the inning. But I want to talk about another thing from the game last night. Did you guys see the great Jared Sandler? And then it took a couple hours. Did you see the response from Mike Bassick?
I caught it at the last second. So basically all I saw was Jared was holding a ball and he threw it to a kid.
Okay.
And I was like, good on you. That's 2 times that I've seen. Now, I've seen Kevin do that. You went and chased a ball down at spring training and went and found a kid to give it to. And then Jared did that, and I was like, this is how it should be for baseball.
Absolutely. So Jared, and he talked about it if you didn't see or listen to the post game right here on the Fan, you really should have, because it was tremendous. And so Jared was like locked in on his computer, and he said, look, he said in the post, I violated the rule of, like getting carried away in my laptop and not like looking at the action at that particular minute. And so some people in the press box yelled, look out. And he just kind of like ducked and covered, like the old nuclear bomb drill that people used to do.
Like Bishel whenever Corey.
He was looking slightly down, and it looked murderous rampage.
Oh, no.
Luckily, that didn't happen. And also, in case you missed it in our crosstalk discussion, luckily the Mavericks have denied the ability for the Knicks to talk to Jason Kidd, much like Houston made the same denial, and I think Minnesota made the same denial for their head coaches. And so either the Knicks will move on to something else, or they'll realize we have to give up some draft compensation if we're going to make any of these things happen.
Maybe there's more to this discussion when I ask this question. Do you think the Mavericks laughed when they got the request?
No, I don't. I wasn't kidding in crosstalk. This is how I think it went down. The Knicks make the call, and the Mavericks ask, okay, if this were to all work out, what are you offering to get Jason Kidd? And I think the Knicks were like, well, no, we just want to talk to him and maybe have him as our Knicks head coach. And the Mavericks are like, well, he's under contract, so if you're not offering anything, no deal. I think it went exactly like that.
Is there a coach in sport let's say start with the NBA that would not happen? That a team wouldn't say, what's your compensation?
I mean, I feel like the Pacers are probably pretty.
Rick Carlisle, they'd be like, they'd laugh and say, "We're fine."
Yeah, I can't envision a team just letting him go.
Okay. Except for the Mavericks did it a while back.
Right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey wants to watch the Tolos meltdown.
I do.
By presenting the top 25 most dynamic college football players of the past 25 years. Get ready, get set, and maybe get angry. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
be, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Leiter gives the ball to Bush. He bounces in there for daylight, and he's got a first down. He breaks loose. It's a foot race down the sidelines. Bush is down to the 5 and scores as he somersaults into the end zone.
Oh, Dr. Reddy Bush with a touchdown rumble. So, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong. You have devised this segment to burn things to the ground.
All right, so in my notes on our, because we do have a shared email conversation. In my notes, it says, want to watch the world burn? Throw this out there and nobody will agree on the top 5, let alone the top 25. And my reason being is for two things. A, everyone does love a list.
Sure.
CA established that many, many years ago.
I agree.
And nobody agrees on lists. Everybody loves them, but nobody will agree on them. But now you take the most toxic group, and that is college football fans. Because, and I'm saying toxic because if you don't talk about their team, you're the worst. All right? You didn't talk about my team. Dude, I'm sorry. I love TCU. I do. I love SMU and TCU and UNT. I love all the schools.
SMU was marching to the playoff, and TCU beat nobody U by 3 points, and they're like, come on!
But Kansas is 5-2 for the first time in 60 years, and everybody's like, why are you talking more about Kansas? So I said, hey, you want to get a top 25 list over the last 20 years in college football of individual players? Let's roll it out there.
All right. So I'm going to move quicker.
Who's your favorite player of all time?
College football?
Yeah.
I mean,
Bo Jackson.
Not Bo Jackson.
Herschel Walker.
It was obviously Dat Win at the
really?
time. Oh, my God. I thought he was the freaking best.
All right, I like that.
I kind of still think he's the best. All right, so I'm going to go quicker through the back half of this list. But if there's anybody you want to stop on, you're like, that is preposterously low or maybe preposterously high. All right, so we'll start at 25. DeAnthony Thomas from Oregon, Ted Ginn Jr., Dalvin Cook, Denard Robinson, and Corey's buddy, Jadeveon Clowney. All right, moving to the top 20. By the way, I don't know if I said this out loud or just thought it in my head. We have brought in Carter Freeman for his expertise on this. Because as I've said many times, Carter Freeman knows more about college football than I know about anything.
And you talk toxic. College football.
Oh, my God.
Why I like it so much.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Top 20, Percy Harvin.
I will say, I think that's a little low. I thought, but the rest of this list has got to be pretty jam-packed. I just thought Percy Harvin was an electric player in college.
Okay, and I have to admit, I thought the next one was kind of low. This is RG3.
And that's probably just because of just the one Heisman season.
Yeah.
He was good the several years before where he played, but obviously it's that one single season where he was unstoppable.
Absolutely.
I remember in those games that Baylor went 9-3 in the regular season. In the 3 games they lost, he was still putting up 400, 500 yards of total offense in each game. He was not the reason they lost those games.
And so I kind of thought of him as equivalent to somebody who's going to be on the list later in Cam Newton, and both had the one unstoppable season. Obviously, Cam Newton took lesser players. He might have taken the weakest roster in history to a national championship. So
the other thing, too, is don't get caught up in what these people's pro careers turned out to be. Their college careers, like there are plenty of college players that were exceptional at that level.
Yes, absolutely. So Percy Harvin 20, then RG3, Darren Sproles, Christian McCaffrey.
Stop. This is where I have a big problem.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey should have won the Heisman in 2015. If he played anywhere east of Stanford, he would have won it. And that's not to say Derrick Henry didn't have a fantastic season that year. Christian McCaffrey was the special teams ace, and he was the best offensive player in the country that year.
Yeah.
It just because nobody stayed up late to watch his games. But even here in this article, it says he still holds the NCAA single season record for all-purpose yards, almost 4,000 all-purpose yards by himself.
Golly.
And he didn't win the Heisman.
Dang.
And he was great the next year, too. Like, he is an easy top 10 option. I cannot believe he is at 17.
Okay.
And somebody just said this too from the 214. Bro, that whole decade of college football was insane. Yes, we did have a golden era of college football.
So true. Now, what I want you guys to consider, whether you're listening at home, if you want to jump in on the conversation on the Twitch, YouTube, or Franklin Injury Attorney text line, kind of like the draft lottery. If you have somebody you want to elevate into the top 10, be prepared to tell me who you're ejecting from the top 10 to make it happen. Number 16, Michael Crabtree. Look, he has that catch that will live in my mind until the end of time.
The one against Texas?
Yes.
It was amazing.
And it was like, Texas Tech is going to be the number one team in the country. What is happening? It only took the next week to restore the natural order. But, Number 15, Saquon Barkley.
He was exceptional in college.
Devin Hester. Kyler Murray. Pat White at 12.
Dude, I forgot about Pat White and how fun he was.
Him and Steve Slayton, that was the 2007 West Virginia team, was, a 13-9 loss from Pitt away from playing for a national title. And we were this close to West Virginia versus Missouri to play in the BCS national title game that year. That's how wild 2007
That's the NBA
was.
Finals version of what it would have been back then. And then number 11, the Honey Badger. I don't think it can be overstated what a big deal he was in terms of talking about college football.
Was he as good as the hype was around him?
I think so.
He was really good.
Okay.
That 2011 LSU team that played for a national title, good team. They went undefeated in the regular season, but I don't think the talent on that team was quite what it was relative to Tyrann Mathieu.
Okay. I like that. And by the way, if you missed the beginning of the segment, top 25 in the last 25 years from the 214, Tavon Austin, number 10 on the list. Tavon Austin.
Somebody said earlier he should be number 1. So this is already starting to cause some controversy.
So Corey is excited to watch the world burn with the top 5. Devontae Smith at number 9. Darren McFadden.
Run DMC.
At number 8. Yes. Adrian Peterson at number 7. And Travis Hunter at number 6.
That's interesting. Okay. Adrian Peterson, for me, obviously as an OU fan, was must watch on Saturday because what's he going to do next? He's gonna have a long run that everybody expects is going to turn into a touchdown, but he's just going to run through people. Travis Hunter brought Colorado to prominence. I know Dion and Shador had a lot to do with that too, but they were on Fox. Everybody wanted to watch them because they wanted to see what is this Travis Hunter really about. And he delivered every week.
Every week. I went to the TCU Colorado game when they played here several years ago, and he had a interception where it seemed like he went from the middle of the field to the sideline in the blink of an eye and stole the ball from the TCU receiver. And I just remember looking at the fan next to me, who I didn't know, and we were just both like, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like, what can you do about that? And that was his first game at Colorado, and every single time after that he was able to take the field, he was absolutely must watch.
I want to back up just 2 more spots real quick. What if I told you I think Darren McFadden should be higher than Adrian Peterson? And I know somebody said Adrian Peterson should be number 1, but I look at what McFadden did in the return game as well, and then I know some people will say, hey, he threw some touchdown passes too. What if I said I might flip those 2?
What if I say that he rushed for 4,600 yards in his career, and Christian McCaffrey had 4,000 in that one season?
Okay.
Now, look, I was not the biggest college football fan when Darren McFadden was playing, so I don't want to speak too much on the players I didn't watch. But I just think that McCaffrey should be in the top 10 conversation no matter what.
Okay. All right, I like that. From the 817. See, and I think this is where you have to recognize what the list is. Joe Burrow is clearly number 1, and that's not going to be the case. But it's the most dynamic
Yeah, there's a difference between
players.
just great offensive players and ones
Yes.
that are the must-watch.
Yes.
They make the incredible plays year in and year out,
And
right?
I think you're going to see this at number 3 when we get to perhaps the most divisive college football player in recent memory.
Although Burrow did demand a lot of attention.
Yeah, no.
In that 1 year.
See, I think he was an excellent player. It's just that's when you use the term dynamic.
Yeah.
I told Corey.
His receivers were dynamic. That's for sure.
And his running back was too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Somebody just said that Vince Young obviously is going to be number 1 for the 817. Coming in at number 5, Vince Young. Wow. I have to admit. But maybe you need to wait until you see the rest of the list.
He was a blast to watch, even as an OU fan. Even as an OU fan, you were like, I know what he is. He's incredible to watch. And that Rose Bowl game, that's the feather in the cap.
Vince Young feels like a top 3 to me, and I would have him ahead of the next person, although I'm sure plenty of people would disagree.
Well, I think he kind of paved the road, like him and I guess Michael Vick wasn't technically a 2000s player.
He was 99.
He was 99. So,
he was so much
I was just
fun.
thinking, Vince Young and Michael Vick kind of inspired so many of the great dual threat quarterbacks of the 2010s, like Kyler Murray, and then at number 4,
Lamar Jackson.
Because
Because I could see Michael Vick being number 1 on the list, but it's top 25 dynamic players of the last 25 years. All right, so number 5, Vince Young. Number 4, Lamar Jackson. Number 3, Johnny Manziel. And this is the reason why the list is the dynamic list.
Okay.
Because there was nobody bigger in college football his freshman season, or his redshirt freshman season. And then obviously, to a certain extent, his sophomore season, than Johnny Manziel. I'm not saying he's the best by any means, though obviously he did very well. But he was must-watch TV for a variety of reasons, and then he continued to be must-watch TV for different reasons.
Yeah, mostly poor reasons after
Yes,
that freshman season. But both him and Lamar were better their next year than they were the year they won the Heisman.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, it's fatigue. You don't want to vote for the same person again. The only person to win the Heisman twice is Archie Griffin in the 70s for Ohio State. But both of them easily could have won because they got better their next season. I'll never forget that 2013 Alabama-Texas A&M game where that was a national Bama didn't win. They were the defending champions. And Manziel went piece for piece with them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I believe 49-42 was the final.
And then throw to Mike Evans, and I was like, oh my God, we're going to figure out how to win this.
He had several in that game.
There was one down the right sideline, I think, that cut the score to 1 or 1 touchdown. I was like, oh my God, we're going to figure this out.
But then in Manziel's final game against Duke, and I think it was the Belk Bowl at the
Yes.
time, they were down big, and Manziel was like, no, we're winning this game. I'm willing us to win this game. So there's just so many moments with him and with Lamar,
Remember him on
too.
the sideline yelling at everybody, and those lines, we're winning this game. I'm telling you right now, we're going to do it. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to text in something dumb, we're going to point it out. The 817, typical A&M fan putting Manziel over Vince Young. I don't know if that is in reference to me or if it's in reference to Brad Crawford, who's the person who wrote the list.
Well, if you rearrange the letters in Brad Crawford, it spells Kevin Hageland.
No, it doesn't.
Clearly.
And if you didn't hear me just say, I didn't know about that at Vince Young, I would have him in the top 3.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to tell
Would you have him ahead of Manziel in the top 3?
I might. I think I might.
Okay.
Johnny Manziel, number 3. And that leaves 2 people left. So it's Cam Newton and it's Reggie Bush. Going off the definition, who would you put at number 1? Because I have no problem with who number 1 is.
I don't think Reggie Bush is 1. And then I go back and remember all the highlights. Every single Sunday morning, and then Monday morning too, there was 1 or 2 plays that Reggie Bush just broke off for 35 yards or 100 yards. It was every time you looked up, Matt Leinart was like, I just give it to Reggie Bush. And so I think Reggie Bush, as great as Cam Newton was, he was an exceptional college quarterback. Reggie Bush was exciting on another level.
Carter, who would you put? Because I think Cam Newton, I will argue this forever. I'm not saying that team.
I probably would have Vince 1, though.
Okay.
And then Reggie Bush 2.
Okay.
That would just probably be me.
So I still think the Joe Burrow LSU team might have been the best modern college football team I've seen. I think Cam Newton did more with less than any player in modern college football history, but he's second. And then Reggie Bush is number one. What say you?
I like that Reggie Bush is one because we got to see it for multiple seasons. Yep. I think that's what would tip the scales for me is that Cam Newton had one incredible year, one of the most incredible single seasons in college football we will ever see. But Bush did it year in and year out when the Pac-10 at the time was still a very, very good conference. And so to see him do everything he did and come and, win a national title, blow out Oklahoma in the 2004 national title game and then come this close to a second one in a row.
Yes.
I know Leinart was good. I know those teams were phenomenal, but Reggie Bush was the heart of a USC team that just dominated for years. And he was the reason for it. He was a lot of the reason for it. So I don't have a problem with Bush being number one.
With a lot of the people in the fan text, I am a little confused as to why Tim Tebow isn't on there. He's at 25. I'm a little confused.
Just like Kevin said earlier, this is a dynamic players list, not just the best players list.
He could run, he could throw, he was dynamic championships. He was everything. Now, obviously, the pro career did not turn out, but in college, that dude was exceptional.
But that is the overwhelming. There are some people, Colt Brennan and
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, but Tim Tebow is everywhere on the fan text. That seems to be the biggest one that they think is missing from the list. Is there anybody that y'all thought otherwise was missing from the list? Because the question always comes up, well, who would you bump from the list then? But was there anybody on the list that you were like, I kind of think that player got jobbed?
Strong list for me, Kevin. Aside from Tebow, strong list brings back a lot of fun college football watching memories for me.
I can think of a couple running backs. Derrick Henry we mentioned earlier, even though McCaffrey was better. The LSU back who went to Jacksonville, and I cannot think of his Leonard Fournette.
Yes,
Leonard Fournette was fantastic in college too. So there are players that you could. But that's the fun of these lists. Is it's it's more fun to just go down memory lane and remember all these really good players. I didn't realize Michael Crabtree had almost 2,000 yards as a freshman. That is nutty.
Freaking believable. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The only thing that could possibly be more unbelievable than the list we just did. Are you ready? It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Alec, today is gonna be the Pirates' day. Whoa. Next on The Fan.
What's it sometimes called?
to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cruz socks this one out of here. 3-2 on home runs by Hayes and Cruz here in the 8th.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, can you play that audio for me one more time? Does it not sound at least a little bit like the Pirates announcer is saying that O'Neal Cruz sucks?
Cruz socks this one out of here.
That's pretty funny.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
All right. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. You want to start with another inflammatory idea from Corey Majors? Or what? How today is going to be the Pirates' day. Alec? I'm going to go to you for the answer.
I want the inflammatory comments.
What did I say?
Corey wants to know if the Rangers should trade 2023 postseason hero Adolis Garcia.
Oh, crap.
Man!
I didn't mean to send this over. I meant to delete it after yesterday.
Because
yesterday he was back on fire.
Okay, so hold on. So if he slumps again, then you're back to trading him to the Dodgers?
So
because they need help.
During this run, and they gave him some time off. During that run, you saw a very young outfield, and you were thinking to yourself, hold on, could this be the future? Are some of these young players, there's their progress being stopped by Adolis being there and not performing? And Adolis, doesn't he seem like he's the one that you've kind of had to handle with care the last couple of years?
Yes.
And so that's where my feeling was have you reached that point now? I think everybody understands when the lights are the brightest, you want him at the plate. But what about all the other times when you need him in other moments and he's trying to swing away? And then somebody had suggested trading him to the Dodgers because Conforto and of course the Dodgers would want something like that. But my thought was, what's his value? And we've discussed that a number of times. It's not high enough. And I don't know exactly what would be high enough to get him to send him away.
Yeah, I don't think that value is, like you said, anywhere near there, and it probably wouldn't make sense.
And he is the emotional heartbeat of the team, whether he believes it or not.
Yeah.
And I don't think he recognizes the negativity part of it sometimes. I think he doesn't realize that his body language can send that to the rest of the club. But him and Josh Young are the two guys that have the most emotional connection. The rest of the guys are very even kill. But Adolis and Josh Young are the emotional heartbeats.
All right, as long as Corey's trying to make the Dodgers better, here's another thing that you should know. Shohei Ohtani threw 3 simulated innings yesterday at Petco Park, 44 pitches. And Dave Roberts was asked about maybe putting Shohei back on the mound before the All-Star break, and he said, it's tempting. So
of course it would be.
We'll see how that goes. But most importantly, today is the day for the Pittsburgh Pirates. If you're so inclined, potentially be a gambling person, take the Pirates today. Because Wednesday is their day. You're going to have to hustle, too, because that game starts in 45 minutes.
What? That's early.
Obviously, it's going to be in front of tens of fans at PNC.
That's rude.
Against the Marlins. Do you think that is inaccurate?
Go see what the Pirates' attendance is.
I mean, that's fine. Whatever they say their attendance is. Look at the crowds, all right? It's not going to be a big crowd today. But consider this. The Pirates are terrible. But on Wednesdays, they shine. Wednesdays this season, the Pittsburgh Pirates are 9-1. All other days of the week, they're 18-40. I'm going to say that one more time because I fact-checked this myself, Facebook. 18-40 on every other day. But on Wednesdays, The Pirates, by God, are 9-1.
By the way, Texas is 16th right now in attendance at 28,264.
Get it together.
That's middle of the pack. Dodgers are at 50,000 with number one, obviously. The Pittsburgh Pirates are 26th, 10 below the Rangers with 17,397. But that's not worse. Worst is Tampa. And Oakland.
Well, because
A's.
They moved to their bootleg stadium.
All right, then Miami's at 11,000 at 28.
Exactly.
That's terrible.
So when you take Miami and put them against Pittsburgh at 11:30 on a Wednesday, I guess in Pittsburgh it'd be 12:30. But still, I don't expect a lot of people at that game.
I agree.
But now let's get to the story I know that you have been waiting for. Big time call up by the Washington Nationals. Are you excited about this move they just made?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good, you should be. Bruce the Bat Dog has been called up from the AAA affiliate. He will make his debut on Saturday. In the last 3 appearances of the season, Bruce the Bat Dog was at 100% going to retrieve. Yeah, bet you like this story now.
He is a purebred good boy.
You were
He is a purebred good boy. Yes, he is. Oh, he's so fluffy. Oh,
Alec,
he's running around with that little bat in his mouth.
Need that. So in his last 3 appearances for Rochester, the AAA affiliate, he retrieved the bat 100% of the time. So they have decided to promote him to the big leagues on Saturday. Are you excited to see Bruce the Bat Dog and how he does under the pressure of the Major League spotlight?
I'm glad they waited until the Rangers were gone so that there wouldn't be any Bruce confusion.
Sure.
Bruce fusion, if you will.
Sure.
But I love this idea.
Would you call him Bruce Batchy?
Yes.
Okay.
I love this idea. I think it's fun. It does take a job away from the Bat Boy, obviously.
Oh, man. We
Humans
can't be
losing jobs to dogs.
Yeah.
But we're losing jobs to
Politics.
robots anyway. But yeah, dude, he's adorable. And everybody loves a good pet running out there and picking. Now, if I'm surprised, though, that he doesn't want to go chase the ball down all the time. How do you get that out of a dog, you know?
Ooh, that's a good point. Do you like this statement from the Nationals? He'll put on a doggone great show for Nats fans on June 14th.
I do like it. Give me all the dog puns today. I'm with it.
All right. There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to change the run sheet on the fly. Let's talk about MLB Confidential. The best players, the worst players, and the worst manager to play for in all of Major League Baseball. Next on The Fan.
Products? Yeah, to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Ladies?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:30. Also in the noon o'clock hour, our Bryan Adams, the singer, ticket giveaway. Right now, we're going to go with something baseball again because we have Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:30. And The Athletic did their player poll, their player anonymous poll, and this obviously stood out. Which manager, aside from your own, would you most like to play for? Now, we're going to get to the answer in just a second. But what I'm also concerned about is I don't know if The Athletic didn't have time to get these logos, but like Gabe Kapler with the Marlins, Derek Shelton with the Pirates, they don't have the logo. Maybe it's because they got canned, I guess, and this poll took place before that.
All right.
But yeah, some of the logos are missing, and I was just curious, like, is it because of that, or is it because they're like, oh, we don't have time?
Yeah, they have
fill it
Bud
all
Black
out.
on there.
Yeah.
And they got the Colorado Rockies logo, but he's not the Rockies manager anymore.
See, it's confusing. All right. Bruce Bochy is the number one manager in all of baseball that people would want to play for besides their own manager, ahead of Terry Francona. A couple of blurbs, a lot of championships. Another player, I like old school style.
He's a fun guy to play for and has so much experience that you can't do anything but learn from him.
I love it.
And he can catch some fish and a baseball barehanded, unlike Jared.
That's true.
It was a really good catch by Bochy.
Yes.
I wonder if I wonder if Jared will have the conversation with Bochy about that. If Bochy will be like, hey, I saw that video.
Yeah, it's a good question. Now, which manager, aside from your own, would you not want to play for? Bud Black was the winner, but he got fired. So
here's something interesting to me, because he got 4 votes for, but Ron Washington also got 4 votes for not wanting to play for him.
Oh.
And I don't know exactly why that would be. I'm curious to know what players don't like Ron Washington and for what reason.
Some like him because of the swearing. Others do not. Now, Alec, I'm gonna ask you this question. Which organizations do you think have really good reputations among the players and really bad reputations among the players?
Ooh. Good reputations. I'll start there. I would say I feel like the Yankees are up there.
Yankees are second on the list of the players that responded, and not every player responded to every single franchise. They got 40 thumbs up and only 3 thumbs down. They are second.
Well, good for them. How about the Dodgers?
The Dodgers are far and away number 1. They have 82 thumbs up and 0 thumbs down.
That's all your home games right there.
Yeah, I mean, if I got all of the money like they give to everybody on the face of planet Earth.
Good point.
Then,
I'd vote thumbs up for them too.
Yeah. If they were giving me $1 billion, even if it is deferred over 60 years, I'm still happy.
But also, don't you think those players like how maybe they've upped the salary ceiling across MLB?
Oh, absolutely.
And they're like, hey, I didn't get paid by them, but they helped me get a $3 million raise with my team.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
All right. What about the flip side? What about the worst teams?
Majors? Thinking White Sox?
I feel like them and the Rockies.
They're the second and third worst teams. The Rockies, only third worst, tied with the Marlins. 0 thumbs up votes. I want to say that again. 0 thumbs up votes. Dang. And both the Marlins and the Rockies got 25 thumbs down.
There's another team then that's worse?
Yeah. Well, the White Sox got 0 thumbs up and 31 thumbs down. Now think this over carefully. If it's not the Marlins, Rockies, or White Sox, who is the worst?
What other team plays in a minor league park right now?
Oh, well, there's 2.
Yeah, but what other? What
It is one of them. One of them that people feel pretty okay about.
Huh.
Which one played in a dump for the longest time?
So it's the A's.
See, I think that answers the same. I think Tampa Bay's park was a dump. But you make a fair point. It is the Athletics. They got 0 thumbs up and 39 thumbs down.
And I just pointed out that I think they're last in attendance. And I think they were last in attendance even at the old stadium.
Okay. But let me ask you this. Is it more hurtful as a team to be the worst, or literally nobody cares about you? All right, so I told you that the Dodgers had 82 votes. They were all positive. The A's, even though they were all negative, they did get 39 votes. In terms of player engagement and what they responded to, the Diamondbacks, Orioles, Brewers, and Nationals all got 1 vote. They found 1 player who had an opinion about their organization. Would that hurt your feelings more to know you're the worst, but people know it? Or I forgot you were in Major League Baseball.
I forgot you were in Major League Baseball.
That's what I think too. That's hurtful.
Did you read the things they said about the A's?
No, go ahead. I bet they're
Here are the things
tremendous.
They said about the A's. Because they're cheap.
Sure.
They're going to be playing in Sacramento. And I had a buddy who was traded to the A's as a minor leaguer. He went to Oakland and said the way they were fed, the places they stayed, were just not good.
I mean,
because they're cheap is the first one. Oh, the Rockies, they're not trying to win, is what one player said.
Look, that's really hard to argue against. And then they fired the manager as if that's his fault. So, what about the Rangers? Do you feel like Major League Baseball holds a generally favorable, unfavorable, or indifferent view of the Rangers?
I think it's pretty favorable. I think players, especially now that they have a roof.
Okay.
Now that they have a roof, I think more people. We've talked about pitchers coming here, and you didn't have to trade for them. You could actually sign free agents. So
So the Rangers are 8th on the list. It goes Dodgers, Yankees, Braves, Cubs, Guardians, Mets, and then the Red Sox and the Rangers. Rangers, 14 thumbs up from players, 0 thumbs down from any of the players. So, pretty, as you said, pretty favorable opinion. It's a great point. I don't know why Alec looks confused. That makes sense to me.
Thumbs up and thumbs down.
All right. Now we go with the players. Which player in all of baseball do you most like to watch play?
I feel like it's got to be Ohtani.
Does it?
Trout? Because you only get to see him a few times a year.
Oh, Mike Trout, I think, is tied for 7th on the list.
Oh.
Jacob deGrom tied with Fernando Tatis for 9th on the list. Do you also think it's Ohtani, Alec?
Yeah.
Ohtani far and away, number 1. He got twice as many votes as Bobby Witt Jr., who was 2nd. So good for him.
Dude, Bobby Witt Jr. being that high up is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. So it goes Shohei Ohtani, Bobby Witt Jr., Ronald Acuna Jr., Ellie De La Cruz, and Mookie Betts. Those are your top 5.
That top 4 is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Fun.
I'm actually surprised Judge isn't a little higher.
Me too. Personally,
But
right
people
now,
hate the Yankees.
I would have Aaron Judge number 1.
We hate the Yankees.
Yeah,
we all
that's
do.
true. But that's just part of like how ridiculous he's been right now.
And I know this is very similar to the Chiefs. When will the Dodgers wear people out? And I think this year, whenever they got everything, you were just like, well, come on, dude.
Yeah.
But for the most part, evil empire on the East Coast, lovable guys, lovable surfers on the West Coast.
Yeah. Bro, hang loose and win a World Series. All right. What hitter would you least want to face in Game 7 of the World Series? So this is for the pitchers. Which hitter would you least want to pitch to in Game 7 of the World Series?
I have a few. Aaron Judge recently said that, or Juan Soto recently said Aaron Judge is the best hitter in baseball.
Do you factor in his playoff struggles?
But for me, Freddie Freeman was, you saw what he did in the World Series.
For sure.
And Yordan Alvarez is just, I don't want to pitch to that guy. I don't want to throw anything close to him. So for me, it would be one of those two guys.
Okay. Alec, you're a pitcher. Who would you least want to pitch against in Game 7 of the World Series?
Ooh. I feel like Freddie Freeman?
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, I agree with that. I said Freeman or Alvarez.
Because I'm thinking, I know that's recency bias there, but I mean, homer take is Adolis Garcia because it feels like he shows up at all the right moments. Maybe not right now. But yeah, it's really all the top power hitters in Major League Baseball right now. I think Yordan Alvarez is a good sleeper pick just because, again, a guy who doesn't really play a lot.
I do not believe Adolis Garcia got a vote. I'm looking at it. Okay.
Which makes sense. It makes sense.
Crap is this list?
Sorry. Didn't you just say you wanted to trade him like 30 minutes ago?
I told you that was 2 days ago.
Okay. Now he's good. I want you to tell Boach that.
And somebody said Corey Seager. Duh. Do you not remember what happened?
Yeah. So Corey Seager, unfortunately, it does not look like he got a vote either.
What? This is ridiculous. Major League players have no respect for the Rangers.
Neither one of you Nimrods voted for them either.
We're not Major League players.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Yordan Alvarez and Freddie Freeman were tied for 4th with Mookie Betts and Jose Ramirez. Top 3.
Okay. All right.
Juan Soto won.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
One vote ahead of Shohei Ohtani. And then Aaron Judge is 3rd. I have to think that Aaron Judge's postseason struggles are the reason why he's not number 1
Regular
on this list.
season, the dude is
untouchable.
The best hitter on the planet.
Agreed.
And it seems like in past, it's been that way for him. And Juan Soto, he was dominant with the Nationals too. You know, like he was a big part of that. So I get it.
Excellent hitter for sure. All right, now you're a hitter. Which pitcher would you least want to face at the plate? Okay,
everybody's been lucky he hasn't been there the last.
Jacob
few
deGrom
years.
is tied for 7th.
What? Are there other pitchers?
I
don't think there are any other
pitchers. As I just said, he's tied for 7th. That means there are 6 pitchers ahead of him.
Name one.
Paul Skeens.
Oh. See, all right, Paul Skeens is my guess.
Paul Skeens is tied for...
Walked him right into
Paul
it.
Skeens is tied for 3rd. Checkmate. You said name one ahead of him, so I did. I didn't tell you number one, though.
Does Aroldis Chapman count?
Aroldis Chapman is actually tied with Paul Skeens, Zach Wheeler.
You about to throw 103 at your hip. That's why I'm afraid of.
Okay. Duran from the Twins. All of those people are tied in that group for third, which means, Alec, there are two higher. Who would you be most fearful of to face as a hitter in Game 7 of the World Series?
My mind goes to Tarek Skubal.
Tarek Skubal
Good guess.
is second on the list. So I'm proud of you guys for being really good at this. You're the Dallas Stars of this list. You keep coming really close, but you don't quite get the ultimate prize, who is Chris Sale.
I was going to say, so we're like the Cowboys. We have to pay full price.
Okay.
We can't get anything on sale.
No, I get what you're saying.
David Price is not a good playoff pitcher, by the way.
Remember we owned David Price for the longest time. So Chris Sale is number one on the list. All right. You guys have time for hopefully at least one more question?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you in favor of robot umpires? I don't know why I said it like that.
Robo.
Calling balls and strikes. Your answer options are yes, no, or I'm not sure.
I think they will say yes.
Because Boch is in favor of this.
And all the players want to play for Boch.
That's a good point.
That's right.
That's pretty solid logic.
I'd say yeah. I'd say they're in favor of it.
Okay. Shockingly enough, yes finished third out of the options. 17%, 17.2% said yes. 19.4% said I don't know. And 63.4% of players said no. One player, I hate it. Another one, absolutely not. Another one laughed at the idea. Another one, it has proven ineffective in AAA and everywhere they tested it. I don't actually know if I agree with that assessment at all.
Wow.
But so
this isn't very interesting to me.
So almost 2/3 of the players say no. And of the other players, only half of them say yes. The other half are like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So they shouldn't do it. If the players don't want it, the only people that are upset then are the people that aren't playing the game.
And Boch?
Well, he's not playing the game.
Whoa.
I mean, he's mentally playing the chess match of it all.
You should tell him that.
No, that's what I said. Only the people that aren't on the field playing the game.
All right.
Is what I meant by that.
I would like to
He's
address
in the dugout.
The procedural rules of the show. I would like to cede my questions during the Bruce Bochy interview to Corey Majors, as long as they include, you're not playing the game.
That's not a question. That's just a statement.
All right. Well, you can make statements.
Why aren't you playing the game?
And also, so 2 days ago, I wanted to trade Adolis. Now I might not. Your thoughts?
2 days ago, I asked the question about trading Adolis. It didn't mean I want. What did my notes say? I gotta go back and see what my notes
so
say.
I just, if you can follow those question statements, I will gladly cede all of my time to Corey Majors in the Bruce Bochy interview and be like, hey, what's up, Boch? Corey's got this today.
I'm done.
Take it away, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus another choose your own adventure for what we're going to talk about in the world of sports next on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaks me out a little bit.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, got another choose your own path of sports topics to discuss that we will get to here in just a little bit. And this segment was almost in the hands of God because Corey made a joke during the break and I almost got up and left and did not return. So just wanted y'all to know that this is a labor of love. This is truly for the people, because after that one, I wanted to walk out. But if you want to know what it is, I bet Corey will text it to you. 877-881-1053. I don't even want to hear it again. So
I said it actually on my way out the door yesterday.
I did.
2 people
I heard
laughed.
it.
Yeah, and I'd stayed at 2 because I didn't laugh at it. So the question of the day today, gentlemen, another one of those group chat discussions based off of just adulting, really.
Mm-hmm.
But I bet this could also apply to any kind of like childhood memories and whatnot. What's something in life that you're supposed to like, but you kind of hate it? 877-881-1053.
Oh, unnecessary graduations.
Ooh.
So,
I like this.
Like
kindergarten?
Yeah, Jess went to our niece's kindergarten graduation. I didn't go because we were working, but if we weren't working, I would request out of that because I think it's idiotic. And parents are like, oh my God, it's so great. And I'm like, good job. You didn't, you know how to use scissors.
Yeah. You colored in between the lines.
Yeah. Like,
so then which graduate, is it only the high school one?
And even that.
What? High school graduation should be a significant thing. I think that one's important because not everybody can afford to go to college. That might be the last one.
That's fair.
That's why you give them the envelope. That's what the kid really wants. All right. They don't want the party. They want you, at least with the adults.
$200 is not going to be enough to go to college.
No. I'm not saying that. Are people using that money to go to college? Or are they like, that's my money?
Yeah, I'm going to buy
parents.
a TV and a
figure it
DVD
out.
player.
Yeah, take the money that you spent on those decorations, just give it to the kid. The kid wants to party with his friends anyway, not us. But look, as somebody who has had a high school graduate, of course we force them to go to the adult party because that's just how life works.
Huh.
high school graduation. I'm good with that.
I like this from the 817. This guy hates graduations and Noah isn't even reading yet. You got a long way to go, man.
Oh, he's getting there.
Oh.
We're moving in the right direction.
That's good.
Potty training, more of a struggle.
Oh, that's not great. Majors, what's something in life that you're supposed to like, but you don't really like it?
I will say, like, I think I'm with Kevin on coming up with something for Father's Day.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily love the idea of coming up with something for myself. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I want to wake up and see where the day goes. Like, that's all. Making plans. So here's the thing too. When we go on vacation, I am trying to plan so much,
right,
and have activities and things to do. And Adrian is like, sure, that sounds fun. Whenever I'm outside of vacation, I don't care. Sure, that sounds fun.
Okay.
Doesn't it seem like I should be the opposite?
A little bit.
I should be more into planning and stuff, but it's only on vacation. I'm like, I don't want to waste a second of this because I only have 4 days of this. That's probably what it is.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
I also don't like putting lotion on myself.
Huh.
I don't like it.
What is that thing?
I feel some people like you're supposed to like that.
What's your beef against the lotion?
There's a layer that I can feel on my hands still.
What kind of lotion are you using?
I don't know, that stuff that Mike gave Kevin for licking his fingers.
It bothered him so much. And you know what's really weird? Because whether it's biting my fingernails or licking my fingers if I was trying to get a piece of paper, he's like, you could never be a pitcher. And I'm like, sure, because of lots of reasons. I don't think the fingernails are
Scary movies. That's it. That's the one. You're supposed to like scary movies.
I'm right there with you.
I don't seek out scary movies ever.
I don't either. I was just thinking about this the other day because I think it was one of those, it was like a film account just posted like a clip from one of the Terrifier movies. And I'm like,
I've not seen those.
I saw the first one. And I think the second one, actually. And I watched those, and I'm just like, people enjoy this. Like, this is weird. You know, some of the scenes in there, you're like, who thinks of this?
Yeah, and I don't like when something makes me jump. I'm watching a movie.
No!
No, that didn't work. But, like, you're watching a movie.
That might work. Sorry if anyone's driving and that scared me.
And the whole, like,
I want to see the video of that.
Everything's getting very intense, and you're like, oh my gosh. And then out of nowhere, something pops out, and you freak out.
Okay, so
I don't enjoy it at all.
So you are like my wife in terms of, not the scared part, but in terms of you haven't figured out the beats of a horror movie.
I do know.
I'm amazed when she's still surprised that somebody jumps out from the closet when they're like, let me look in really carefully. I'm like, okay, Jess, you got to know.
Trapped in the Closet wasn't a horror movie.
Oh, man.
Have you watched it yet, Alec?
Have not.
877-881-1053. Is Alec missing out if he doesn't watch Trapped in the Closet? And yes, I understand.
The shocking truth. Like, the first 4 or 5 episodes of that are just amazing.
Like, one thing that I will repeat this because it's probably going to stay the same forever. I am awful at keeping up with new shows and movies. So if it's come out within the past 5 years, it's probably a good chance I haven't seen it. Because I just don't watch shows. Like, I watch live programming more than I do, like, series and movies and stuff.
Yeah.
And I hate it because people ask me that stuff all the time. Like, dude, you know, this episode of whatever show, like The Bear or something, I'm like, I've seen trailers.
Yeah, new season comes out at the end of the month.
Yeah, so I need to...
No reason to tell you.
I need to get caught up on life, I guess. And I'm still amazed that Corey has beef with lotion. It's amazing because I use it daily and I smell amazing.
I know I should.
Is that the feedback you've gotten along the way?
Yeah, honestly we have. Amazing. Yeah, a lot of people have said I smell good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever told somebody else that?
Yeah.
Who?
People.
Have you ever said to them while you're hugging them?
Yeah.
Have you ever said soon? Right, like as you're hugging them too?
Oh my God. Okay, so that's a callback to a list we did, I don't know, like a decade ago, that is in my head forever because Corey would say it's so creepy. And he was like, the list was something like the worst things to say when you're hugging somebody. And one of them, Corey was like, Mother said it would be like this. And he was so freaking creepy the way he did it.
You get that first hug and you're like, it's everything I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Like, no. I don't make it weird. It's just, I'm a fragrance guy. Like, I enjoy good smelling things. I'm not quite on the RJ Choppy level of candle hunting and loving, but like, I love good smelling things and I will make a good comment if it smells good. Yeah.
Stop it, Kevin. I don't know.
Remember,
I didn't even do anything.
I know. I'm not here Friday, so it's up to Jacob if that gets pulled and replayed or not. 877-881-1053. Things in life that you're supposed to like, but you don't quite like. I'm from the 214, my neighbors. I feel like that's something that you can relate to at least once in a life.
You know what? I'm glad that you said that. I have nothing against my neighbors. We just don't have a relationship.
That's fair.
And so the person who lives to the right of me, I had never met him. I met him on the day of my wedding. And the reason being is he had like a really high stone wall and it had collapsed. And so like it like a stone or two were into our driveway, but it wasn't problematic. It didn't like hit anything, but the wall had collapsed. And so me and Brandon walk over there and I was like, hey, how's it going? I live right next door. And he's like, oh yeah, nice to meet you. And I was like, hey, I'm really sorry to tell you that your stone wall back there has collapsed. And he's like, oh my gosh, is everything okay? And then he moved away. And I thought we were going to have a relationship. No, he did. But then he moved away.
I thought he was just like, oh, this stone wall, I got to go.
Yeah. And so he moved away. And I've just never really, as an adult, had close relationships with my neighbors.
See, I lived in the same house until I was like 20, 21, somewhere in that range. So my next door neighbor, my best friend, he lived there. So like that was always great. And then the house to the other side of us, it was like right when we would finally develop that relationship with said family, they would leave. They would move, you know? So it was like, I kind of just gave up at this point. So even in the neighborhood that we've been in for 3 or 4 years now, I know maybe 2 people in the whole neighborhood. You know, I speak to them. I'll be like, hi, you know, whenever I'm outside or whatever doing the yard work, I'll wave to people. I can't name a single person in my neighborhood except for our next door neighbors and the guy that called the cops on me one time. Story for a different day. But
found out my neighbor was an exotic dancer one time. At the place.
Huh.
Yep.
I want to know more about this.
We were like, why don't you come over more often?
Yeah. Okay. I'm waiting for Kevin to make a choppy joke.
I'm just taking in how enjoyable this segment is.
Yeah, sure. From the 972, this is sad. My siblings.
Oh, sometimes I worry about that with Brandon and Noah because, you know, they're a generation apart. But
that's fair.
Like, at first, I don't think Brandon liked Noah because he said babies are weird and they don't really do anything. And I was like, yeah, I guess
Lucy, if you ask Lucy, hey, do you want to see this baby? She's like, ew, gross. And I was like, oh my gosh. She's like, get the baby away from me. And I was like, what? And she said, I didn't know why. I thought she was just jealous because it was around.
Yeah.
It turns out they poop in their diaper and she thinks that's gross.
Okay. I mean,
I appreciate that.
She's higher class than
Agreed.
That is beneath her. Okay, choose your own adventure, guys. You get to pick. Do you want to hear about an amazing $13 parlay that could cash based on the NBA and Stanley Cup final?
That one.
The GOAT returning to a competitive sport, or MLB making a smart financial decision?
The one Kevin said he wanted.
I want the parlay.
Okay, so a bettor made a $13 parlay that is based on the NBA and NHL title series. Made this back some amount of months ago, according to the New York Post. His name is Drew Hirschman. Put $13 down on a 5-leg parlay last year through DraftKings for a bunch of championships. Relied on the Liberty at plus 190, the Dodgers at plus 300, the Eagles at plus 1700, the Oilers at plus 850, and the Thunder at plus 850 for winning the next title. So that $13 parlay, if all legs cashed, would end up being $270,000, just under $271,000. So he has the option now to cash out at about half of that, at $135,000. He can hit that button right now for $135,000 today, or he can sweat this out to try to double his money if the Thunder and the Oilers win their respective championship series. What would you do?
I would cash out. I like the Thunder a lot. We talked about this yesterday or the day before. I think the Oilers just realized the different level of physicality on this, and so I would cash out. I understand the pride that comes along with I got it all, but also I want that $135,000.
It's a lot of money.
I'm cashing out.
Yeah, I'll cash out too. I'll take $135,000 free dollars.
That feels like a no-brainer, especially on a $13 play.
If the Oilers were up 2-1, would you go for it then?
Yeah, the ego kicks in at that point. I'm sticking it out.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who is your dark horse NFL MVP candidate? And has Corey's shift to the Eagles gone even further? All of it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Throws it up the sideline. Intercepted. Hunter. He's got a block. Travis Hunter. Into Utah territory. What a play for Colorado.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it, rip it.
Alec, I'm sorry I'm going to have to bring this to your attention.
Oh.
I know you think Corey is great.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a lot of great things on this show.
By the way, our friends from Abbott's Frozen Custard have just brought up a bunch of frozen custard for us.
Oh, man.
Do you ever think that G-Bag folks are listening and they're like, I need to get up there early?
Yes.
Okay.
They hear that we got stuff here and they're like, oh man, I need to go get that stuff. Frozen custard is amazing, and Abbott's is amazing too.
I don't dispute any of that, but don't try to change the subject.
Just trying to win you all over.
Yesterday, Corey loved the Philadelphia Eagles owner for good reason, I'll admit
Yes, that was a
okay,
that was a
I
very
said I'll
good
admit
reason.
that. But then you also said that you kind of love Saquon Barkley.
I don't know how you could hear that audio and not think, gosh, that dude is a great leader and a really good teammate.
All right, Alex. So he loves their star player, loves their owner. Now, apparently he loves their coach as well. Corey, tell me who the best coach in the NFL is and why you think it's Nick Sirianni.
I don't think that he's the... I guess he did win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So you do have to kind of consider that he, at the moment, no team has beaten his team since he won the Super Bowl.
Is Nick Sirianni a top 5 coach in the league?
Hold on real quick. I need to know what's going on 75 South. If anybody has an answer to what's going on 75 South, please
that whole thing
let
is
me know.
just closed
It's been closed down at Fitzhugh at Hall since the show started. And right now, Kevin, there's a helicopter flying over. I don't know exactly what is going on over there, but it is
I don't know either.
Closed down, and everybody. So if you're going 75 South, down at Hall is where it stops.
Is it Haskell?
Haskell and Hall, yeah. Sirianni is a very good coach that just won a Super Bowl. That's where I'll leave it, Kevin.
Okay. So let's get to the story.
And he's very good at getting those guys in that locker room to all rally around each other and buy in.
And now Nick Sirianni said with all the focus on it, they're going to have to get even better at the tush push. He said, I'm excited about being able to continue to grow that play. We have a lot of work to do to continue that success. Corey, just admit it, you love Nick Sirianni.
I don't love Sirianni, but I do like this. Hey, we were really good at something that nobody could stop. And guess what? Everybody out there wanted to come stop us.
Yeah.
Everybody out there was like, we got to get rid of this. There has to be a rule against it because we don't know how to stop it. And the league was like, well, we're not going to vote for it. And Sirianni goes, awesome. Then, guys, let's get better at it.
Yeah.
And that's terrifying, dude. That is terrifying. But at the same time, don't you want to coach like that?
I do.
Don't you want to coach that's like, I am going after it right now? And that's the way he is, man. He is 100% all gas all the way. Now, sometimes it's annoying as F. It really is.
Yeah, Alec, I just want to recap the last perhaps 25 hours. He loves things that the coach is saying. He loves things that the star player is saying. And he loves things that the owner is doing. Does it sound like Corey, low-key, maybe not low-key, loves the Philadelphia Eagles?
You know what? I'm starting to think that he kind of enjoyed it when Mike would start going, Hey! Yeah, I think you secretly liked it.
Alec, I appreciate that effort. I can say I respect when winners win. And I got to respect that they know how to win right now. I have to respect that.
From the 469, this feels a little high. After listening to KNC for the past 30 years.
We've only known each other for 19.
I finally like Corey for coming over to the Eagles.
I'm not going to be an Eagles fan. However, would I like my team to be a little more like that? Sometimes. Not necessarily everything, but sometimes. Do I want my fans punching horses? No, we punch cattle here in Texas.
Oh,
that's an old term, Kevin.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely some old terms involving cattle that we probably shouldn't use anymore.
But yeah, man, no, I mean, again, this is a coach that just said they couldn't stop it. Now they can't even stop us from having it in the game, so let's be better at it.
So somebody threw out an answer already to the question, dark horse MVP candidates. And so I've decided to define that as folks outside the top 5.
Okay.
So the top 5 betting odds right now are Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Jaden Daniels. So let's say outside of those top 5. And the first answer that I saw somebody send in was Jordan Love. We can talk about Jordan Love for sure, but I also wanted to throw in there, I can't help but think Travis Hunter. The reason being, the Jags were terrible. Let's say Travis Hunter does get a bit more of a run. The Jags win their division, and he has like 9 receiving touchdowns and 4 interceptions.
Okay.
Or something like that. I do wonder if people will be so in awe of a more two-way player that we've seen in a long time that they would be like, I don't know, man. The Jags turned out really good. Trevor Lawrence is still fine, but this Travis Hunter kid.
Yeah, he turns out to be that dude.
There's pretty lengthy odds, but
Jaden Daniels is the one that I would pick out of that group.
No. Remember I said the top 5.
Oh, my apologies.
You can't pick Jaden Daniels.
I want to pick Jaden.
It's not allowed. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Jaden Daniels are all off the list.
I'll choose Patrick Mahomes. Am I really trying to irritate you right now?
I'm surprised. I just assumed you'd pick Jalen Hurts. He's not in the top 5. You love the Eagles.
Is Saquon?
He's the Saquon's not in the top 5. Of course not. He's a running back. But like, so some of the options, Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley. Jared Goff. Justin Herbert. Clearly I don't support that. Jalen Hurts.
Herbert?
Look, man, Justin Herbert, I think still to this day has gotten more of a coast off of his talent alone and achieving very little than anybody else.
I'm with you. I'm right there with you. I expected a lot more from what I was watching, and I've not gotten the payoff from it yet with Justin Herbert.
And by the way, we'll check again because I continue to see these today. I know we got a lot of them yesterday. For people who are having issues with the app, we'll look back into that because we got a lot of that as the show came to a close yesterday. We've gotten a ton of it today, so we will see what we can do about that. All right, let's jump from that to Kirk Cousins. So another person that you used to dislike and now you love. Kirk Cousins.
I still dislike him.
Okay. Why did you like what he said? I'm just trolling you about liking Kirk Cousins.
Because he said we're moving forward.
And it's about how we as a team and as a quarterback room can be the best we can in 2025.
I can say everything I want about the way I think he plays the game. Okay.
Sure.
And I've watched a lot of him playing the game in what I thought was a poor way. There looked to be some cowardice at times. And then there were some other times where you're like, man, what a beautiful throw. He can throw it, like he can spin it with the best of them.
Yeah.
But off the field is a dude that's never believed in himself. And I always thought that existed. But I can never take away that every team he was on, the team seemed to love him. And they thought he was a team player. Did they think he was a great quarterback? No. But they thought he was a great teammate and team player. And he exemplified that there with this statement of, Michael Penix came in and has taken over my job.
He definitely didn't say it like that.
And I'm willing to move forward with this. And you know what? He understands the league. Somebody might get hurt. I might get traded. Michael might get hurt. And I might get the starting job back again. So I better be ready for that. And that's where his focus needs to be instead of emotionally all turned about it.
So many things in that sentence. All right. Do you wish we lived in a media world where Aaron Rodgers apparently being married got less attention than Myles Garrett, who loves football and loves sacking quarterbacks to add them to his graveyard?
Did you know that was a thing?
Yes. But he said, I think it's a good opportunity to put him in the graveyard. Now, look, I realize
I like it.
Without the context, that sounds bad. But aren't you way more interested in the sack quarterback graveyard than Aaron Rodgers is married?
I didn't know Aaron Rodgers got married, nor did I care.
Well, the only reason I know is because a reporter literally asked him yesterday, is that a wedding ring? And he goes, yes, it is. and
then just left it at that.
Just kind of moved on. Who's Mike Florio wrote like 8 stories about it, I'm sure. But
the Myles Garrett thing, Kevin, I did not know he had a graveyard. And did we talk about this before and I just missed it?
I think
either way,
so.
it's really funny to have that on his property.
Yeah.
That he has that, and that's a creative motivator too.
For sure.
Every day he's got to wake up and look at that graveyard and go, let's go add another one to it. I like it.
Like the Undertaker. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to Rangers Twins, the offensive explosion, and who is the most deserving Rangers All-Star. Next on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we...
for something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, but
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have gotten multiple people helping us out with tech issues along the way.
Texas Tech.
They have said if you delete the Odyssey app and then reinstall it, it will start working again. We've had multiple people text that in. So thank you guys very much for doing whatever you can to continue to listen and helping out the other Tolos along the way. You know what? We played a bunch of these audio clips earlier, but we still have plenty more. Go ahead and give me number 2, because this gentleman had 5 RBIs last night.
And here it comes. Higashioka laces one to left. That's a base hit down the line. 1 run home. Here comes Adolis. He will score. It's 3-0 Rangers in the 4th. As Higashioka drives in 2 with a line single.
So we could talk about the Rangers and last night's game here as much as you want, but I would also like to bring up another topic. Who is the Rangers' most deserving All-Star? We talked about it last week when fan voting opened to encourage people to vote. You can vote multiple times a day. Bruce Bochy talked about what a big deal it is to still be voted as an all-star or selected as an all-star. And I'm going to stick with the person that I thought it was.
Higashioka, huh?
I mean, you know what? Give me cut number 11.
Or the Higashioka cut?
Yeah. No, just you could say cut 11.
And here's the pitch, and a bouncing ball hit the third base. The play will go to first as Young scores, and the Rangers now lead 16-4. A season high in runs as Higashioka is thrown out, but with his 5th run batted in, one shy of his career high.
So I'm not gonna say that because I am focused on another pitcher, and I am a little worried that perhaps you're starting to see that slow down. But we saw him last night. It is Tyler Mahle. Now, Tyler Mahle still has a ridiculous ERA. It's 2.34. That's 11th best in Major League Baseball. He's 6-3. His whip is very impressive as well at 1.13. These last couple outings, he has not been able to get through the 6th. He's been tagged with 4 runs in both of those. And that's actually, his ERA has gone up 0.7 in just the last 2 starts. So 1.64 jumped up to 2.34. Obviously, that is a massive jump. The other thing that concerns me is you continue to look at his strikeout to walk ratio. It is not terribly impressive. It's not been terribly impressive all season. He's been sitting at about a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And you're going to want, so I personally think you're going to want something a little better than that. So I am worried that Tyler Mahle is coming back down to earth. But for somebody who has never been an all-star, I'm going to vote him.
Okay, so that's another thing too. He's never been an all-star before.
Correct.
Is he an all-star?
I think right now he is.
Right, and that happens sometimes where right now this guy has proven that he should be an all-star for this moment, but was he really an all-star?
The system's really weird because you'll see there's been people that have won MVP that weren't an all-star.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so at the halfway point, or even
they just weren't good at that
past
point.
The halfway point, you're like,
not having a reasonable season.
Yeah.
Like DeGrom is an all-star. People know the name DeGrom because of who he is.
Sure.
And, you know, guys like Corey Seager. Corey Seager is an all-star. He's not having an all-star year.
Right.
So in that vein, I think Wyatt Langford was kind of looking like a Rangers all-star.
And he's had his own set of struggles.
He had a bomb last night, too.
He did.
So did Evan Carter.
He did.
But he's not an all-star. I think that's where it would end for me right now is those 3.
Okay.
Mahle, Wyatt Langford, and Jacob deGrom. And Evaldi's done enough. Evaldi now taking this dip and having this time off is probably going to hit it a little bit. But I think we respect Evaldi a lot more than the rest of the people do. Because we have this love and adoration for he won us a World Series almost single-handedly, you know, like doing his part.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we just get to watch this dude go out there and be a bulldog for the team each week.
You know what? I'm glad that you said that because I'm going to bring something else up that had been bothering me. And it all kind of ties into the same all-star conversation. So if there's anyone else that you want to throw out for the Rangers, 877-881-1053, Frankel Injury Attorney text line, that you think is worthy of all-star status for the Rangers, definitely want to hear it. But they have the National League and American League Cy Young polls that they consistently update on MLB.com.
Okay.
And obviously I don't really care about the National League one. But when this poll was released, the Rangers had 3 of the top 6 AL ERAs, which is bananas. Mahle, who's now slipped some, deGrom, and Evaldi. So they had 3 of the top 6. None of their pitchers were in the top 5.
Really?
So for Cy Young, it went Tarek Skubal, Max Fried, Garrett Crochet, Hunter Brown, and then Chris Bubick. Sorry if I got that wrong, but I think that's it. Then deGrom was 6th. And then Evaldi was 8th.
How much do you think that had to do with their team not being good? It shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
But they don't have the W's next to their name that they need. I feel like.
Yeah, that might be true.
Like maybe if you could have gone 9 innings every game and shut them out, you would have been, our team wasn't scoring runs.
Kansas City is not very good either.
Valid.
I feel like the Red Sox have been a pretty gigantic disappointment this year, and yet they're still both in the mix. And so that was just kind of agitating to me. And again, this came out before his last start when all 3 of those pitchers were in the top 6, yet only DeGrom made it 6th on the Cy Young list. Evaldi was 8th on the list, and Malley was not in even the honorable mention category. And so when you talk about like recognition, I know everybody knows who DeGrom is, but it is still surprising to even see Evaldi, who was one of a handful of people that feels like he willed you to the World Series title, not getting that level of recognition.
Yeah,
you know?
that does stink. I don't like it.
Like Nathan Evaldi, for example, he has the 2nd best ERA in the American League. Voters are like, 8th.
And it's because, I mean, every year he does tend to have a little bit of a break.
Sure.
And I don't, and usually it's just for, I don't know, Kevin, I always kind of think that it's a little bit of a break for, making sure he's good for the rest of the season.
I agree.
And if that's the case, that's fun. But it just seems like even when he got here, he had already done what he'd done for other teams.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think that we were like, well, that's a nice addition. We didn't think, oh my gosh, we got Nathan Evaldi.
Sure.
We thought that's a nice addition. If we get to the playoffs, that should be helpful. And but for the most part, it was regular season. His numbers just didn't stand out. And now he's like, oh, I've found myself. I've found myself as a pitcher, and I can do this all the time.
So
and it just still doesn't get the respect.
Somebody brought up Josh Young on a team that is struggling offensively among players that have played at least a bulk of the season. Josh Young is 4th in OPS. He's behind Wyatt Langford, Josh Smith, Corey Seager. But interestingly enough, Evan Carter has the best OPS for the team right now, though obviously he has played significantly fewer games than any of the other players that we listed. Wyatt Langford, I struggle with because while he has a good amount of home runs and his WAR looks really good, I still just look at the season and been like, it's been fine.
That's
about it.
He was the lone bright spot for a while.
Yeah.
And what was it? Thad Levine talked a little bit about that yesterday. If Simeon and Seager and some of these other veterans around him can get hot, it takes the pressure off of Wyatt Langford to have to carry it. At such a young age, it's just too difficult for him to be that consistent all the time. You just don't have that expectation for him yet. But these other guys that have been there for a while, you do have that expectation that they should and will come back at some point.
Man, it's really funny. So a couple of other names that came up were Jack Leiter, obviously missing a little bit of time, has hurt him, and you've seen some ups and downs. And then Marcus Semien. What would be amazing is, now you'd have to continue the trajectory you've seen to start the month all month long. I wonder how many writers would do the breakdown, or if they would still, even if he has a crazy month, his OPS is going to be I don't know, 680 or something. Be like, oh, that's not very good. So even if he had a crazy month, I wonder if he's too foregone for season-long stat lookers to be like, yeah, he's an all-star.
Yeah. Josh Smith's an interesting conversation because Josh Smith doesn't have a position.
Sure.
Where do you put him? What is the role? Yes, he might be, as somebody said, the most consistent player the Rangers have had all year and most of last year too.
Yes.
But he doesn't have a position. Or do we all-star a dude that's just a utility guy? And that's an unfortunate thing because Bochy says even he's more than a utility guy.
Right.
He fits everything that we need. Sometimes he lets you down at first base. But that was one game, all right? One game that really we lost our S about.
And that's where you have to distinguish between he's been really good for my team or he's all-star level. Because let's take a look at Josh Smith. I think defensively he can do very well, as Corey said, at positions other than first base. Other than that, he's hitting .271 this season. He has 5 home runs, 17 RBIs. His OPS is a very mediocre .733. So, while he's come through in the clutch and playing different positions for the Rangers, when you hear those numbers, you're like, all right.
It's great on this offense, the way that it's been playing this year. And that's why we're looking at it that way, because on this offense, it's great.
My guess right now is Jacob deGrom does get an all-star nod because also he's a pitcher that people are going to want to see. And I hope that Tyler Mahle continues a solid set of starts, hopefully kind of back to what he was doing in April and May, and can get on the All-Star team for the first time in his career.
The 6'8" Josh Smith is an outfielder in the All-Star voting. That group right there is too deep. Like, it's just too deep. And then other positions just too deep, and the qualifications for it. But man, maybe this could be the second half team. Maybe this could be one of those where and that's what I'm holding hope out for, is that this
second half team that won 3 in a row.
I got you.
Look out right now.
I got you. But the swing could come in the second half where you see them take off and surpass the Astros and surpass the Angels and the Mariners, and they take advantage of this division.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've got a jam-packed Expressway. We'll do the Bryan Adams ticket giveaway. We've got Bruce Bochy. And then coming up next, do you think bettors will pressure states to change the law? Or, as Mike would say, they'll deal with it? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Here it comes. Line drive, center field, base hit. Higashioka rounds third and heads home. Here comes the throw by Buxton. It is up the first baseline. And Higashioka scores standing up to make it 8-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're not going to start by talking about the Rangers, but we haven't had a lot of opportunity to play a plethora of Rangers offensive highlights. And we will talk with Bochy in about 10 minutes or so. So felt like now was the time to go ahead and throw it out. But instead, we're going to talk about betting and taxes.
Okay. So here, I do want to say, there has never been a more intriguing tax conversation that I've been part of than when you and Shinsu Chu in Arizona in the clubhouse held court about taxes and what they have to pay, and how he's basically the only MLB player that really paid attention to it.
Yes.
Because everybody else is like, hold on, what? He has a specific accountant for it and everything.
Well, because we were always talking about everyone should come here because no state taxes, and every athlete or agent would be like, meh.
Yes.
But him,
oh,
he was all about it. So let's start with, maybe we'll get to Gary Bettman in just a second. But Corey, you brought this up, and it's interesting to me. So the state of Illinois is going to start a new online sports betting tax that would hit operators with a 25-cent fee for each of the first 20 million bets they take.
Okay.
Now, this is as an organization, so not you personally. You're like, I'll never make 20 million bets, and I'd be like, want to bet?
So if
There's one.
If I make 4 bets, that's $1.
Exactly.
Okay. And do parlays? Is that 25 cents for each part of the parlay?
That just counts as one.
Okay.
Because that is only one slip.
Alrighty.
And so then once you pass that, it's a 50-cent fee to the state.
Gotcha.
Or not to the state, from the state to the organization. So at least FanDuel looks like they're going to go ahead and pass that on to the consumers. And so FanDuel announced the addition of a 50-cent transaction fee for every bet made by Illinois customers beginning September 1st. First of all, just think about the inherent unfairness of that and how the corporations will almost always win. It's 25 cents for the first 20 million bets. And they're like, you know what? Don't worry about that. We're going to go ahead and jump you up to the 50 cents now.
So the state imposes this.
Yep.
And then the business says we're doubling it.
Yep.
So, and the customer has to pay the double.
Correct.
Because you have to pay the tax for us.
Exactly. And essentially an extra $5 million. Because I know you might be like 25 cents, 50 cents, who cares? That's $5 million if you extrapolate out the overcharge for those first.
Doesn't it feel like the governing body and the company kind of teamed up on this a little bit?
Look.
It just feels a little like that. Hey, look, if y'all do this, we're going to blame y'all. Y'all still get your money. And we're not going to pay it because we're going to have them pay it.
I I think you've seen this for a long time. Like the first one that really I thought about that impacted me on a level that I could remember straight away was when the pizza companies decided, because like, let's just say back in the day, your random pizza order, maybe you tip like $5 or whatever. I know it's dependent on a lot of different things. Then the companies were like, we're going to start charging a $5 delivery fee. And at first, I think people were like, okay, whatever, built-in tip. But then the companies had to step out because delivery drivers, they were losing them left and right because people weren't tipping because they're like, no, but I did. And so the company is like, hey, no, that doesn't count as a tip. You have to also tip. That's something we need for our expenses. Really? What expenses are those? The people that you already employed for this exact same purpose. But now you decided if we all band together, we can get it. And when you talk about collusion, look at the way Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John, everybody fell in line. And they're like, well, if we all do it, at least the big chain ones, then like, what are you going to do about it? And so for gambling, what I think is FanDuel is looking at you as a gambler.
Yeah.
And they're like, what are you going to do? Not gamble? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is very much like alcohol. It's very much like other products that you are kind of addicted to, but don't necessarily need in your life. It's the things that you enjoy, and you can say, I don't like this, but you're going to keep doing it.
Yes.
And Kevin, here's the other thing. They keep this around for this year and 5 more years and 10 more years, which they probably then jack up the price a little bit as they go along. And nobody thinks anything of it because that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you always have had to pay the extra 25 cents for this.
I mean,
the extra 50 cents for this. Now the extra $1.
Like, I know we were joking about pizza and gambling is not the same, but I know some people still view it as like a vice that's bad and all of that.
Yep.
Think about how it played out with cigarettes. Like, little bit. Hey,
we're jacking the price up on these.
We're going to have to hit you with the tax, 50 to 75. You know what? You won't even really worry about it. And like, you won't even notice it. What are you going to do? Not smoke? Next thing you know is like, this pack of cigarettes, $9. You're like, what the hell happened?
Yeah. And they're like, I got to pay it.
Yes.
I got to pay it.
Yes.
I just have to figure out how to make a little extra money or cut something else out of my life so that I can keep doing this.
And look, I personally, I feel like I've been really upfront about this. I do not think sports gambling is inherently bad whatsoever anymore. There was a time when people would like, oh, it brings in like the mob and prostitution and everything like that. That was the big concern back in the day.
What?
Sorry. Well, I don't really think that is a societal issue that comes along with it anymore. Now, if you think it's wrong to gamble and everything, great, don't gamble. And I know people have issues with it, but I don't think in and of itself it is necessarily evil. But
when did gambling start? Like it had to have been something happened and a guy said, "Want to bet?"
Yeah, before Jesus. Like I guarantee,
so?
Yeah, for sure.
I think they were taking bets on that.
Oh yeah, you look at
which one of these guys.
Go back to the gladiator days, or go back to the original old school Olympics. You know they weren't just watching those dudes run for no reason.
About 3000 BCE, gentlemen.
Exactly.
There you go.
That's what we were thinking.
The Paleolithic period.
Yeah, see? There you go.
Cow.
And so
they only ate like meat back then.
Okay, that actually is probably true, but not for the joke purposes that you're making it. But so my point is, I think it's going to work because what are you going to do? Are you not going to gamble? Because I bet FanDuel is counting on, no, I think you will. Just like the cigarette industry. And it's not exactly the same, but let's not pretend like fast food and the pizza industry is really any different. They're like, what are you going to do? Not eat this delicious, convenient food?
And so that's 25 cents no matter the bet.
Correct.
So if I bet $100 or $1, it's still 25 cents.
And that's where I think the impact, because there are some high roller bettors, like who gives a crap?
Yeah.
But then if you're like one of those people who likes engaging in the, I'm going to bet $1 for the chance at $4, are you going to get to the point where you're going to start getting charged half of your bet just on a fee?
Mm-hmm. From the 214, it was called casting lots in biblical times.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
In the 972, I got my Uncle Red a pack of Marlboro Reds yesterday, and it was $11. Even I was offended.
Yeah, like
469 cigarettes are like $12 a pack now.
It's crazy, and it feels like, and I'll admit, I wasn't like tracking the price increase of cigarettes along the way, but man, it really feels like that came on fast. And they're like, all right, we've got all these new regulations and everything like that. Now, we will wait for the other betting thing. Hopefully we'll talk with Bruce Bochy in just a minute. But there is another thing out there that Gary Bettman was talking about that has to do with taxes. I know we were talking about betting. We were talking about Shin-Soo Choo, but it has to do with taxes. Corey, you know I love hearing this. What do you think about the commissioner talking about competitive balance based on the lack of state taxes?
I think when the commissioner brings it up, more people should take note of it.
Yeah.
I really don't understand why it isn't a bigger sell.
Yeah.
Because Chu told us it actually is a meaningful thing. But I guess when you're dealing with that number, and a lot of these guys are like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I do not care what my tax situation is because the number is going to be so big. But we've talked about it. It's a difference between like $14 million sometimes.
Absolutely. We'll dip back into that because his comments were fascinating. But right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today, as well as Olshan. We bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How's it going?
Well,
16 runs.
We're doing great. So you've said this. I've heard a lot of other smart baseball folks say this, that hitting is contagious. Can you walk me through the how and why of that?
Well, I mean, I guess the simplest way to put it is just builds confidence. A guy or two gets a hit, it just grows throughout the lineup. I really don't have a better answer than that, except that, it just takes pressure off the guys to a point where they don't feel like they have to be the guy. And so anyway, when it starts happening or a guy gets a big hit with 2 outs, it just lifts the ball club, the dugout up, the position players, they just get a sense of confidence.
And you got that one guy batting in front of another guy. He's like, hey, if I get on second base, do not let me sit on second base. I got to score, all right? And then they all hold each other accountable.
So, this might be...
Well, you know what? Along that line, too, but also that, they have to have confidence with the guy behind them.
Yeah.
Hey, don't feel like you got to be the guy. They don't give you pitches a hit. Take the walk. The guy behind you, he's a really good hitter too, and it's about playing for each other and being unselfish in this whole deal and just believing in your teammates.
And when you talk about that, I don't know why, but I continue to think of Marcus Semien as being one of the keys to making hitting contagious. I know the logic you laid out is it could really be anybody, but how big is it that Marcus has stepped up and obviously been tremendous the last week and a half?
Well, he's one of your guys. Marcus is so revered in that clubhouse and just respected and what he's done in the game. And so, when he gets it going, sure. I think it means a lot to the guys because they know we need them. We all know that. He and Corey, they're really the ones that you count on to make this work. When you look at our lineup, and I talked about it yesterday, and I'm getting off Marcus there for a little bit, but even when he was sitting in the 8th hole, they're all trying to find their timing at times, which we saw with Langford. It's good to see him break out yesterday, but to have Garcia in the 8th hole and Young down there, and that's not where they normally hit, but this is a tough lineup, and I said I'm going to have some, as far as a pitcher trying to get through, I'm going to have some tough calls here on who hits where. If all this gets going like we think it will, I don't know who hits where.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering last night as I was watching that unfold. I was going, do we just keep the bottom of the lineup the way that it is right now? I mean, because that 7, 8, 9 is always important, and they did great last night. Do you think about that? Do you just go, man, I might as well just leave them there?
Well, I have the same soup today, so yeah, that's the way it's going to go. Although Jonah's going to catch, he normally catches lighter, and Higgy will catch tomorrow. The early game, but yeah, now it doesn't mean they won't change, but for today, who knows, for a few days, it could stay the same.
And we kind of talked about this last week a little bit. Do you mind putting into words what consistent health in your lineup actually allows for you? Is it being able to see trends? Is it about finding a good order or a rhythm? Aside from having your best hitters on the field, is there something else that you can glean from having a consistent lineup for an extended period of time?
Yeah, well, it does. I think that as much as anything, it just brings consistency for them on where they're hitting and getting into the routine, and that's more when you start the season. And we have moved it a lot because we've had guys that have had struggles, and we've been forced to because of our offensive struggles here. This first third of a season, but anyway. I think as important as what you just mentioned is the guys on the bench that can go out there and now pick up guys to give guys days off. For example, that last day in Washington, we gave Langford off and I gave Garcia off. Osuna, he's got to play a role in this. Haggerty, he goes out there. He brings a spark to the club. And, Smitty, now that Corey's out there playing short, I can move him around quite a bit and give guys rest, keep them fresh, give everybody, kind of involved here to create that sense of oneness that really, I think, brings out the best in players.
Also, when Wash was here, one of the things he would say about Nelson Cruz was when Nelson Cruz is on, it's not necessarily the home runs, it's the doubles and the alleys. And he would always say, that's when I know that Nelson Cruz has got it right now. Last night, all those doubles that got into the alleys, that felt pretty good. Is that a good sign? Is doubles in the alleys a good sign? Does that make you feel like this is what I want to see from this team?
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because when people talk about slug, they think about home runs, but no, it's driving the ball. It's just getting those doubles and triples, whatever. You don't want guys up there trying to hit home runs. You want them up there trying to barrel up the ball and hit it hard, make just good hard contact. And so, I think that's a great sign when they're going the other way too, when they're hitting those doubles, the oppo way. But Mike Carter, he came up, he was struggling a little bit, and now the home runs are coming. But he's not trying to hit those home runs. Now he has his timing, he's got his swing. That started with a base hit and started with a double, and now he just missed it a little bit. Now it's up in the air, it leaves the ballpark. So yeah, I think that's always a great sign.
We were talking just a minute ago about potential all-stars from the team, and I think we even mentioned Tyler Mahle to you last week as well, and I know he's had a phenomenal season. Is there any concern about his strikeout to walk ratio? Because that's something that just it's been at a place where I would imagine he would like to see improvement on that. Has that been a discussion at all or not really?
Yeah, it's always a discussion in our pitchers meetings. If you guys are there, you would hear Mike Maddox. That's what he preaches: strike one, stay away from the walks. Mahle, when he misses, he doesn't miss by much, but he ends up walking some guys occasionally. But it's not like they're non-competitive pitches.
Yeah,
and so. And when it just takes him to be off a tad, and he's not going to give in. He's a smart pitcher, and he knows that he could give up damage if he gives in and throws it down the middle. He's a guy that likes to work the edges, and but to your point, sometimes it can get him in trouble. But I can't say anything negative about the guy because he's been so good, and he's fun to watch. I really enjoy. How he attacks hitters, and and the fact that if he can't make his pitch, he'll get the next guy.
I'll say as a longtime Rangers fan, it's fun to watch a lot of these starting pitchers.
Oh my
right
gosh.
now. Like this is really exciting.
I'm sure you probably already know this. We were all born in the Metroplex. This is easily the greatest starting pitching we've ever seen at this point in the season. It is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's as good as any staff I've had, and with the role that they're on, that's how good they've been. And the bullpen, I think they've done a really nice job. And we've had a couple of guys we've had to back off, like Martin, but the pitching has done more than we thought. To be honest, we thought this was a team that we better score 4 or 5 runs a game, to be consistent, and really hasn't gone that way. But I do think it's going to definitely pick up the rest of the season. Doesn't mean you're not going to get shut down, but I'm talking about just the consistency of not getting shut down so often.
Now, talking about the bullpen, I was curious if you could kind of walk us through, this is another potential all-star, Hobie Milner, because you talked about some people are stepping up. Hobie Milner feels like a person that has really filled a great role for you guys this year.
Oh, I agree. He's such a weapon for us, and God, you can use him in so many different ways. He's a stopper, by going in there with men on base, getting out of it. Multiple inning guy. He's resilient. I mean, he's gone 2 innings, come back and throw him the next day. In fact, his game in Washington, where he went 2 innings on the bullpen day the last day, he went 2. He says, I'm good to go back out there, but we had worked him so much we couldn't do it to him. But now he knows what he's doing out there. And I think the way he throws, it's not a lot of stress on the arm, so that's what enables him to bounce back so well. But, he's tough on righties. He can pitch in. He'll go in the upper quadrants too. He's got that upshoot deal going, and he's got the change up and the sweeper or slider. So he's a tough at bat, and lefty or righty. I feel really good with him out there.
Nice to have that kind of confidence in a guy you're putting up there. I was kind of curious, Boach, about the get off the iPads thing and get into the game. And as I've been watching over the last week or so, I've just kind of been keeping an eye on the dugout. And last night specifically, it looked like everybody's up. Have you noticed a difference in the morale or just the attitude of the guys since that moment, since y'all changed that a little bit?
Yeah, you know what? They've been better about it. The message was, I think they know that it could be taken away if it gets to where we're not watching the game anymore. They're still looking at the iPads. It could be it's a useful tool, a resource for them to be better, but at the same time, it was getting way overdone there. So I kind of like where it's at now, where they may take a peek at it, whatever, but they're watching the game, and your teammates do something well, they're there to high five them or whatever.
Speaking of technology, and I know you see him pretty much every day, did you see Jared Sandler locked into his computer in the press box and almost get hit by a foul ball that he had to duck and cover for because he wasn't locked in?
There you go. I think we should take it away from him. Watch the game, and you get distracted like that. That's the baseball gods taking care of there, trying to hit him.
I love it.
Thanks, Boach.
We've talked in the past about the automatic balls and strikes system, and I was curious your thoughts on the eventual implementation of that versus going all robotic umpires, because there's a player poll that came out that showed players are overwhelmingly against having no human umpires whatsoever. Where do you fall on ABS versus kind of phasing human umpires out of the game?
Yeah, I'm an ABS guy. I think it works. I saw it in spring training. I saw it in the minor leagues, when I was doing some consulting, and I like it. One call can really change a game, and it's happened to us a couple of times this year, and umpires don't want to get it wrong. I think it's entertaining for the fans. It's quick, and there's some strategy to it. I mean, you don't want to burn them up early. You got to let the hitters know. And so, yeah, I'm all in. I'm not for full, robotic umpires, but I think the ABS would be good for the game.
Last question I got for you again, the player poll from The Athletic. 78% of players said that legalized sports betting has changed how fans treat you or opponents. We talk about gambling quite a bit on this show. I'm curious if you've noticed, with obviously gambling becoming more and more prevalent in all of sports, kind of a different mentality from some of the fans, or a little bit more of an aggressive mentality at times.
Yeah, I really haven't noticed that much. I mean, you have your occasional fan, and will make the comment, "Oh, he bet on this game," but it hasn't, it hasn't been every day where we notice it. But there's been times that a couple of guys that come down the dugout and yell at a player or something. But no, I don't think we're seeing it as much as you were just talking about.
Well, I appreciate the time. We appreciate the time and love the hitting. Congratulations on the win streak. Let's get 4 today.
Okay, guys. Good talking with you. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Boach. Go get some wins here.
There you go, Bruce Bochy, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I've changed it to go get wins. How about that?
Go get wins?
Yeah, go get some wins, guys.
Okay,
because
I like
go
that.
Get Rangers for 2 seasons now. It was kind of a season and a half. It was a struggle. I said go get wins last week, and guess what happened? They got wins.
Got wins.
They got wins. So I think I'm going to keep that one up.
Okay, I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Bryan Adams November 13th at the American Airlines Center. You can, of course, go buy tickets, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Real quick, Alec. Wanted to throw this out if we can. We were mentioning it. We didn't really get to dive into it. Let's go to cut number 18. Gary Bettman, the NHL commissioner, talking about balancing teams that have no state income tax.
Any plans maybe in the future to implement a balance as far as the no state tax? And
no, when you start,
I'm just asking.
It's a ridiculous issue. When the Florida teams weren't good, which was for about 17 years, okay, nobody said anything about it. And, for those of you who played, okay, were you sitting there with the tax table? No, you wanted to go to a good organization in a place where you wanted to live, where you wanted to raise your kids and send them to school. You wanted to play in a first-class arena with a first-class training facility, with an owner, an organization, a GM, and a coach that you were comfortable with, and you wanted to have good teammates so you'd have a shot at winning. That's what motivates it. Could it be a little bit of a factor if everything else were equal? I suppose, but that's not it. And by the way, state taxes high in Los Angeles, high in New York. What are we going to do? Subsidize those teams?
I love a good rant like that, dude. And that is, Mike's always said this, and we always wanted to believe there was other things. But Mike said, what's the biggest number?
Yeah.
That's what ultimately these guys
I agree.
want, the biggest number, and that's all that matters to them. And then you hear players that are like, like Giannis, man, I love the beaches in Miami. And everybody's like, oh, he's going to Miami. Yeah. Who has the biggest number is what it's all about. These guys aren't thinking to themselves, I really hope that I get that 8% of my money, because they don't think about it that way.
Yeah.
But do you think, I wonder if there's an agent out there, and I wonder if an agent thinks that way too. Does that affect the agent's cut? Because we've learned that if you go to California versus Canada versus you have to pay different taxes in each place. Do they just get the 15% cut of the big number, or does it get 15% cut of, or 5 or whatever?
I was going to say,
3?
I think the number is lower than that, but I think it's off the total. So I think that's why agents don't care as much. But if you're the player, obviously that impacts the actual amount of money that's coming through. And I think one of the reasons that he brought that up, or at least that it got brought up, is the idea that, the Florida Panthers, no state tax, they are in their 3rd straight Stanley Cup final. They might win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup. And then the Stars, obviously in Texas, three straight Western Conference Finals. They don't have a state tax either. So I like that he combated the idea that like those teams aren't necessarily good because of no state tax, and that he also threw the Panthers under the bus by pointing out that they hadn't been good for a really long time.
Yeah, they stunk for the longest time, and now they're good. You're saying it's because of the tax system?
Yes.
No, because they got a good coach and a lot of talent there.
I am inclined to agree with you on that.
The whole part, though, about players and them wanting a good coach, a good place to play. Miro said, I heard that Dallas is a good place to play.
Sure.
Carolina, he did not seem to be too happy about being there at all.
Right.
And that was because, from what we understood, because he didn't like the way that they treated players.
Right.
That was kind of what we understood there. And I do wonder how, I think sometimes you see a move by a GM and you're like, why did it take so long? Or why did you do this? And GMs understand that people around the league are always watching them. Coaches understand that people around the league are watching them. And if you make a rash move, it does affect what your franchise is going to look like to other people. And as you saw, Rangers right now, middle of the pack on hey, we think they treat people pretty good, but they think that the Rangers treat people pretty good. And if you have that history, then people do kind of go, I want to be there. Or if you have the history of they're known winners and you want to go get that championship and you're a veteran, you're willing to go do that because you think you can get a chance to win there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of other things wanted to bring up really quick. Thomas Harley, he finished 7th in voting for the Norris Trophy in terms of the best defensive player who demonstrates the greatest all-around ability at that position. That's
7th?
Yeah, that's a heck of a step up for him.
I think, Kevin...
You're disappointed it's too low.
Well, here's a couple things.
Better than Heiskanen.
Have we ever won? I don't think a Stars player's ever won.
Oh, really? Really?
As a matter of fact, I don't think a Stars player's ever finished higher than 3rd for the Norris Trophy.
In your face, Zubov.
Yeah.
I didn't think he did enough offensively.
Yeah, he was that dude, but he's still, and I think Darren Hatcher was one of them too. So that's another like a question mark there. And Miro wasn't in the conversation.
I mean, I think the fact that he got hurt
a lot of time, but doesn't it feel like Miro should be winning it every year based on how we look at Miro?
Okay, so
is he the best or not?
Let me ask the question: has he ever really even been in the mix?
I don't know exactly where. I think maybe the highest he's ever finished is 7th, same as our Harley just finished.
That's not great, right?
I feel like he's great. Everybody was like, he's your next captain. Captain. I did say Miko. I'm sorry. I meant Miko earlier, not Miro. My apologies whenever I was talking about the Carolina. But yeah, I think that we're told that Heiskanen is the best defenseman out there. We need him out there. Wait till he gets out there. And we've watched him play. When you watch him play, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But he hasn't won one yet?
Okay, so that's interesting that the idea that not only did he not win one, but if he's not even been particularly close to winning one, you are paying him like that. And that's a trap look every team falls into. We love Miro here. He's an excellent player. But I think the idea was that everybody thought he would be there for the Norris year in, year out, and not kind of like a periphery candidate. And so now maybe Thomas Harley is going to move into the mix. And we all thought he was going to hopefully be on par with Cale Makar.
Yeah.
And that just has not been the case. Cale Makar has asserted himself as, I don't know, like surely one of the best 6'5" players in the league.
Scary to watch too.
Yeah.
Dude.
And I still think that's what we're hoping for, but maybe that he'll always be slotted below Cale Makar, but hopefully he can start racking up some top 5 finishes and then win the dang trophy. Now that you told me we don't have one.
Well, now that's all you want, isn't it?
Yes.
Now that's all you want. For 903, I want Makar over Miro 1,000%.
Well, sure. Me too. But
wow.
I'm sorry. Do you want the guy who won the trophy
obviously.
Or the guy that you just said never has finished above 7?
I'm rooting for the underdog.
Okay, but that's great. This last year, who would you have rather had?
I mean, a healthy Makar would probably been nice.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, I got so many things, especially how long is a professional competitive eater's career supposed to be? Next on The Fan.
East has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, if you missed out on the Bryan Adams ticket giveaway, we'll continue to do that the rest of the week. But right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. And I do have some Bryan Adams audio in just a moment.
Oh, is it Everything I Do? Look into my eyes. I did that just for you.
So earlier we were asking what was going on at the Haskell Blackburn Lemon exit. And the reason I asked, when we see wrecks, they get the wreck and they move it out of the side and everybody can pass on the highway. They had the whole southbound 75 blocked off.
Like right outside.
Everybody was being deterred. Is that the right? Detoured to the exit. Everybody. And so that's not normal.
Right.
And so that was immediately why I was like, oh, what is going on? Then I saw the helicopter and I was like, that's different.
Yeah.
This is not just a typical wreck. And we couldn't see where it was. Like it was past where we could see here. The story, we are just now kind of getting some details from it. It was the Dallas police were investigating a fatal shooting. A department spokesman said that it is being investigated as an apparent suicide. The person was pronounced dead at the scene, and that's why they had that going on. I would like to also then take this opportunity to say 24-hour crisis hotline, 800-273-8255. Mental health navigation line, 972-525-8181. Put those in. Crisis text line, 741-741. You can text them. Home, HOME. Use those resources, please.
Can I tell you, I had a really... Like, people might say sometimes, like, oh, I don't think... I know you probably hear this, or, like, you don't care. I do care. Corey cares. Alec cares. We all care. And I had an interaction with somebody who set up an appointment at the place where I go to the talking doctor, because they said, I've kind of, run out of options and people to talk to and places to go, and I don't know what to do. So obviously I always recommend NAMI North Texas as well. They have a bunch of really great free programs. But then, so I recommend that. Also said, here's where I go to the talking doctor. I don't know where you live. I don't know how convenient it is, blah, blah, blah. They set up an appointment for this week with the talking doctor. And I was like, if you feel comfortable, let me know how it goes. But I was like, I absolutely know who that is. And it's just really cool if it's just one person. Like, hopefully that makes a difference. But hopefully there's a lot of other people who don't text in or reach out to us or whatever, that they're like, you know what, I'm going to do that too.
Yeah.
Therapy's cool, man.
Yeah, man, I actually literally just had that conversation with my middle son Carter yesterday, because there's some reasons he and I have had discussions about this, but I was like, look, do not ever think that it's not manly, that it's not something that can help you.
Sure.
Get this opportunity to have a conversation. Also,
that was Gavin Dawson enjoying that ice cream, I do believe.
Yeah, our friends at Abbott's Frozen Custard dropped off a lot of stuff.
I'm sorry, frozen custard.
Kevin, one of them is the waffle taco.
What?
Yep, it's a waffle taco. It's got chocolate and nuts on top of it and custard inside. And it sounds very similar to something that no longer exists. And you know what? I'm glad it's back. And so I want to thank Abbott's for that, and for the stuff they got in the freezer right now. All right. This is a very difficult transition here.
Yeah.
But let's try and see what we can do. Albert Breer was on with Rich Eisen. You ever heard of Rich Eisen, Kevin?
I have.
I'm a fan of his. He was on and he was talking about Cam Ward. And I am fascinated by Cam Ward's future, because being the number one overall pick in a year that a lot of people were like, don't think it's that good to be a number one overall pick at quarterback. Will this guy succeed in Tennessee better than Will Levis? Here's Albert Breer.
Okay, hold on. No. We'll get to this audio. The bar needs to be higher than that. Can you do better than Will Levis?
Or Ryan Tannehill.
Okay, well, the bar needs to be higher than that.
Steve McNair.
Okay, I accept.
Good bar right there. This is Albert Breer on Rich Eisen talking about something Cam Ward's done already.
What did you glean from your discussions with Titans folks?
Leading up to the draft, one thing they found with him, that Cam Ward knew a lot of football, but he couldn't always explain it. Like he knew what to do, but he couldn't really take you through exactly like why it was that way. And so when they had the rookies in for the first time for the rookie minicamp a couple weeks after the draft, that started on a Friday, and on the Saturday morning, a couple coaches come in at the 5 a.m. hour, and there's Cam Ward running a meeting with the rookie tight ends, receivers, backs. They didn't know he was doing it. The coaches didn't. He just brought everybody in early so he could take them through the script for the day, take them through what they were going to be learning on offense. And it was, of course, a sign of like work ethic. He's there early in the morning with his teammates, but I think it was also, or at least they took it this way, as a sign of self-awareness. And so that wasn't for show, because every day that they've had a practice since then, he's had that 5 a.m. meeting with the other, rookie skill position players. I think it's kind of maybe a window into how important it is to him to be in position to get up and running and be prepared when they get to September. And they haven't named them starter yet, but I know the first team reps right now between him and Will Levis are 2-1. So they're certainly preparing Cam to be the starter there in early September.
I love hearing that. The coaches didn't even know.
Yeah.
Now, I do wonder the legalities under the rules of the NFL and the Players Association, if that's okay. But hey, they do this stuff all the time outside.
Yeah.
Dak's always practicing with CD.
Team had no idea how they're supposed to control it.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers was just talking about, if I can convince the guys to come out to Malibu, then yeah, I'll be able to work with DK Metcalf and some of the other receivers. But Cam Ward, rookie guy, understanding that he needs to learn more at the same time, he doesn't know it all yet. And you know what? If I don't want coaches down my neck about it all, if I don't want anybody, calling me out for it, I better be prepared before. And like we talk about other guys that they get there and they think they know it all, they think they got it all figured out, and they find out real quick. And this is a dude, I think that's good leadership right there. That's a good leadership quality on his part. Kevin, Joey Chestnut.
Oh, yeah.
The big day's coming up, July 4th, the hot dog eating contest, and I typically don't care about this, all right?
What?
I really don't. It doesn't matter that much to me. He is a 16-time champion.
It's the greatest achievement in sports history.
And he wants to be better. Is it?
This is the reason why you need to watch the hot dog eating contest. So the main announcer and the guy who does like the mic work live with the crowd, I believe they're the two owners, father and son, of Major League Eating, or at least they used to be. They talk about this as if it's better than anything in sports. Like they would talk about Joey Chestnut had won 9 in a row, and they're like, that's more impressive than Cal Ripken's streak. And they said it with no sense of irony whatsoever. And they're like, who in the history of sports has ever won 16 world titles? Nobody. Not Wilt, or I guess not Bill Russell, not Brady, not Jordan, nobody. And they are not joking about any of it. It's amazing.
And Alec, I guarantee you'll have the audio pulled when the guy comes out to do the announcement for the ceremony. That dude he's excited. It's pumped. I get excited for it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Last year, I believe Joey Chestnut went against Kobayashi.
They did like a Netflix
spin-off
thing. 100% I was watching that thing live.
But it does sound like Nathan's hot dog eating contest has said, you know what, let's work something out. Because I do believe Joey Chestnut started like working with Impossible Foods.
Okay, yeah.
And so they were like, we don't want, you're sponsored by Impossible Foods.
Yeah.
We're trying to sell our Nathans.
Wieners, baby.
Yeah. So they're working on trying to get him. My question here is,
because if he's not there, like, what are we doing?
How long is a competitive eater's career supposed to last? 16 is 20 a round number for him? Is 18? That's, enough football games. So
yeah, see, I would have thought, I'm not kidding, I would have thought the answer was like 3 years before I like really started watching this.
Until this dude dominated forever.
Because this is not the only thing they do. Like if you think you're like, oh, once a year I can eat a lot of hot dogs too. No, they do this all the time. And he's like, oh yeah, he ate 3 gallons of mayonnaise in 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Or yeah, he ate 1,600 pistachios in 2 minutes. It's crazy.
Yeah, so that's the question. I just want to know, how long is a competitive eater's career? supposed to last. And from the 469, Cena has 17 championships.
That's right.
Oh, that is a good point.
Never seen 17, baby.
That's right.
If Chestnut gets 17, will Cena go say, I got to get 18?
That only makes sense. Drop the title back to Cody, win it right back. They're at 18. Then that piece of trash can't try to claim it's his record. Woo.
Who? Oh, that guy. But
I understood that.
How has he ever won a championship if you can't see him? I've never understood that.
That's how you win.
Exactly.
If you were fighting somebody you couldn't see, you're
lose.
probably going to lose.
Yeah, even if they're weaker, you would just be like, I don't know where they are. They keep sucker punching me. Kevin, you might think after you hear this story, who cares? It's in Florida. That's
Okay.
America's Wang. But the battle against the invasive Burmese python by the Conservancy of Southwest Florida reached a milestone after a record removal season. The removal coincides with the breeding season of the python. Didn't know it was from November to April. The Conservancy staff tracked 40 pythons known as scout snakes that help in locating reproductive pythons. There was a record 6,300 pounds of invasive snakes removed this season, bringing the total to a hefty milestone of more than 20 tons of Burmese pythons removed from a 200 square mile in southwest Florida. Once snakes get opposable thumbs, they are taking over the planet. Guarantee it.
We'll be gone by the time that happens.
Who
right?
knows? Who knows? Kevin, you seem very excited about a conversation here.
But I'm so sorry. I was going to be an update to your previous story.
Removing 40,000 pounds of snake. Okay, back to you.
I made the mistake of wanting to look up who won last year because Joey Chestnut didn't compete. And then a headline caught my eye that said fake history of the hot dog contest. And supposedly it started in 1916. And New York Times and other places have said that. However, there's no record of the contest taking place. And in 2010, Nathan's promoter, Mortimer Matz, of course, said he fabricated the legend of the 1916 start date with a man named Max Rosie in 1970 as part of a publicity stunt and his 5 fingers. Back to you, Corey.
Kevin, speaking of not having 5 fingers, one person said removing more than 40,000 pounds of snake carried out through some of Florida's unrelenting wildlife habitats is a heavy lifting assignment. But through the years of dedicated research, we've developed science-based methods to track the apex predator more effectively. That didn't help in Garland. A 15-foot reticulated python was captured this week slithering through a Garland neighborhood, according to 1080 KRLD.
Oh, our sister station. Hey,
it trapped a man on top of his truck, Kevin.
What?
Garland Animal Services had to safely wrangle the massive snake, which they later confirmed was someone's pet.
Okay, I hope Jess is not listening right now. Her biggest fear in life is a snake getting her from inside the toilet.
Oh, no, I totally get it.
Toilet snake coming up and be like,
I totally get that. Yeah. Colby had a story about that.
Yes.
There's a dude in Thailand that got, and then he had to ride a bicycle and take it to the hospital. That's terrifying. He sat down and just hung down in there, and all of a sudden, bam, bit by a snake. Last thing, Kevin.
Hung down in there.
As we've been talking about my high school Bryan Adams and the singer Bryan Adams, my friend Ivan, who used to be with us, sent me
I like him.
Sent me this audio today with an LMAO. And I just want to point out, this is why you can't trust everything on the internet.
Oh.
Check this audio.
One of the most dangerous high schools in Dallas, Texas.
In front of Bryan Adams, man, back in the day, this school used to be crunk as heck, man. It was always riots up here. There was always helicopters flying around this school, man. I didn't go here, I went to Skyline, but my brother said I went here. This is one of the livest high schools ever. At one point, they were about to shut this school down, man. It was all over the news. But luckily, they didn't. I know you got, South Oak Cliff. You know what I'm saying? I know you got the schools in South Dallas like Lincoln and Madison and stuff like this, but this was one of the bad schools that was added to that list, man. This school was a force to be reckoned with. About the sports here, I don't think they really had any good sports up here. But like I said, man, when it came to the academics, this school was tanking when it came to the academics, man. I don't know how it is now, but I know back in the day, all the kids from John West, you know what I'm saying, whether they was in Chenard Creek, RBIs, BKB, they all went to this school right here, man. So this school was live, dog, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'm going to do another one on Skyline. Skyline, you know what I'm saying, wasn't that bad.
I appreciate that's it right there.
It's the menacing music in the background.
It's the way that it started. The most dangerous school in Dallas,
I'm
Texas.
sorry. Can you play the beginning again? Because that, along with the music, I believed all of that because of that production value.
One of the most dangerous high schools in Dallas, Texas.
So I just want to point a couple things out. I went to Bryan Adams.
Yep.
East Dallas.
Yep.
That's where I hail from. My parents went to Bryan Adams. Adrian's mom went to Bryan Adams. My wife's mom went to Bryan Adams. It was never that bad. I do believe somebody from Skyline once drove a car on fire through the front of the school, but that wasn't because of the school.
Hold
was
on.
because that was like in the 80s.
How are you going to say it's not that bad and then say, but this one time a flaming car came
from
through the
Skyline,
front of
not
the
from BA.
school?
That was the other school. All right. But I did want to point out, I was never around when any riots happened at Bryan Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Helicopters weren't flying over the school every day. All right. That didn't happen. He said it once got shut down. Almost. All right. Almost got shut down because of academics. All right. They were not doing very well academically. And they were like, we're going to shut this place down. And then they funneled a whole bunch of money into the school. And now it's up and it's doing great. So I just want to point out, this is why you can't believe everything on the internet.
Ooh, I don't know.
There are some realities of that I went to a tough school.
Let's go to the fan text to contradict what Corey just said. Hold on, Corey's out in them streets. He's a hood rat.
Hey, we did call ourselves the White Rock Late Rats.
From the 972, I got pulled over from the gang unit at Bryan Adams. I wasn't even in a gang. All right, so let's recount the facts.
That's how safe it was.
There's that video. They had the gang unit at Bryan Adams. They had the flaming car that came through the front of the school. I don't know, man.
I just want to say it wasn't that bad. And we've all experienced high school, and I feel like there is far worse out there. But he was right. We weren't very good at football for a long time, but Coach Robinson's going to turn things around, baby. Coach Robinson's got this thing going, and I think Coach Chris Lee's going to help out too.
It's probably not going to be tomorrow. Maybe on Friday. Segment, High School Confidential. Tell us your most horrifying story from high school. Maybe it involved you directly. Maybe you just saw it happen.
From the 214 random, but I went to BA2, and I'm pretty sure Corey took his prom photos in my living room. I need you to send me a text so I know where because you might be living in my house.
Huh.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What an intriguing tease. Coming up next, more of that. Also, my buddy's an idiot, and we will talk with FC Dallas head coach Eric Quill. All of it next right here on The Fan.
V products? I never remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And Zambi cutting inside! A great finish from Johan Manzambi on his first international start. But this goes from bad to worse for the United States 10 minutes before half-time. Switzerland in complete control.
All right, there's a lot going on here.
I need everybody to understand something right now. If you get a text from me on the fan text and it says something atrocious and it has my name signed to it, it's Kevin, not me.
So Corey's having a conversation. By the way, we're going to talk with FC Dallas head coach Eric Quill, unless he's listening right now, in just a few minutes. But Corey is like having a real conversation with somebody, and it's like really interesting. And they mentioned their sister, and I go, do you think it would be a funny bit if I just texted like, bro, I heard your sister's trash, and I signed Corey's name?
No.
And so Corey said, Kevin wants to text bad things and sign my name, so if it happens, don't believe it.
I'm telling all of you right now.
I really wanted to message that person back and say, I didn't say that, Kevin, and then immediately send the trash text and sign it, Corey.
Gosh.
But then also,
what's really crazy though is like I'm actually having a meeting with the guy that he says he knows the wife, who is one of Adrian's best friends from high school. So I'm literally having a meeting with that guy later today. So that's awesome.
Let's see if we can get this figured out. But then also, for our potential high school confidential segment, I went to Garland High School. That's where my older son went. And remember getting on the bus at the end of the day when the emergency exit of the bus in front burst open and this girl jumped out and just started punching this girl that was walking by. Full on fight with hair pieces getting yanked out. Like, that's crazy. And those are the kind of stories that I think High School Confidential could reveal to us all.
He did reply back and say she is trash. So, jeez, come on, guys.
That was even a softened version of what I was going to put back. All right, right now it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
The United States men's soccer team. They don't have all their best players. Fine. They lost to Switzerland yesterday 4-0. The Americans have now lost 4 consecutive home games for just the third time. First, 1775. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I was like, hold on. Are we really going back that far?
We probably lost 4 battles in a row at some point. But this is the first time since 1988 that that the United States has lost 4 straight home games, and just the third time ever they've done that. So having all your best players or not, you got freaking smoked by Switzerland. They scored all those goals in the first freaking half. Is the United States men's soccer team idiots?
I feel like every time you bring up the United States men's soccer team, it's something bad.
Well, yeah. Because, last time it was the 3rd straight loss. Now it's the 4th straight loss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm surprised Switzerland even chose to compete. I thought they would have just accepted a scoreless draw.
Because they're neutral.
That's right. Thank you, Corey. All right. Is this person an idiot? And I had to read this story multiple times before I really understood it. Former Florida A&M athletic director got arrested for stealing more than $24,000 from their former employer.
Not much.
Yeah.
Did that one dude for the Jaguars steal like $10 million or something?
I think it was even more than that, honestly. But yes. So I was like, hold on. Does that mean the AD got fired and the former employer is Florida A&M? But no. The AD got arrested after turning herself in because she had allegedly stolen more than $24,000 from her previous employer.
So she was about to get caught. And that's why she turned herself in. Otherwise, you're just like, I'm still in the land, like that zebra should be.
Right. She was charged with 4 counts of false claims on travel vouchers, as well as grand theft, larceny, and felony scheme to defraud.
Paul scheme?
Sure. Paul scheme.
Why do you turn, like, do you feel like you're going to get a lesser sentence for turning yourself in?
Yes.
Or you're just like, no, I actually have to pay the price.
No, I think either you think you're going to get a lesser sentence, or you know the next person up in the chain, and you're like, I will testify against the bigger fish that you really want if you can really lower my sentence or give me some semblance of immunity, or I don't know,
that's always the play,
like
isn't it? Let's make a deal.
One time, I was working at Blockbuster, and my store manager, his boyfriend pulled up, and I was like, hey, because he would visit occasionally. So he came in after he sat in his car for like 20 minutes. I was like, hey, dude, your boyfriend's been in the parking lot for like 20 minutes. I don't know what's going on. So they talked in the car forever. And then eventually our store manager came back in, went to the back for like 20 minutes. And when he came back out, he was still really upset. I was, what happened? And he said his boyfriend had just admitted to him that he embezzled more than $30,000.
Oh,
this was a shocking turn of events.
Yes.
Right now, let's turn our attention back to the pitch, and we will talk with FC Dallas head coach Eric Quill. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Now, I know this is not necessarily your responsibility and certainly not your fault, and I know players are missing, but the United States men's soccer team were a year away from the World Cup. They've now lost 4 straight games on American soil for the first time since 1988. What the heck is happening?
I'm hoping this is by strategy. They want to lower everybody's expectations, so by the time the tournament starts, we're not expecting a lot, and they surprise us. Maybe that's the way they're going about things right now. But it's surely it's not how the American public and soccer fans imagined the momentum being going into this important year. So hopefully there's a grand plan, and I know some players are missing, but there's some bigger issues I think that are lying around, and hopefully we can get them ironed out, and give ourselves the best chance to look the part in front of our home country.
Now, you mentioned it. I believe there's 9 matches happening in the Metroplex. Obviously, AT&T Stadium got one of the semifinals. The owner of FC Dallas was the person driving the bus for setting all of this up. We're a year out from the start of the World Cup exactly. How big of a deal is this tournament for growing numbers in the country, for fans in general, and honestly for FC Dallas as being a big part of setting this up?
Oh, it's massive. I remember 94. I was 16 years old or 14 years old, and I remember the magnitude of what the World Cup was, and we weren't even big players back then. I think we've earned a little more respect in this day and age. So we've got a bigger sort of brand out there, even though it doesn't kind of seem like it at the moment. But just to engage the new fan, the momentum, the energy, the passion that's going to come, and there's going to be a lot of education coming along with it. And so I just think it really is it's going to bring the new soccer fan out of the country, and there's just nothing like it. So the young kid that's going to experience this for the first time and have stars in his eyes, and I just think it inspires a generation of talent. So it's got zero negative and all positive to it, and it's just going to be an electric time in our country's history of soccer. And obviously the Hunts have been pioneers from the beginning, and their passion for the game and the work they put in to try to grow this game has been second to none. So it's, I'm so glad Dallas has received, these games, and I expect this city to be rocking.
Now, obviously we were poking some fun at American soccer for struggling on their home soil. To be fair, though, y'all's team has struggled mightily at Toyota Stadium this season as well. Is there any particular common thread that you think's led to this? Because the team's been really good on the road, but at home, not so much.
I mean, it's the $1 million question. We're trying to solve it. It's there's no key that unlocks that door as to exactly why our home troubles have been what they've been. Obviously, the last game, a red card that happened early, but I thought our guys fought. I mean, the attitude and the mentality has been there. It's just we will turn the corner. I believe that. I truly believe we're close to launching. It's just there's no reason why we shouldn't be more formidable at home, and we're working tirelessly to get there, and we will. So it's just not how you want it to be at the moment, but adversity is something we've got to fight through and come on out the other end, and we've got to turn ourselves around, and we've got to start believing and scrapping and clawing and get up the table and go where we belong.
Have you noticed a difference in the players' morale a little bit? Are you like, I got to work on that first? Where do you feel about the group right now?
To be honest, the morale has been great. I mean, I think that we all feel like we're better than where we sit in the standings. And, it was a grueling month of, with travel and just those kinds of things, but not to make excuses. But I really think, some situations, the margins in this league are so tight.
Yeah.
A ball bouncing this way, that's punishing in a moment, changes the outcome of games. And we just got to understand that those margins are so tight. So when we get in our moments, we can't squander them, and when we can't give up the moments to opponents, especially at home. We've got to be relentless in who we are, our mentality, and make sure that we understand the value. I mean, chewing up 3 points at home is a must every game, and so we've done amazing work on the road. We've got to figure it out here, and I think we're on the right road, and we're going to continue to fight and challenge ourselves to turn it around.
Now, you mentioned the travel last week of May alone, more than 8,000 miles of travel. When you're traveling, is it all soccer strategy all the time, or do you have like a movie or a TV show that helps calm you and put you at ease?
No, this last month there was no time for movies or TV shows. It's literally all day, every day, tactics, getting guys turned around, figuring out what bodies we have. If we don't have these bodies, where are we going? What's the solution? It's a chess match. It's it's nonstop. It's a nonstop discussion and the work and trying to figure out. The next opponent brings something different, right? And we got to find a different way to hurt that opponent, which which makes for more time for strategy and tactics. And so it's a busy job, one that I love because I can talk tactics and I can talk soccer all day long, so it doesn't really feel like a job. But one that comes with seriousness, and I know results at the end of the day they matter. And I'm here. That's why I'm here, is to try to make FC Dallas a winner, and that's what we're in the process of trying to do. And we're working tirelessly to get there. We're not where we want to be right now, but we will get there.
Well, we're going to do our part to help, because the last time you guys played Kansas City, we did a show live from the stadium before the game, and you guys won. So now you're on with us before the game against Kansas City again. So I'm feeling confident about these 3 points, Coach.
Well, if we win this game, I think I will make it. I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna have to do a show here every home game.
All right.
All right. We can probably figure that out. Thank you very much for the time, good sir, and obviously best of luck on Saturday.
Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. Eric Quill, FC Dallas head coach, right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is true. We did our show that week.
I was
out
there that day.
Yes. Yes, you were.
There were a lot of people there.
There were, and we started speculating how much money was in that room.
There was a lot of money
in particular, and it definitely started with a B. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday.
Eats has Lola V products? Yeah, remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, sweet.
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on your Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
0-2 pitch. That's ripped to right center. That's a base hit. Rolling up the alley. 1 run home. 2 runs home. Carter will be held. Josh Young in with a double. 2 more runs on the board, make it 14-4.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. Now, I'm not saying one game solves anything, but how much just fun was it to watch and listen to the offensive onslaught from the Rangers?
It was great. I had a little bit of running around to do after the show, so by the time I got home, the conga line was rolling. Adolis Garcia had hit a double. He'd made an incredible play off the wall. Did you see that play off the wall?
That was an awesome play, man.
Yeah,
awesome
he mentioned
throw.
that. Yeah.
That throw was awesome.
Yeah, it was
great. We needed that, and I think the credibility that maybe, Simeon's turnaround is coinciding with the real turnaround is happening.
Were you nervous at all when Corey Seager legged it out from first to third on a single, and then there was a pass ball that he definitely could have scored on, and he just stayed at third base?
A little bit.
Okay.
It's like, oh, did I tweak something there? I think that we're all thinking that right now.
Just
is how
stay
that
at
hammy
second.
spin.
Just first to second, station by station.
Yeah, at this point, just, hey, don't push it. Don't force it.
Oh, for sure.
It's all right when we're having a 16-run outburst. I thought I was getting ball sacked by the updates because we had our draft show dinner last night.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't get to watch it live. So I'm like, wait a second. The Rangers have 10 runs. Wait a second. What? It's up to 16 runs, 17 hits. Like, this is not real right now. This is something wrong? Is something wrong with my ESPN updates? Like, what is going on? But that is... everybody up and down the lineup. Evan Carter now has been absolutely brilliant since he's been back. It seems like things are clicking. It's like a sleeping giant's been open, boys. This team's just kind of been hovering around. The pitching's been there. The division's luckily just kind of stayed right around where it's ready for the taking.
Just needed to be healthy.
Nobody in the American League scaring you, really. And now, if it's time for this offense to get right, look out.
Yeah, it was nice, too. Tyler Malley, who's done a lot of heavy lifting. It's like, hey, you know what? We're going to have your back for the first time all season.
Because he wasn't particularly memorable yesterday or in the start before.
Which is not good. We kind of need him to be memorable.
Agreed.
If that's somebody that you do want to move, maybe.
That's the worst it gets. I can live with it. But
okay, sure.
Yes, I was thinking shutout or no hitter last night. Put him on the trade market.
Okay.
That's what I was going
okay,
for.
you're ready to move. Let's capitalize on this.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted to just throw this out there. I know betting odds, especially at this stage, can sometimes be foolish, but Trey Hendrickson, he'd be favored to go to the Patriots. I've heard that plenty. But TJ Watt, the betting favorite, is he would be on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, would you, if you're the Steelers, I know it's not in your conference.
I don't see that.
Do you want to keep him in the same neck of the woods, so to speak? Would he would for sure have to move houses though, or could he just stay?
No,
in his
yeah,
own
you'd
house?
have to move.
Oh, yeah,
it's not that
it's a
close.
ways away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
buy another house.
It just feels like everywhere that's not Texas is like
right by each other.
Distance.
Yeah. Oh, you can get between so many states up in the Northeast faster than you can get across Texas. Like 8, you can go through 8 states.
Were we discussing a couple weeks ago that from a city down south in Texas all the way to like Amarillo is the same distance from Amarillo to Canada? And I was
That's
like,
it's crazy.
It was a wild place. Yeah, I was like, this is insane.
Wow, so the Eagles are going to get Jair Alexander and they're going to get T.J. Watt. They'll probably sign Von Miller.
We're going to sign
All the
Von
players.
Miller. Thank you very much.
All the players.
Just because they're like, sure, we'll take the players. That just seems to be their. Yeah. Okay, if nobody else is going to do it, I guess we'll take a good player like Zach Bond and add him to a Super Bowl team.
And guess what? If it doesn't work, then at the deadline, we'll trade for somebody else who will work.
Yeah, I think you have another couple of months here in the summer to try to build your team out, and then where it's bad, you're going to have to be aggressive at the trade deadline if you want to catch the Eagles.
Yeah.
If any of this kind of stuff happens, I thought they took a half step back and they lost about 5 rotation guys, some starters on defense.
did.
But if that was just to get ready to make a bigger splash for the best player available later in the summer or early in the season, that'd be tough.
Are you guys at the point, and I know this is not what the Cowboys are going to do, and I know it's certainly not what they're going to say, where I'm not really concerned about catching the Eagles. I'm concerned about like, hey, let's make some moves now that will help you plan for 2026, whether it's salary cap or talent wise. Like, I think that should be the focus. I know they'll never say that, and they'll probably never do that. But what do you guys think?
Well, that would be the George Pickens move you wouldn't have done, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's a great point. That is a really good point.
I think having Pickens opens up a window, and Dak is not getting younger or healthier, so I wouldn't look at 2026 or 2027 as good of an opportunity as the one that's staring you in the face right here. What they need to have happen is, for the young pass rushers to hit and create this swarm along with Osa that gives the defense an identity and something to hang their hat on. And, so I think that could come together for them this year.
Okay.
Yeah. You have to do it with Pickens. You'll never have 2 wide receivers like this again.
Yeah.
It's going to allow your run game some very favorable looks. And we already saw that CeeDee Lamb could figure out how to produce even when he was the focal point and the number 2 wasn't very good.
Right.
This is putting defenses in checkmate in a lot of ways, and I think you got to go for it.
Are you guys more intrigued by the Mavericks also shutting down the Knicks, the Mavericks playing the Pistons in Mexico City, or the fact that Corey went to perhaps the most dangerous high school in all of DFW?
Well, I knew you did. I knew Brian Adams just has that reputation. That and Vines. Vines is the pharmacy.
It's tough, man.
Yeah,
I survived.
Actually,
I survived the
that is
pharmacy,
actually
baby.
true.
Vines in Plano. As soon as I got there, luckily things got a little bit better. But I think it's definitely the Mavs playing overseas, is it not?
Yeah. That's
is that
always
overseas?
That's where that was born. The last time they played in Mexico City, we had England games in the NFL, and my mind straight went to, all right, let's check overseas how the Mavs doing right now, and that's haunted me ever since. But it was a hilarious moment, but an embarrassing
But now we
moment.
can laugh about it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to do this to you, Zach, on air. So do you guys ever watch Conan Must Go, where Conan O'Brien goes to different countries and stuff? And
I've definitely
There's a couple
seen bits and
hilarious
pieces of this.
episodes.
Yes.
Okay, in the new season, and I want you to discover it for yourself, he goes somewhere and their goal is to set the world record for the biggest haka. And all I could think about, like, and this is like a 6-minute segment, all I could think about was you and the NFL draft.
Yeah. And I've looked into learning it.
I think that'd be
it's
cool.
hard.
Yes.
It is not an easy. Yeah, because you got to get the facial expressions down with the movements. It is not an easy dance to learn.
Yeah.
If you get a chance. I just thought that was
pretty good.
Yeah. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Hagee Bryan, as you notice, is not here. He is at Cowboys practice. He'll have a full report as soon as he gets here. And, of course, Krusty's Corner at 3:40. And David Hellman's going to join us at 4 o'clock, talk Cowboys.
I like it.
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking.
Yes. Yeah, you got it twice.
Okay.
We missed one.
Had to
So
make
we
up.
needed
Yeah.
to,
We're good here,
we
yeah.
needed to fix it.
Thought it was going to stink today.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say the world's most dangerous high school, Kevin.
Brian Adams.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation here on a Wednesday. Hope you're having a fantastic little sports afternoon. Staying dry out there best you can. They had to win the Cowboys practice inside. I'm Gavin Dawson. Thanks for making us part of your day. Brian Broaddus is up at Cowboys practice right now, and he's going to be joining us as soon as he can. I think it's actually starting to break right now, shouldn't it be? He'll be on his way in and maybe here 30, 45 minutes or so. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:45. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, those ice cream treats in the freezer, Lucius. I know you got your cookies beanie on right now. If you're in the mood for cookies, you're in the right place right now.
So I have some ice cream in the refrigerator, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, a little pint.
Okay.
Ben & Jerry's.
Oh,
nice. Yeah,
half-baked?
sugar-free.
Oh, okay.
Sugar-free. Yeah.
Well, for the rest of us, there's some fully leaded goodies down in there, and it's unbelievable.
Shout out to Abbott's Custard, man.
Yeah.
That was special because they've done away with the Choco Tacos.
Yes.
But Abbott's came in and said, you know what, let's fill that void. There's obviously a missing place.
Yeah, there is.
And they filled it, and they really hit it out of the park.
It's like a chocolate sundae inside a waffle cone taco shell, if I could describe it.
Get a nice little crunch in there with your delicious chocolate ice cream.
Just a 10 out of 10. So that set the afternoon off properly. I mean, I thought I was ahead when I got some Lorna Doone shortbread cookies from a little shop downstairs. Came up, I was crushing those. Then Majors let me know, dude, there are sweets in the freezer, and that was epic.
What a day.
Yeah, I'm feeling satisfied already. But we have 4 hours of sports coming up. And, I think this Cowboy is all about the other guys who could step up to give the Cowboys strengths at key spots, to give this team an identity. Can Kaiir Elam stabilize the secondary? He had a pass breakup yesterday. I think he dropped an opportunity for an interception, but your pass rush could be insane. As I was telling Hagee and Majors there, how are Williams, Nealon, and Ezeraku coming along?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Brian's going to learn anything about that today, but as we go to Oxnard, where could those additional points of pressure be? And I think their receiver room is already insane. Who's going to be the third guy? I guess Mingo was really good yesterday, and I've been rolling my eyes whenever I hear the name Jonathan Mingo, but they obviously want to give him a shot. I guess it's just the catch percentage that I think that's pretty hard to overcome if you've been a part of multiple teams and you get one out of every 3 balls that are thrown to you. It's kind of tough. What are you guys looking for here at minicamp and for the rest of this summer here in Cowboys land?
Well, I think you're onto something with the pass rush, right? Because I think the biggest concern for me right now is the secondary and the depth at corner. But a pass rush can help mitigate a secondary that struggles, right? If you're going ahead and limiting the amount of time a quarterback has to throw, go through his progressions, if you can disrupt some timing, maybe they can play physical, get a jam at the line of scrimmage. All of a sudden, that's got me excited. But I do think the depth at wide receiver, like Turpin's got a spot on this team, no question about it. He might be your wide receiver 3.
I think he's definitely wide receiver 3, and I love that idea.
But when it comes to Mingo, they gave up a 4 for him. So they want him to emerge. And he's an interesting guy because he hasn't played with good quarterbacks. Now, on the contrary, George Pickens, is a stud because he's played with bad quarterbacks and gone out there and looked good. But Jonathan Mingo, we watched his targets with Carolina. It was like the ball was all over the place. And then with Cooper Rush, so I'm interested to see what Jonathan Mingo looks like at training camp, but I can't say the expectations are very, very high there whatsoever.
No, but I think him as a wide receiver 4 or whatever makes plenty of sense. I am curious about this Jake Ferguson stuff that Bobby was alluding to with us yesterday. Like, what's going on with him, with Scooney and Spanford being ahead of him? Is that just... it's that time of year we want these guys to get reps as they're much younger, but this is a new offense to some extent for all these guys. So I don't know what's going on with Ferguson. And then I would love to get some level of an understanding of what condition Trayvon Diggs is in from his rehab, because he's been away. He's been doing it himself. I want to, Shereen Williams is like, Trayvon Diggs could miss half or the entire season. I'm like, okay, somebody tell me that he's on pace right now, please.
Yeah, I could definitely use a good update on Trayvon Diggs. That's right, especially with this corner situation. I like what Wolchuk was saying, though. You could take pressure off the secondary if you can get that pass rush cooking like that. But there are so many things that would have to go right for this team to catch the Eagles, and that with a backdrop of possibly, going after and getting an additional cornerback and maybe TJ Watt. Like, how much legs is there to what you guys were talking about? Like, are they the betting favorite to get Watt?
Yeah. The updated odds for if Watt ends up being traded, the Eagles were the most likely team.
I'd be stunned if the Steelers traded him. I don't think there's any way that they don't get a deal done. That's a Steeler lifer. I don't think TJ Watt. There's not a huge history of that when it comes to Pittsburgh. I mean, I think that's it's an interesting conversation. I don't see TJ Watt not playing in a Steelers uniform. I'd be blown away if that happened.
Good. You do understand they are going to win the arms race. And that's an unfortunate reality right now. That the Eagles have effectively turned that into, hey, we're going to buy up more good players than you. And as the Cowboys enter this home stretch of the summer and into training camp and then the trade deadline, like, how much more can they do? Because right now they have significant holes on their team. And even if the things go well that we can talk about here, like in another pass rusher or something, they would still be so weak against the run. So I'm not asking for a lot like $10 or $15 million. But when you talk about right now at Cowboys minicamp, what's going on up at the Star, the most important thing is not the practice field. It's what's going up in one of them platforms that they watch practice from, or up in Jerry and Steven's offices.
Hopefully they're getting active.
Yeah, we do. And this is a big opportunity again with George Pickens, because your run game will never get more favorable looks than it's going to get with both of those guys pulling guys into coverage. Okay, the Mavs have agreed to terms with Jay Triano to join Jason Kidd's coaching staff. Person familiar with the situation has confirmed to the Dallas Morning News he'll become the second lead assistant on the bench behind Sean Sweeney. Jared Dudley's also a front of the bench assistant on Kidd's staff. Triano, 66, has more than 2 decades of coaching experience. So that's cool. They're bringing in another guy with good experience. I just think that's confirmation that Jason Kidd's making long-term plans here, and maybe that was the part of the negotiation, you think? You think those two things are correlated or causated at all? Kidd not going to New York and him getting his assistant right here?
It seemed like the Triano stuff had emerged even before the Knicks were really trying to get after Jason Kidd. So it was like kind of maybe like right at the exact same time, because I saw the Triano stuff like last week that was something that they were working on. So I guess it all came to fruition today. But yeah, it felt weird that this guy would jump on and then Jason Kidd would leave.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, in the Athletic, the Knicks reporter or whatever is still kind of saying the Knicks might not let go of this, even though the Mavs sort of denied it. The Knicks still might try to come up with some level of a trade to where, if they feel like Jason Kidd, they probably have a pretty good understanding that Jason Kidd wants to be there. Mm-hmm. And so I think there's still a chance that the Knicks try and come up with a trade package that's enough for the Mavs to say, okay, now we'll go ahead and do it.
That would make sense, because there's just no reason that this storyline would have continued in the way that it has if there was absolutely nothing to it. Sure. What's been happening the last 72, 96 hours is this story's been really sitting on the front burner, and the last 2 weeks on the back burner. I think they've been, the Knicks have been hopeful that they could figure out a way to get the Mavs to say yes. And, finally they felt like this is not going to happen, and the draft is coming up, so allow us to focus on this and put it behind us. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is revisited later on. If I'm Jason Kidd right now and I know New York wants me this bad, I want to see this thing through. And if I'm the Mavs, I can't let Jason Kidd go, knowing how important he is to our veterans right now. Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis want Jason Kidd to stay. Even before the Mavs traded for Kyrie Irving, Brian Broaddus told us his NBA sources were telling him Jason Kidd and Kyrie Irving is going to work. Mm-hmm. These guys are on the same page. They respect each other's basketball IQ, and it's going to go here better than any other spot around the NBA. That's what Brian's source told us, and it was dead 100% on, wasn't it?
It was.
So why would you walk away from that, easily? And maybe he wants to go so bad because how they let go of Casey Smith and the Luka trade. Like, maybe Jason Kidd's just been a quiet soldier and he wants out bad. And if that's the case, I would eventually let him go. But I would fight to keep him because I think once he goes, everything changes. You become a developing team for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the trickle effect of losing Jason Kidd. Now you're trying to piece together, okay, now what happens with Kyrie? How is Anthony Davis feeling about all of these different things? Are you just trying to really reshuffle the decks in every possible way? It would just be crazy, the idea that Luka and Kidd are both gone and then Nico is still here.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would just be like, man, you just got to clean house if you're Dumont, if that's the case.
Yeah, like how much has Dumont? We had the report that Dumont isn't giving Nico full autonomy right now, but is Nico still the overwhelmingly strongest voice in his decision making? And if so, I can't really trust this team or feel good about their prospects short or long term. Rangers got off to a great start last night. I was out running around listening on the radio, and I mean the big hits and the crooked numbers, and it did feel like maybe a turning point or a continuation of what we've seen since like the St. Louis series, I guess. 16-4. Did Jared call this with us yesterday? Like they hadn't won by double digits in a long time?
He said they never scored 10 runs or more in Minnesota in the history of the Rangers franchise.
Wow.
And then boom, you hit 16 runs. I mean,
did he know something about the pitcher or something?
Well, it was a matchup. We're listening to the pregame, driving over to the dinner that we had last night. Mike and him were talking about, this was one where it could favor the Rangers hitters, and boy, did it. I mean, Evan Carter's a triple shy away from the cycle.
Again?
Seager was absolutely brilliant, 2 for 3 on the night. Doley's had a hit every single game since he had that mental break. Wyatt Langford was awesome. Kyle Higashioka, who's been one of the more disappointing ads for me this season, he entered with his worst OPS of his entire career. So he ends up finally getting going. I mean,
5 ribbies.
Hopefully this is something that, we can go ahead and just stack on success now. Like, let's make this happen. Open the floodgates, baby.
Yeah, because you've seen moments where a guy here, a guy there starts to get himself together, but it was really cool to just see the entire lineup, see shots go in, so to speak.
Yeah, and maybe this. I think the only downside is that Osuna's he's probably got to head back for a while, doesn't he? I think Osuna's down to like 154. Okay, so it is 3 wins in a row for the Rangers, though, and tonight it's everybody's favorite, Mr. Jack Leiter, who is on a collision course with making me eat crow about my career projections for him. Jared Sandler's coming up at 4:40. He'll probably be dunking all over me. You know what? At 3 o'clock, I'm going to give my updated career projection of Jack Leiter since that epic start May 14th. Got his daddy so excited there on MLB Network. How are things progressing with Jack Leiter, and what do we expect now going forward? And maybe tell Jared Sandler, he's on the road, so maybe he's not listening via stream. Let Jared know I'm going to give these takes about Jack Leiter at 3 o'clock, so if and where I'm wrong, he can square me away coming up at 4:40 tonight. I mean, last night, Sands, gift that keeps on giving, was, just absolutely killing it there with his predictions. I mean, you want a pick to click? How about a pick to the first ever game? How many games do you think they've played up there in Minnesota over the years?
Gosh.
150?
Maybe. I mean, goodness, in multiple ballparks. I mean, they got a new park now out there. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Then he's also dodging foul balls, making himself look a little foolish out there.
Now, what happened here? I was looking for this video.
Yeah.
Like I told you, I was listening on the radio last night.
I heard the aftermath of this, obviously. I didn't get to see it live. And maybe a little bit later when we get into the mixed bag, Jared had a post-game presser that he went through as well. Then he can describe kind of his failure on this. But I guess it went into the booth, and he wasn't paying attention. He was just staring straight into the computer, the laptop, as he usually does, and just didn't make the play. Had a golden opportunity there.
Okay, so they were 24-28 all time at Target Field, losing their first 7 games after the venue opened for the 2010 season, and they had never scored 10 or more. So it was like 52 games without scoring 10 or more runs.
Okay,
at that park, and then last night they went ahead and got it done.
Man, that's like a 2% that he hit right there on the river to take the pot.
It's pretty incredible.
And then he got humbled real quick with the foul ball.
He did. And Mike's making fun of him. I got to find this. Where is it? Can somebody put the link in chat or something?
Yeah.
How about that? Let's jump on over here to Dallas Fan Cam on YouTube. Please like the video and sub. Maybe even hit the bell button so you don't miss whenever we go live or have an upload. But Dallas Fan Cam here on 105 through the Fan. It's a great resource to have. I understand yesterday there were some people had the Odyssey app issue. Okay, so if that Odyssey app issue yesterday, you got to have a good standby Dallas fan cam there on YouTube. Will get you all squared away. I'm trying to jump in the chat here, and if somebody could put a link to Mike making fun of Jared and Jared having to dodge, I sure would appreciate it. Not that I'd hold it against him or anything like that.
No, of course not. We absolutely wouldn't. Multiple ways, of course, that you can check us out: Twitch and then the fan website. There are updates trickling out of Cowboys practice. Brian will be here to give us his thoughts as he was live in attendance. But I think my favorite is Bobby and the rest of the beat talking about Micah was just watching some of the drills, pops the helmet on, and then he goes out there and just participates in some of the individual pass rush drills. Like he can't help himself.
Nice.
He's just too damn competitive. So there's videos of him and Sam Williams both out there working out. And then Jake Ferguson today had a nice day, and he worked back again with the ones, according to Joseph Point. So he had multiple touchdown catches, including a seam touchdown on a really nice throw during the 2-minute drill by Dak on 7-on-7 versus Jack Sanborn in coverage. So some of our questions with Fergie, maybe they got answered a little bit, and I can't wait to hear from Brian when he gets in.
Well, I love that. I think the narrative might be this is the fun being a little too contagious. Yeah?
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm holding out. Oh, wow. I actually kind of want in. Maybe this is the first real fruits of this fun time that Shoddy has installed in Cowboys land. All right. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion coming up here at 2:20. And then Wolchuk's top 10 right after that here. It's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
All right. I do want to talk about one of my...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Not made no. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. The 972 says the YouTube feed's always staying on at the store. That's our buddy Eric up there at American Shaman. Is that in Frisco? Is that a Frisco location? McKinney. Salute to you, Eric, and thanks for showing us up there at the store. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day Championship, and then Wolchuk's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Look out. All right, our champ. This is day 2 right here for this little brother. He's getting himself a shot. Vaccination. A jabberation, if you will. He had to motivate himself through it because I guess he's scared of needles, like most of us would be at this age.
Dude.
Scared of needles, I get it.
I cut my knee open running around in the forest about this age, and they had to put the Novocaine in directly into my knee, and they were just like, I screamed bloody murder.
Yeah,
I felt so bad for my mom in my memories. I'm like, I can't believe I put her through that. But I mean, imagine as a kid, you see this your giant knee bone sticking out, and they're just throwing a needle right into that thing.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. It can be very intimidating. Yeah. But this kid right here motivated himself through the whole thing.
You gotta stay very still for me, okay?
Oh yeah, ow,
Okay.
what the heck though?
It's okay. Ready?
Oh,
Grab his hand.
heck yeah! Heck yeah!
All right.
Do it.
Touch it. Here, let me hold my
Do
hand.
it. Just do it.
Just
Just
do
do
it.
it.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, look
Yeah!
Look at me.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, look at me.
Yeah!
It's okay.
Yeah!
What were they giving that kid?
Wow.
Skag between his toes.
Maybe.
Scum.
Yeah.
Sounds like a kid that might have been properly bribed before heading off to the doctor.
Yeah, maybe.
Sometimes you promise that ice cream cone.
I got you, man. Stay strong.
Turns that attitude way up. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
All right, it is the 39th birthday for one Shia LaBeouf.
How old?
39.
Wow.
I know, it's pretty crazy. Who are the most successful child stars of all time? 877-881-1053. Who is your favorite child star growing up, bud? I do have a little NFL trivia for you guys. A little guessing game. We just had a new list that popped out today, and it's about sales. The retail crown in the National Football League. The top 10 players among all officially licensed products sold. Can you guess the 10 that made the cut for this year?
I do know who number 1 is because it was plastered.
Pretty easy one for number 1. Won a Super Bowl, had a phenomenal season.
Saquon Barkley.
It was Saquon Barkley.
He's done it.
There is one Cowboy on the list.
CeeDee Lamb.
It is not CeeDee Lamb.
Micah Prescott.
It's not Dak. It is Micah. Micah coming in at number 9. We've got 1, 2, 3, I think 4 other quarterbacks that are on the list. Couple of wide receivers. Mahomes is number 2. Lamar Jackson is not in the top 10.
Whoa. All right. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's number 6.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts did not make. Yes, he's 3. So you've got the top 3. Barkley, Mahomes, Hurts. You need 4 and 5.
You get the Super Bowl bump, I mean, I'm even thinking like A.J. Brown.
2 of the top 3. A.J. Brown, not in the top 10. I'm sure he just missed out, though. You do have a couple of other wide receivers that are ranked at 8 and 10. One of them,
give me a clue.
Huge name. Considered the
Justin
best wide
Jefferson.
receiver in football, number 10. The other one has a very successful podcast with his brother,
Kelsey.
St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown coming in at number 8. Now you're missing 2
Amon-Ra
quarterbacks.
St. Brown more than
Burrow?
A.J. Brown.
There's another
Nobody's buying a Burrow.
No
jersey.
Burrow. There's another Texas quarterback on here.
Baker?
From the
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud, number 5. And then a defensive player that vowed that he would return if his team made it to the big game.
Rodgers?
That's the other Lion. Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson coming in number 7. So you got 2 Lions on here. You got 1 Dallas Cowboy, 2 Philadelphia Eagles, and no Travis Kelce in the top 10. Maybe everybody just kind of said, I've bought enough of his merchandise.
I'm not surprised the Bengals jerseys don't sell. I mean, it's a smaller fan base, and they're just not appealing, And I think the same could be said about Justin Jefferson. No disrespect to the Vikings fans. Purple's kind of, that much purple's weird.
See, I think the Vikings and the Bengals are up there with some of the coolest uniforms.
You like the Bengals uniforms?
I actually
I
like.
do love the icy whites, and I know other people hate them. I think the icy whites, when they wear those on like Thursday nights or randomly, I think they look awesome.
Yeah, as long as the color clash with the opposing team is respectful. But yeah, night icy white is pretty cool.
Looks
and
good.
And I like the I don't know. I think I like their helmets more than maybe their jerseys.
I could agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Vikings jersey's kind of plain, but I do like the helmet.
Well, I was thinking with the Bengals. The Bengals helmet.
Yeah, the Bengals helmets are sick.
But I don't know. I like the purple. Like when Broadus wears his purple LSU stuff, I'm like, dang, that is kind of fire.
I think there's just so much construction cones in the world now, and so orange jerseys are going to remind me of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
It gets you. All right, let's talk child stars. Who was your favorite child star? I've got a list of the top 10 most successful child stars of all time.
Well, for me growing up, it was all about Gary Coleman. What you're talking about, Mr. D, or what you're talking about, Willis. That was iconic in the 80s. I don't think there was a close second, even though dude was like 25. You also had Webster, who was another smaller adult who played the role of a child, I believe. Those were just fantastic shows. So I guess for me there, then you go to Macaulay Culkin, Home Alone.
Ooh, yeah.
Is that Macaulay Culkin's brother in Succession?
Yeah, it's Kieran.
Yeah,
Kieran Culkin.
He's really killing it.
Steals the show.
He does. He's a good actor.
He's phenomenal. Lucius, did you put together any?
Man,
there's a lot.
Yes, a whole lot. First one came to my mind is Leo.
Yeah, Leo. And Leo's in the top 10.
Yeah, Leo for sure, man. Punky Brewster.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that got texted in.
Opie Cunningham.
Opie?
Yeah, Opie Cunningham, man. Yeah, we have to just start the list.
We got some of the honorable mentions here. You got Jaleel White, Family Matters.
Okay.
How does this stuff come out that he was like a pain in the ass to work with?
He's a diva?
I mean, I don't know I don't know what that really situation is. I mean, I can see that being the real thing, but he also said it was like some jealousy against him being all of a sudden the star of the show.
Yeah, I guess.
And it was never meant to be that way. So I don't know.
You'll get some pushback on that.
Stole the show.
You've got the Savage brothers, Fred Savage from Wonder Years, Ben Savage, of course, from Boy Meets World, the Fannings, Elle Fanning, who was in Super 8. That's the sister of Dakota. Dakota's going to be way higher on here because she was in War of the Worlds and just screamed the entire movie.
She was also in Man on Fire.
She was. And she was fantastic in Man on Fire because she was barely on the screen.
One of the...
I've never been a fan of Dakota Fanning. I don't know what it is. She bothers the hell out of me.
Christina Ricci. Oh my
Ricci,
God.
Yes.
Oh.
And she's back crushing it with Yellow Jackets right now.
Yeah, I do, man. A little lemon head ass. I love her, bro. Big ass forehead. She's so sexy.
She does have
me,
a big
man.
forehead with the glasses on.
Yeah,
looks good.
Christina Ricci brought the Carl Anthony Towns out of Lucius there a little bit.
Oh my God! Christian Bale. Yeah, Christian Bale definitely started as a child star.
Oh, did he really?
He did.
I think my first interaction with him would have been the Batman movie.
Yeah.
Before I went
for you.
back in time to American Psycho.
Yeah, he had quite the run as a young star. You have Natalie Portman. How about Scarlett Johansson? Remember, she was in the third Home Alone.
Yes, which to me is a very underrated Home Alone.
Yeah, it is.
I liked that one.
I didn't think. I mean, people hate on it. I don't hate on it.
Max Keeble, right?
Yeah, Max Keeble was in that. He starred as the kid that pranked everybody. All the kids from the Cosby Show got texted in. Ron Howard. Was that Happy Days?
Yeah, weren't they teenagers?
Yeah. Oh, Topanga. Yeah.
Well, if they were all
Danielle
teenagers,
Fisher.
then whoever the Fonz. Who's the Fonz?
Hey,
Henry Winkler.
Winkler.
He was an adult, though.
Was he? Okay.
He had to be.
Indica Flower looks like a Topanga, by the way. Indica Flower looks just like Topanga.
All right. Danielle Fisher.
For you
shout out to
gooners
you.
out there.
Lindsay Lohan getting texted in. Yeah, Lindsay Lohan was big. Certainly. She's got now they're reprising Freaky Friday.
Oh, dude, the Olsen twins.
The Olsen
being
twins.
texted in.
Yep.
Shout out to the 256.
No
Thank
doubt,
you.
No doubt. Jodie Foster was a big-time child star. Freddie Highmore, who was in August Rush. And then that other show where he, has a weird relationship with his mother.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was very, very popular. Finding Neverland, he was also in as well. I think he was in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Okay, yeah, I know that. I know who that kid is.
Number 10 is Raven Simone.
Yeah, Raven Simone.
That's so Raven.
Cosby
man.
Show.
Absolutely.
That's so Raven.
9 is Leonardo DiCaprio.
There we go.
Who made, What's Eating Gilbert? Great, outstanding film. And then he was also in Growing Pains for a little bit. Shirley Temple coming in at number 8. Shirley, one of the OGs.
Yeah, she has some bad stories about Hollywood. Her and her mom.
I can believe
it's crazy.
I swear my youngest looks just like Shirley Temple. I've started calling her Shirley.
Lollipop.
Yeah.
Demi Moore got texting. Yeah, the whole Brat Pack, really. You could go through all of them in the 80s. They were crushing it. Kurt Russell was a child star from the 2-1-40. Judy Garland, absolutely.
Damn, Kurt Russell been around that long?
He's been from the beginning. Wow. Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
He was old when I saw him in a movie like from the 60s.
Hell, the two Coreys. We talked yesterday about Corey Feldman, Corey Haim, R.I.P.
The comeback king.
River Phoenix.
Yeah, you don't want that River Phoenix special. River Phoenix starter kit. We're going out tonight, bro. Like, all right, let's chill for a second.
Stay home. We're not going to go anywhere. Number 7 is Daniel Radcliffe, who starred, of course, as Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah, he might be a goat candidate.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. 6, Keisha Knight Pulliam.
Oh, yeah. Rudy
Huxtable?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
5 is the Olsen twins.
Yeah.
They look like little Cameron Diaz's.
Oh, yeah.
They do.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do. And then they had their line of movies, which, as a kid, that was Full House, and they went into, all their little Olsen twin movies.
Oh, who's Back to the Future?
Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, he should be in here, isn't he?
Michael J. Fox was an honorable mention.
He was just an honorable mention?
Just an honorable mention.
They must have considered him a young adult in his sitcom days because he stole that one from the 80s.
He crushed.
Yeah.
4 is Macaulay Culkin.
Okay.
3, we've got Drew Barrymore.
What was he? Is he on Family Ties? What was that? He was the little Republican kid?
Yeah. He's all serious.
Yeah, he was smoking it, dog.
He had the suit on.
Yeah.
And Hilary Duff. Yes. Lizzie McGuire. Hilary Duff was. Woo. Yeah. Drew Barrymore coming in at number 3. Of course, E.T.
Oh, yeah.
That's huge. Right
Classic
there.
name in Hollywood.
Number 2 is Dakota Fanning. Boy.
Damn.
Was she the football coach's daughter?
No. Gosh. Oh, who the hell was that?
I think that was the Klitschko's. That was Klitschko's wife.
Panettiere?
Yeah, I think so.
She was also in Heroes, I think, where she was the cheerleader in that show on NBC that was really, really big for a little while. Sean Astin being Texan. Yeah, all those kids from the Goonies, man. Joshua Jackson from Mighty Ducks. Yeah, he played Charlie Conway. That's a good one.
What about the kids in the Stranger Things?
Yeah, now
too soon?
Probably too soon. I think overall, but they are. They've been incredibly successful. Like Millie Bobby Brown, she's huge. She's probably going to end up being the most successful from all of them. Number 2, I mentioned, was Dakota Fanning. Number 1, though, I See Dead People.
Oh, yeah.
Haley Joel Osment. Didn't he just get arrested?
He just had a DWI situation.
At the snow lift, right?
Popped up on. Well, was that the snow lift
That was
one?
snow lift guy, right?
Yeah.
I seen that video too, man.
Oh, yeah, the Lawrence brothers. Joey Lawrence. Whoa.
Yeah, and Blossom.
Alyssa Milano. Gosh, there's some. Oh, Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Oh,
hey, where's JTT?
Yeah, where is he these days?
What has happened to Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
I'll be home for Christmas.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chuck.
So many.
There he is. Zach's top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on the Fan Chief. What are we doing next?
Sports Hodgepodge featuring our wild headline of the day. And college basketball fans, I don't think you're going to like this potential rule change. That's next right here in the nation.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Krusty's Corner in 1 hour. Brian should be back by then. He is returning from Cowboys practice. Here's the chief of some sports.
Yes, I think maybe my favorite takeaway to this point, I look forward to Broadus' analysis, but apparently new Cowboys offensive coordinator Clayton Adams was wearing the Step Brothers style shirt at practice today. Yeah. With Dak and CD Lamb on
it looks outstanding. It's a badass shirt.
He's wearing the hell out of that thing. I do love it. These coaches are clearly endearing themselves to their guys. That's pretty awesome stuff. Okay, I think the tweet of the day goes to NBA memes. They almost got Wolchuk. Wolchuk almost got sacked on.
It's like I had a double take here.
Which one? NBA memes with a Doc Rivers breaking news graphic that says breaking: the Bucks gave the Knicks permission to interview Doc Rivers, but New York declined.
That's genius. Yeah, I had to double take on that one myself. Like,
yeah.
Wait, what are we saying? Oh, that's gold.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's level 2.
The Kevin Durant stuff, we're getting updates. There's 5 teams that seem to be firmly in the mix for him. 2 of them right here in the great state. Of course, it's the Rockets and the Spurs. You also have the Knicks, the T-Wolves, and the Miami Heat. Oh, well.
Look what the cat drug in.
Look at this.
Fancy media pass.
He's got the sweaty glisten of a man who's just been scouting his balls off.
Luckily, it was indoors.
OTAs, man. OTAs will do that to you.
Better view indoors.
Oh, I'm very, very excited about this.
Yeah, the
Spurs getting in the building.
Spurs KD thing just seems like that's going to happen.
Think so? Now, here's the deal. Because KD's contract, dude, you're going to pay him $55 million this year. Oof. Then guess what? Next year, you get the right to pay him over $57 million. But here's the kicker. The next year after that, you also, Wolchuk, will have the right to pay him just under $63 million.
It's an honor and a privilege.
$175 million over the next 3 years is what he will be getting in direct deposits. So does a team really want to do that? I mean, you're thinking about, okay, obviously you're in win now mode, but the Suns are looking for impact players and multiple draft assets for Kevin Durant. I don't know if that's going to be a smart move for anybody, but a team like the Rockets, maybe the Spurs, they can convince themselves, certainly the T-Wolves, hey, maybe we are a Kevin Durant away. This contract will maybe age a little bit poorly over the next 2 seasons or so, but let's go ahead and bring this guy in right now. But the Suns seem like they want all the wood for this guy.
Do they?
I don't know.
I thought they brought.
I'm doing you a
down.
favor. The Suns are going to have to bring that price down.
There's no
Understand?
way.
Yeah. You'll be happy to get like one draft pick, one good young player, and then cap filler for a guy in this situation. But KD's still a top 15 or 20 player in the league. His shooting numbers are still outstanding. Probably not the defender that he was once because he's in his mid to late 30s at this point. But I think if you're willing to bite the financial bullet of paying De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Durant and Wemby here soon and go for it, I think that would make them a lot better, and it would be a significant block in the path for the Mavs.
Well, I think we just got a lot better as the crusty man himself just parked it right here in studio. How you doing, Broadus?
Doing good. Have you guys talked about this thing? Has anybody said that this Jason Kidd thing isn't dead?
Yes, we did, and we got called out for it on the text, but we're sticking with it, man. We trust our sources. Broadus, how about that?
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot going on with this whole thing, and I just kind of wonder if. So, Shams reporting that the Mavs have said a firm no.
Yeah,
is that right?
Access denied.
Okay, there's people in New York that don't think this thing's dead yet.
Yeah, that's what Eric was saying.
We're not dead yet.
We're not dead yet, and so. That's kind of the conversation that I was hearing. I mean, as of last night, I was hearing the reason that one of these things why it was going so long, or that it was kind of being drawn out a little bit, was Nico was trying to kind of figure out though if he has Kidd out the door, could he hire his own guy, and if Kidd were to get a contract extension more years than Nico and more money. And then kind of take over the role of being like the lead dog in the sled.
Head cheese. That's what we need.
Well,
yes.
Nico wouldn't like that.
There's
now,
also
Neo's playing Game of Thrones on Kidd now.
Well, it sounds like that could very well be the case. It sounds like that Bob Myers might be involved here as some maybe a guy that's advising
DeMont.
Why don't you just fire Nico and hire Bob?
Now, I don't know if
Make
Bob
that
has,
happen.
I don't know if
Yes,
Bob,
come on, DeMont.
You've already got who's the other Golden State guy that's here to help? Rick Wells.
Yeah,
to help build the arena. So just go ahead and make the Golden State connection.
There's a lot going on here with this Mavs bunch. There's a lot going on, and the question, like I said, is that there's people in New York that believes this. There was people I was talking to late last night that were thinking that Kidd was talking himself into this job. Into the Knicks job.
Wow.
That he was like, yeah, well, it's the Knicks.
The more I think about it.
The more I think about it,
New York.
that kind of thing. Yeah.
The Mecca.
Yeah. So
Ben Stiller.
Well,
Timothy Chalamet.
If you are watching Nico increase his power after making the worst mistake in the history of the league, you would want out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and you'd probably want to just have the opportunity open for you that there's still a chance that you could see right there live in the flesh Tracy Morgan just puking right there on the court.
Absolutely.
You don't get that
Give
opportunity
yourself
here in
at least
Dallas.
41 chances a night.
Yeah.
That's rare.
Yeah, that is rare. Well, thank you for that update, Broadus. I'm glad
I
that
don't know. I can
we were
say
barking up the right tree.
Shams is always really good at this stuff. But man, I was just like, I was asking people, and literally we had a nice dinner last night because of the draft show stuff that we did. And on the way home, I'm like, people call me about this. Like, and I was like going, oh, okay, great. Have you guys talked about this? Have you guys talked about this yet? And I'm like, oh yeah, we're trying to. Yeah, we're putting it out there. But they're like, hey, there's some serious issues going on between, Nico might want Kidd to be like, take this job kind of a thing. So we'll see.
Jeez.
We'll see.
This guy.
Well, at least they're driving up a bargain. Like, no, we're going to deny this, but secretly they know they're down, and maybe they can get a little bit more for Kidd in the.
Well,
everyone else said no.
I think the thing with Kidd is, and I was talking to another guy in the league about this last night. It was like, well, do you get first round picks for coaches? And they're like, nah, not really. The 2-2s are kind of the operating standard thing. You don't normally get a first round pick for a coach. And maybe it'll change, but this guy said, nah, it's generally second round picks if you're thinking about coaches, stuff like that.
Well, college basketball, NCAA is considering taking college basketball to a 4-quarter entertainment experience instead of the two halves. Yeah, just like the women's or like
it's a good game.
Every
12 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know. College basketball fans are a little bit butthurt about it. I mean, because really
it's different. It's changed.
But what do you think this does? Is this like why would the NCAA be doing this? Just think about that for a second.
Money.
Yeah, it's just more commercials.
Yep.
And longer. I mean, a college basketball game, it's like 2 hours. Boom, I'm in and out. Now all of a sudden you're going to have
college football game is
college football game is a completely different story.
Well, would they necessarily have to change the time on this? Can you just do 10-minute quarters?
It's 12, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, now it's 20-minute halves.
Yeah, so they'd still probably keep it 10-minute quarters, 40-minute game.
Right?
But now you just get more TV stoppages, I guess. So I don't know that it's that big of a deal, but I do wonder how would that prolong these games, and is it just for the opportunity to wedge in more commercials?
I think so. I think there's going to be more money in the game, especially with these name, image, likeness deals. Can we work them into more ads? And that's unfortunate. They're going to increase the runtime, effectively give you less basketball. But what they're going to have here is for the first time since the early to mid 90s, players sticking around for 3 to 4 years and building a brand that is going to make college basketball a better advertising vehicle than it's been since the 90s. So I think that's actually a great sign that the sport of basketball is growing financially and they have room for this inventory.
That's a good take right there. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that.
Tournament's going to be way better.
Joey Chestnut, Joey Jaws, great American competitor, could very well make his return to Coney Island.
Oh, let's go. Well, I
break his contract.
The ratings were bad last year, so guess what? We need to get our savior back.
Get your star back in there, man. The world's greatest eater is currently in talks with organizers to compete in the Nathan's Hot Dog Contest this year. How many of those do you think he's won?
How many has he been in?
13.
That'll give it away.
9 mustard belts?
Well, you're saying he's won every one he's ever been in?
Well, he's got 16 mustard belts, Steve.
16. Right. Goodness gracious.
Right.
It's crazy. And
so he's never lost at this, right?
I don't know if he's...
Didn't Kobayashi get
I think when he first started, Kobayashi and him, Kobayashi had to have gotten him.
Yeah, Kobayashi, I think, bested him early on, but then he has taken the reins as being that dude, and he still feels like he's in his prime. Like every time you turn around, there's a new personal record that he's re-breaking. It's pretty special what he's been able to do, the staying power of this guy. And we don't
feel like if he left us, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, at some point, those hot dogs are gonna...
like you're going, well, guess who passed away today? And
Sodium OD.
Really?
Surprise.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Wonder if it was the 78,000 chicken wings he ate at one time.
Tremendous shape, this guy.
And he did it in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Do they throw it out or do they throw it up afterwards usually? Don't they?
I don't think he's not a throw up guy.
Tremendous bowel movements.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. Now the days after
that porcelain throne's putting in the work.
It is absolutely. I think he's actually gone on record. He talks about he has to change out, like he has to redo his plumbing and his toilets and stuff like 2-3 times a year.
What?
By the way,
no, the next contest is something that blows him out. You know what I'm saying? He goes to like the hardcore hot dog one. And then the next, what blows you out? Like
the hardcore hot dog one.
Then they get
the cabbage eating contest.
Soy sauce. You know? He drinks a gallon of soy sauce. It just blows him out.
Floodgates open.
Metamucil fiber things.
Yeah.
He fasts and there's cleansing. There's 2-day cleanses that go on after this. He's got this thing dialed, man. He's in great health. This guy's not leaving us anytime
to the goat.
Soon. And your crazy headline of the day reads: Florida police rescued 9-foot alligator being fed animals at a drug house used for dog fighting.
There's a lot going on there.
You got fed to the gator. Wow. Man. Thank you, Chief. Stars news coming in hot, plus Cooper Flag comp that might get you nauseated. And I'm ready to eat crow on Jack Leiter yet. That's all next in the nation.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Full report coming from Broadus at 3:40. He's just fresh in from Cowboys practice up there at the Ford Center at the Star. Cowboys news coming up at 3:20. Right here we have Rangers, we have Mavs, and we do have Dallas Stars for you here. Thought you'd appreciate it. But we're all here now, all 6 of us. There's Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can go ahead and watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. What you point at, Brian?
Should we text McMahon and see if he'll answer? He's on TV right now looking at his phone.
Looks like he's texting somebody. Might as well be you. You know?
Think we should?
McMahon.
Ask him what he's got for us on this Jason Kidd story. Would be fascinating.
Yeah. All right, I'll ask right now.
My read on this is it might not be over. They don't want it to cast a shadow over the Cooper flag.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I asked somebody this morning, and he goes, "Man, my New York guys are telling me it's not over." So we'll see what happens.
We go to Robert Tiffin, an independent beat writer covering the Dallas Stars, posted a story about an hour ago saying the Stars could trade Jason Robertson.
Oh, you don't say.
Well, Chuck, do you feel vindicated?
I always did. I always felt vindicated. You know, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not just putting crap out there for no reason. You know, I talked to people and I heard some good information. So,
of course you did.
Jason
Bully Melrose.
Now, one of the things is the New York Rangers were a team interested in Jason Robertson, and Chris Kreider is a player that they're already going to be sending to Anaheim, it appears. Not a done deal, but that could be a team that was interested that might not be. But, yeah, it's not a surprise. Robo's got one great year left on the deal that's for cheap. And then after that, you're going to have to pay big money to him. And he's a good player, and I like him. But maybe you can upgrade your roster and move on from him and allow you to get something instead of let him leave for nothing.
Now, I would love a defensive version of Jason Robertson. You know, there's just so many ways that I think this team could be changed. They haven't done anything, especially Robertson in the postseason, to make you feel like we can't get rid of this guy. Yeah. You know, I hate how abusive Stars fans were to you, because I really do believe they're in an echo chamber where everybody agrees with the same thing based on what their leaders say. And if somebody says something different, they can't imagine that it could be true. And here you are coming back into the Stars discussion a week after they attempted to drag you through Stars media saying, huh? How do you like me now?
How you like me now, baby?
That's right.
Yep. That untouchable Wyatt Johnston, who had one of the worst plus minuses in NHL history, too. I mean, come on, guys. We got to improve here.
Yeah, so Stars could trade Robertson. I think, to me, that means they're considering all options for, trying to finish this build. And I don't know, maybe the decision to move on from DeBoer has nothing to do with the roster being physically soft in games. Maybe I am making a leap that isn't there when I say they're also mentally soft. But for sure, you need to get tougher on the ice, so you're going to have to give up some of your finesse players. I think the Cowboys might be doing the same thing with how they're looking at tight end. Like, we got to get more physical. As much as we like Jake Ferguson's catching, if we want to be serious about running the ball, it's probably going to involve him sitting and these two tight ends when we go to 12 with Spanford and Skinny, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, encouraging to see he was making plays out there today. But yes, this is absolutely an offense with the Cowboys that's going to want to get back to being able to run the football consistently well. So which tight ends are the best at doing that? You're going to have to probably earn the right to catch balls by putting people in the dirt a little bit.
Well, I like the sound of that. Okay, we have a comp from an NBA writer on Cooper Flag. This is Chuck Klosterman, NBA journalist, kind of a dork. But he's on with Bill Simmons here talking NBA offseason. Here's his Cooper Flag comp that they clipped.
What is your highly specific Cooper Flag prediction?
I think he's going to have a career like Detlef Schrempf.
Detlef Schrempf. Okay, let's hear it.
I think he's going to be a very good player for a lot of years. Schrempf, I think, made All-NBA once. I think he was a third-team All-NBA once, but a few All-Star games. But I don't know if I don't see him as a dominating player. I think that he will be the second best player on a good team or the third best player on a great team. I mean, I like him as a player, but nothing I saw to me, not that I'm an expert or anything, but made me think like he is going to be, unstoppable. I think he's just going to be very good.
I think KG, even though he doesn't have the same height KG has, I think that's the best comparison because of his competitiveness, which is what he's similar to KG. He's just a maniac. Like all the guy wants to do is win, and every single practice, every drill, he's just like KG was. He just has to dominate everything. And those guys usually are absolute beasts in the NBA.
The original big German Detlef Schrempf or KG. I don't know. I like what both of them had to say. You look at the playing style, it's more dribbling than Garnett did.
Right.
But as a power forward with good height, a good jump shot. KG shot a lot of jump shots. He was an incredible defender that could defend multiple positions. I don't see the Detlef Schrempf one. The original big German. He was he a Mav at first or was he a Sonic at first? I don't know, but I know Detlef Schrempf was.
He was a Sonic at first,
but he was kind of like sixth man dude for you, maybe some of you younger NBA guys that don't have a great reference point for Detlef Schrempf. He was just a pretty good player. So I think that would be a massive disappointment, wouldn't it? If Cooper Flagg was just Detlef Schrempf, Brian.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would be horrifying.
Oh yeah.
Now Kevin Garnett would be awesome. I don't know if he's as good as KG. I think maybe somewhere in between what both those said. But I mean, Schrempf was more of like your classic big skilled European. He wasn't going to go lock anybody up.
I heard high end Scottie Pippen, low end Aaron Gordon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Aaron Gordon would be tough, but
that would be great.
Role player.
Yeah, dangerous. I mean, entertaining player,
But
versatile player.
Everybody thinks this guy is because they think, he's big and he could. They think like, but Scottie Pippen like a 6'9" guy,
6'8", 6'9", yeah.
See, this guy's like 6'7".
Yeah.
So they're kind of thinking like the couple of guys in the league, scout guys I was talking to, was saying this guy could be like the high end would be Scottie Pippen.
I like that. That is a really good comp. Because he was a forward that managed to play point because he saw the game so well.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
Flagg also has like a 3-ball.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And it's improving.
Yeah. Well, the Aaron Gordon thing was kind of the low end and like a really good NBA player. That's kind of what I was hearing.
Yeah, I like those comps. It's going to be really interesting to see how much they want to put the ball in his hands and how you look at your decision on who you are going to trade. Because right now with Anthony Davis, with P.J. Washington, and with Cooper Flagg all there at the 4, you could really use it if Flagg or Washington could play more small forward or even 2-guard minutes there with Flagg. I don't know if the handle is there. It makes a lot more sense that you would pick one of those 3 guys to trade. I guess the one of the reports that's out there is the Mavs want to hang on to Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington. I just don't know how you're going to be able to hang on to everybody. And if you're hanging on to those 2, like, who are you trading? How are you going to get a dynamic backcourt guy to buy time until Kyrie Irving comes back?
You got to give to get.
Who would you trade?
I definitely trade Gafford. And I love him. I mean, I love Gafford. I know Lively's got some injury history, but since you have Anthony Davis, who also, injury, but I feel like you're big. Like, you've got the size now. Like, Gafford used to be a guy I wouldn't want to part with. I'd rather trade Gafford than PJ. And it's mainly just because Gafford's in the last year of his deal, and he's going to be a free agent, and I don't really see how they could afford to keep him, especially since he has already said he wants to be paid amongst the highest paid centers in the league. So I think the writing's on the wall that you're going into a final year of Daniel Gafford as a Maverick, so get ahead of it and get something for him.
Yeah, that would be my selection as well. And I don't know exactly the route they want to go. Do you want to go the Drew Holiday route? Do you want to go up maybe a little bit younger with a touch more upside, a little bit cheaper? But I think there are going to be plenty of options there, and I'm excited to see who they sort of zero in on. Maybe they just say, hey, we're just going to go try and get a free agent Chris Paul. We don't have to move on from anybody. Just sign him, pretty cheap, stopgap. Here we go.
Yeah, Chris Paul would be nice. There are going to be a lot of options because of how many good players they have at different price points. Like, you're going to be able to make a lot of stuff work now, and I think they should. Okay, am I ready to eat crow on Jack Leiter? Every time this dude goes out and has a good start, I get at least 5 tweets about it and a number of texts the following
Good for you,
show.
man. That's great.
I love it.
Yeah, people are paying attention.
They're calling me out for it. So he's on the hill again tonight.
Yeah.
And obviously, we're really hoping for the best. I think the great news right now for Jack Leiter is he's proven that he can have a really good big league career. I think that's what we've seen. And, if a massive success story for the Leiter family, like in the previous couple of years, the possibility that maybe he's not going to make it at all was kind of out there as he's really struggling in the big league level and looking super, super nervous. So he's taking a big step forward this year, and I think that's got to be incredibly exciting for everybody in that Leiter household. Like, shoot, yeah, our kid's going to be in the big leagues probably for the next 7 to 10 years. He's going to have his own wealth. I'm going to be able to step away from this MLB network here real soon, honey. We're going to be traveling the country, watching our son making tons and tons of cash in this new Major League Baseball. It's going to be awesome. I still think he's a 3 at best, and that doesn't mean probably a 3. It also means maybe 4 or 5, maybe long relief guy is still there. So right now, the baseball gods are smiling on him. On May 14th, Jack Leiter had his best game, and he got guys chasing the fastball at a pretty high rate. Remember, we were talking about his dad going on MLB Network, talking about the tunneling and the breakthrough. And what you got was whiff rate and location that was just off the charts good. But since then, it's regressed to season averages. So one of the things that will happen as you become a sports parent, Chief, maybe, I don't know if this ever happened to Brian. He seemed to have a pretty level head on himself watching his kid. Like, a lot of times parents see their best kid from their game as what they are now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Where a lot of level-headed parents will see, like, oh, that was the best game he'll ever play. Yeah. A lot of parents think, oh, he had a breakthrough.
Right, that's who he is now.
Yeah. So,
I'm just glad when he got up every play.
That's right.
That's all I cared about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the average exit velo, the chase percentage, the whiff percentage, the walks percentage, they're all in the bottom third of the big leagues. The hard hit percentage is in the bottom half. All of them, you are either like middle third or bottom third in. And the fastball chase rate, 27%, is technically in the bottom third of the league. That's his average. When he gets in, now all you have to do is get into the 30s, and now we can be a high strikeout big league pitcher. But this jump into the 30s, I think, is the step that I need to see in that baseball savant page that Sandler turned me on to. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, what are we really seeing with Jared Sandler? So you go there, and then you just enter Jack Leiter, and they give you where he is compared to everybody. And the most important numbers, I think, are what's your expected batting average and what's your expected. That's kind of like how CY can tell you Simeon's going to hit. This is going to be fine. And when guys, don't have those predictive analytics that go along with it, that's when maybe that success is going to be short-lived, right, Wolchuk?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can. We talked earlier. I mean, it was 2 weeks ago about that four-seam fastball. I just think he's developed other pitches into his repertoire. But I think the main thing with him is the mentals. That was the thing, that it just seemed like he was over-stressing. He didn't seem comfortable. We talked about him just looking fidgety on the bump. Yeah. It seems like now, even if he does have a bad at bat, it's okay. This is part of the process. I can go ahead and put this behind me now. And maybe it did just take, there's comfort that sets in now.
Wolchuk, your baseball, is there a stat that they have that what pitcher gets the most run support? Do they keep that?
Defensive run saved.
Oh, that's defensive run saved?
Yeah, defensive run saved, I'd say, would probably be the best one for that.
So, if I was curious, is Jack Leiter getting more runs than Malley?
Yeah, we could probably find that out.
I was just curious, is he getting more runs and he's pitching more with a lead, which is kind of helping him a little bit. But I don't know. I think Malley, he gets 3.5 runs a game. I was just curious if there was a stat that is there something that's making Jack Leiter more comfortable out there on the mound.
Yeah, because he got screwed last year, certainly by not getting that.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about
Evaldi will win games 1-0.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I just wonder if some of these dudes don't get any run support, and that kind of F's them up for,
I love how everybody's got Leiter's back, though. 903 stay with soccer, Gavin. 817 Dawson, you're so wrong. Just admit it. Leiter will be an ace.
But you have admitted it. I mean, you've admitted that you're eating crow, right?
No, I'm just asking, should I eat crow?
Oh, should
I'm
you
not
eat
eating crow
Oh,
yet.
absolutely, you should eat crow.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Oh, yes.
I mean, what?
That's a comical opinion you had there, man.
What would be your ruling, Wolchuk?
I think we're definitely getting there. Yeah,
We're getting there.
we're almost there.
I mean, it might be snacking on some crow appetizers right
I just
now.
wanted to stack on good games, and so far he's doing that. So if this continues, then
If you ordered some crow, I tell you what, Zach had some crow last night.
I'll update you again at the All-Star break.
Definitely.
I'll update you again at the end of the season if he's still in the big league club. Chief, what do you think is going to be?
Wait a minute. Whoa. Circle back. What did you just say?
We need a larger sample size.
He said if he's on the big league club.
Yeah, you might get in an innings count situation. They might want to shut him down.
Did we do that last year?
I don't think
let the established guys take this thing into September and beyond.
I don't treat him like a vet. We're gonna give him some rest days here.
So what would be your prediction?
Well, I'm just looking at the walks. I think the walks is probably the big thing that should give you hope that the crow is not on its way to you. I mean, he's second. He's given up second most walks on the team. And he's pitched in far less amount of innings when you compare him. Now, obviously, you're comparing him to some studs in this rotation right now, but he's got 24 walks and 51 innings.
And the last couple of times, he's kind of gone into the seventh inning, these last couple starts.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been getting better.
Been outstanding. So I think getting closer at least. I just don't know exactly what the threshold is. I think if he's a number 2 starter, clearly, I think if you hold an under 4 ERA, can I make it that line? Hold an under 4 ERA for the season. Be a number 2 starter. He'll never be a number 2 starter. I can't put it there. But maybe a number 3.
Like Jason Kidd talking yourself out of this job.
Remain a starter. Stay
in the rotation.
You could be a 4 or 5 guy.
You just can't get that out of your brain, right? That whole thing with he's not going to be in the league much longer, Something bad's going to happen.
I said he busted as an ace. I think I'm right about that.
We never.
He's not going to be an ace.
We did expect he was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, you take a guy in the top 5, that's in the possibilities, and we check that off. And now he's I'd say somewhere in the Dane Dunning category. Okay, it's
come on.
It's the G-Bag Nation. He's a hard-throwing Dane Dunning.
He's going to get DFA'd in 2 years.
C-Note's coming up next. We'll deliver the Cowboys news of the evening and then get to Krusty's Corner coming up next here on The Fan.
But first, I got to tell you about my great friends at Greystone Roofing and...
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time now for the C-Note here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news of the evening. We took a look at headlines and what's making news, what's going viral across Cowboys social media. Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40, and he is just back from Cowboys practice. He's going to unload the notebook of his coming up for you in about 15 minutes.
You have an actual notebook.
Yeah, I love that. Old school, man.
Old school notebook.
Dandy.
It's tough taking notes on a phone because, the older generation will think you're just dorking off swiping TikTok videos. So you get that notebook out, now everybody knows I mean business.
Well, the thing about it is, too, though, the Cowboys are so paranoid when you're on your phone while practice is going on.
Thinking you're tweeting live.
Yeah, thinking you're tweeting live pictures and all that stuff. And, they walk by and say, listen, no photography, no still photography, and they get into, all that stuff. But, yeah, it's cool. I mean, like I say, I love to sit down and write notes and kind of, at the end of it, though, it's kind of like, okay, I got to put them in my phone. Just so I know if I'm on another.
You take a picture of them, snapshot, or you transcribe them.
There are things. I was looking at some things today at 3:40. There's some things I noticed in the red zone period. So if somebody's from the Cowboys listening today, and I'm going to get in trouble, just go ahead and let me know right now, because I was going to say some scheme things today. I was going to scheme some things.
Oh, that's one of those.
I know there's a couple.
Words.
That is juicy.
Just seeing where some guys are lining up and stuff.
Okay, I like it. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The big story once again, Micah, as he went through some individual pass rush drills on Wednesday after watching the early parts of practice. Did not take part in teams. Said Tuesday he would do some more work if his back loosened up. Apparently the back loosened up. He wanted to jump in.
Yeah.
Cowboys will conclude their offseason program on Thursday.
Yeah, Micah jumped in. They had a couple of different drills where it was competitive things. That's when Micah's going to show up at practice and do things.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was a race between him and Sam Williams, who could get off the ball quickest and who could get to the bag. They had two bags lined up. And so, Micah's watching. He's just kind of watching the drill. And the next thing you know, he jumps in there. And then it turns into him and Sam Williams have a battle. And then, Sam Williams beats him one time. And then Micah's like, oh, no, do it again. And then, so now, but then, when the other team aspect of things or rushing the passer and stuff like that during the team period 7-on-7 period stuff, he was not a part of that. So
man, Sam's rehab must be going pretty dang good. If
he didn't have his knee brace on, because I was told that he was going to wear a knee brace, and he did not have that knee brace on today. So
that's great news.
He did a good job of getting off the football.
He said yesterday, I'm pretty hopeful. I understand it's up to Jerry. He gives the green light on everything. Hopefully something is done next month. There was no update on that so far today.
Yeah, for what I was told early conversations when this first started with Micah and David Mulugeta, early conversation, but recently none. That's what I was told. So there have been conversations with Mulugeta. Has it been in the last couple of days or maybe the week? No, but they did talk to Mulugeta. This isn't just like the Cowboys haven't called it all.
Okay,
they have made, and I'm not going to say an offer, but they have made conversation. But I was told, has it been lately? Well, no, that hasn't been the case.
You know what's great? Maybe you guys have a different perspective on this, but I feel like as a player holding out with the Cowboys now, it's not like it used to be where the fans will get on you.
Oh.
Do you think the fans are on Micah or the fans are more on Jerry? I think it's much more on.
They'll always be more on Jerry. But the thing is that watch if Micah signs a $40 million a year contract and doesn't do anything in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Then the fans will get on him for that.
For sure.
I mean, they'll pocket watch you for sure.
But definitely we're on Micah. I mean, even him not being here last week for the whole thing, we talked about that. Is it a detriment to the team that he's not there for OTAs?
I mean, at least he stays healthy, and I kind of don't blame him because I feel like the Cowboys would tag him.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I agree with you on
Definitely.
that.
Okay, Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens on why this is the right place for him. Just the guys and the team speed. The team speed applies to the scheme, too. If you got a lot of fast guys, you're going to definitely have a different scheme. Pickens said this is the most speed he's played with since the team at Georgia. So I think that's the most exciting thing for me.
Yeah.
He just has a chance to change everything.
I think it speaks to just how slow those Steelers offenses were. 'Cause, I mean, outside of Turpin and Jaden Blue, I mean, who's really wowing you with speed?
CD's just got average speed, right?
Yeah, CD, hell of a player. He's not like a
Did you say
super burner.
Turpin?
Yeah, Turpin and Blue are like the only guys that you are
definitely-
synonymous with speed.
You definitely notice them during practice.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah.
No, I'm excited about Turpin. Wide receiver 3 with all the coverage
Well,
I
got something for you. I saw too.
Oh, that's hot.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaking of the juice, here's Jalen Tolbert, Good Morning Football, talking about the energy at practice.
We actually have a piece of paper you can write down songs on, and we have a guy, we call him DJ Daniel, so he plays the ones and twos for us while we're at practice. And like I say, the guys love the energy, love the music that we're able to listen to at practice. It brings just a little extra touch to it. And we're even all chasing after the ball, running full speed after whoever catches the ball, or running back bust through the hole. We're all chasing, finishing in the end zone with him. And those are two things that are completely different from practice before. And so, like I said, we're all having fun out there, and it's actually fun to, compete with who gets to the end zone first without the ball. Like we're racing each other to get in there and then have to run all the way back and, do another play. So, like I said, we're having fun with it. We're creating a different feel, different culture around here, and it's exciting.
It's the little things, man.
The music is loud. I mean, really loud, to the point where the neighbors people in the neighborhood to the Star are talking about how loud they can hear it. Outside.
Oh, with the outdoor practices.
Yeah, the outdoor practices, but indoors. This thing, they used to have the little along the field. Remember, you walk by during the practice, and there would be the little speakers.
Yeah,
no, it's over the loudspeakers of the stadium, so you can hear it, and it's 3/4 of the practice. I mean, it's going on and loud.
Is it a barrier to communication?
I'll tell you what. I mean, there's a lot of yelling. I mean, you could see the coaches, and
you got to yell to get over the music.
You got to yell.
DJ Daniels is on it, man.
You got to yell to get over the music. But he's right because it's funny when they'll score. Now, when training camp, we'll see when guys are tired. We'll see who chases the ball.
Yeah, the interceptor guy.
It's really fun right now until you're at training camp practice and you've run 4 miles in that practice already, and you're still chasing the ball. But they're definitely having fun.
That's a shoddy emphasis, though. He's
No
talked
question.
about that every press conference. Watch our guys when they don't have the ball after the play.
Yeah.
How are they running? They compete.
Well, the
there.
quarterbacks, the whole group is whoever scores, they just all run down to the end zone. I mean, it's funny. It's Will Greer's hoofing it down there. What are you doing, bro? I mean, hang back. But
It's
no.
contagious. Apparently, even Linda Wells, the tight ends coach, is displaying some pretty interesting dance moves out there.
Yeah,
you can see that on Cowboys Twitter right now.
Yeah, they've got a lot going on.
One of the many stats that must be better this year compared to last year, we could be taking big steps back or maybe towards the end of Dak Prescott's career. Warren Sharp gave best quarterbacks when losing in the second half. Now, on this, it's just 2024. I would like to see how he would score Dak compared to his peers, but he was 33rd in the NFL last year. That was bad. That was brutal. And I think you combine that with what happened against the 49ers and what's happened in these fourth quarters. How much confidence do you have? We've seen some quarterbacks who great in 2-minute drill have these fourth quarter comebacks, and I think Dak had at one point a number of fourth quarter comebacks to his name. But it doesn't feel like we've been there over the last 3-4 seasons. What do you guys think?
Do they have that stat for 23? I mean, I'm sorry. I detect every game them getting blown out early.
I mean, the last big one I remember, that Houston game a couple of years ago, and they shouldn't have even been close. They're playing against Jeff Driscoll and the Houston Texans. It's 23-20. The defense gets that big goal line stop, and then they got to go 99 yards down the field to win the game, and they did it.
Yeah.
That's the last one I can really remember.
There
off
was
the
no
top of my
Detroit
head.
ones. The Detroit game where they messed up the 2-point play. That wasn't a comeback.
They had the lead in that one. Seattle, maybe that.
I was just trying to remember. I kind of feel like that 2024 was just because of the injury and stuff like that. maybe, but he played what? How many games he play in 2024? Like 8?
Like 8.
7.
Yeah.
Okay, well then
They
if you
were
play
3 and
that
5,
many,
I
then
think.
that kills my thought. That's half the games.
I mean, it was tough pass rushers that they were facing
they
with
were
the rookie
behind.
tackle. I think last year's a small sample size.
Yeah, they were bad.
That's why I threw out the playoff games and stuff. I don't know how confidence in Dak in 4-minute situations is. Jerry has bragged for years about how he'd spend anything, write any check to win. The report coming in, Dan Rogers blogging the boys, an interesting breakdown, ranking teams by how many high-priced players you have, and they have 3 categories, 5, 10, and 20 mil. And only the Chiefs and Bills and Lions have more 5 million plus players. Like the Cowboys are doing a nice job in the $5 million bucket. Like, let's get a bunch of these guys. But they have the fewest $10 million players and the fewest $20 million players compared to the Eagles, Bills, and Lions, and 2 other of the top contenders, maybe Ravens. And they're average in void year money, which tracks how much you're willing to spend. But, it's interesting right now how the Eagles have changed the game and the 49ers and Giants are getting involved in this. Can the Cowboys keep up with a big spending NFL if that's the trend? Would they need to sell part of their equity? I imagine they're one of the few family-owned businesses that could keep up with the hedge fund money and some of the other wealth that might be entering the picture as far as sports ownership.
I think you got to look at the teams that I think Carolina could keep up. I think the Rams could keep up. Denver with Walmart money.
Yeah,
there's some organizations, but the mom and pop shops.
Yeah.
Even Jeff Lurie. Jeff Lurie made his money in the movie business, like as a movie producer and all that. I don't believe Jeff Lurie has
oil and gas businesses.
Yeah, I don't think he has like you look at what Jerry does. We all know this. I mean, it's the legends. It's the oil and gas stuff, the real estate. He's got money. I don't think Jerry will ever have to sell any part of his franchise because he could raise money just through his other businesses.
I think so
to
too.
Pay.
Yeah.
Now, and have you talked about this? I think you said yesterday, but wait a minute, is he willing to?
Yeah, would you be willing to? Do you want to join this race?
Right, I don't think
Do you
he has
have
any
the capital? And then if you're Jerry Jones, are you going to take that $100 million and buy another oil and gas company, or are you going to put it into your roster?
Yeah.
And I wonder if how they dominate the news cycle anyway, if they would think of that throwing that $100 million in as it's not going to help us nearly as much as buying this oil and gas company.
Right.
And that's where it comes to what are you willing to sacrifice to win the Super Bowl? The Eagles are literally selling off equity in the organization. Here you go. Yeah. Here's 10%. Here's 10%. Now we have enough money to buy all the contracts.
See, that's because you got these owners that don't have any other businesses. Mm-hmm. They just don't. But you've got guys,
and they don't have the business sense to get the return on investment that the Joneses
there
could.
You know? They're making making more than enough money just owning an NFL team. The McCaskies, the Rooneys, the Maras. They don't now that they're looking at it like we have to sell because if we take $600 million out of our pockets, our families, that's coming out of their pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, that's those teams that don't have that money, they're taking it away from their family for the future. I think I said that the right way.
No, it's tough, and it's becoming more difficult across all sports, especially with the sovereign wealth funds coming in now and all the different hedge funds that are buying up teams. It's like tech billionaires are the bottom of the food chain.
Well, a lot of these owners that I know the guy that owned the Celtics, what they did, they got that money and they're now investing in a lot of teams, not just one.
Yeah,
they're thinking let's not just
investment group. Yeah,
let's not put it all in one team. Let's over various sports buy 10% here, 8% here. They're just trying to get a little bit of taste of every sport.
Well, I know folks are chomping at the bit to get a taste of Krusty's Corner coming up next.
Yeah,
Brian, where are you taking us?
Let's talk about what I saw. I can make this thing seem like a Super Bowl practice. We'll do that next.
Okay, I do want to talk Collars & Co. with you and my...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Straight win as they take on the Twins tonight in Minneapolis. Hi, everybody. Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back to back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Time Now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the King, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of this. You guys are super folks. Also, thanks to my teammates for allowing me to go watch practice today.
You got it.
So
Dude,
I really do
absolutely.
appreciate you guys.
It's a benefit for us and for you.
No, I really do appreciate
It's therapeutic for you, dude. We know how much you need that.
I do. I do need that. That's a
for your mentals, you know.
For my mentals is
You're talking doctor, basically watching practice. You're just not right.
Safe space.
not right. And two, Dawson, can I say thanks to Abbott's frozen custard?
Wow, what'd you try?
I had that taco thing,
dude. The taco, how phenomenal! We've had a void for a couple years now with no Choco tacos.
How do you take it's the cone and I guess they bend it.
Yeah,
they bend it to put the
homemade
ice cream,
cones. Yeah,
and they just that waffle cone. It's
like a taco. It's a beautiful vessel for custard.
Crazy how good that was. I'm just going to say this might be the best dessert I've ever had.
Whoa!
I'm a 61-year-old man eating a lot of desserts in my life. Love key lime pie. Have had all the things you have to order ahead. That had everything, creme brulee, all that stuff. Like I've had all that, everything. That right there. I have never had Abbott's. And by gosh, I would have that again. That just crushed that 4 mile walk.
Takes the cake and the Choco taco.
I just take.
I know.
Is that what it's called? It's called the Choco Taco.
Well, that was the OG that you get in the ice cream stores or 7-Eleven little cooler there. But the Choco Taco went away, is what the guys were saying, and now Abbott's has filled that void.
Thank you to Abbott's for stopping by and making our lives a little better today. All right, I promised you I watched this football practice today. I said this about our Sam Williams not wearing that knee brace, right?
Yes.
I noticed that right off the jump.
It's great news. I mean, we're almost a year removed from that injury.
Yeah, but I wonder if he's going to wear it during the season. But today at practice, he did not have it on. The practice was indoors, and trust me, I was grateful. Yeah, I didn't. You'd
be sweating.
I would be kind of musty right now if that was the case.
It's also a better view for practice, I think.
I was sitting up there pretty high, and was just hanging out there. But I got to see a lot more of the individual stuff today. But they did do some things in team, just a little bit of team, some 2-minute stuff, and then they did some red zone stuff. So it was a good practice to kind of get. Now, things I've noticed. First off, they are working Lamb and our little guy Turpin.
Or Deuce Vaughn.
No. Vaughn actually ahead of Blue.
The Littles?
Right now. Like when they went to some two work, they put Vaughn ahead of Blue in some of those opportunities. Now I don't know if it was one of those things. Now
I wouldn't panic. I would not panic about
that. I think this is a thing because we saw with what Bobby was talking about yesterday with Ferguson. I think they are just playing with the lineup a little bit because you did see Ferguson back today, getting a little bit more. But the thing is with Span Ford, is that, and we were talking about him and catching the football.
Mm-hmm.
It's still what it is. It's
not natural.
It's not. And they do this drill where they have these bags with these extended like pads for arms. And so he has to come around the pad, and then, he just doesn't look comfortable doing it. It's just like he's kind of fighting himself a little bit.
It's hard
catching the ball.
Got to become one with the pigskin, man.
But Ferguson, some couple nice, really little seam plays down there that were really good.
This is his game.
But if I could go back, like I say, they were practicing some toss. Okay, here I'm about to get in trouble here.
Lamb and Turpin toss?
Yeah. Like, you're thinking, okay, well, here's going to be that, put that big number, put the big wide receivers out there and just let them crack down inside. Crack toss stuff like
now you
that.
got Mingo out there.
Mingo, yeah. Remember how Mingo, on the edge, and then get
one of your better blockers.
Get those guys.
Is this like end around toss, or is this like out of the backfield?
This is like lined up like in an eye, and then just toss it.
Cool.
And you're like,
well, you saw that with Turpin at the end of last year when they made him like a tailback.
They were a couple of times where they just handed him the ball.
Yeah.
And it was to the line of scrimmage and through. Yeah. And you're like going, all right, here we go. I like what we're doing here.
Yeah, I like that.
But I will say this. How about our guy Thomas, the guard that from
Nate Thomas, Louisiana.
He was playing backup right tackle today.
Well, okay, so he was a tackle. And then, we just
I was going to ask you about that because we saw him.
Yeah. I liked his tape at tackle, but I just figured, last year he moved into guard. So but that's interesting. Maybe he's a guy that can compete for some swing opportunity.
Yeah, because he was playing as that right tackle. I thought, well, they're going to plug him in and let him play some guard.
Because they've got an overflow of guards now with the addition of Robert Jones.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense.
That is absolutely right. All right. So we've got wide receivers doing some of the stuff in the backfield right now. And I think that's something you're gonna continue to see right there. Today, I'll tell you what, man, it is when you watch when they get down in the goal line, what they're gonna do here is they're gonna use Pickens and they're gonna use Lamb to the same side, is what they're gonna do.
As they should.
Today, Pickens was the underneath guy, Lamb was the underneath guy. Pickens was the overtop corner guy.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're taking advantage of Pickens' ability to go get the football.
Vertical.
So he's going pylon.
So
back pylon.
So back pylon guy, where Lamb is next to him, but working under and kind of the pivot routes. When I say like in out routes, he's the guy that's kind of doing that today. So it's like it was just those two working, and with Dak, and this was during the special teams drill. And I was just sitting there watching them, and they never put Pickens inside. They always put Lamb inside, and he was always going to be that guy. And they were actually working a couple of times where he was at the goal line and they just hit him quick. It's just that kind of like, and then he sat on the ground. And quarterbacks threw him balls like they were like, get to a spot, get down, and just throw it to the ground.
Okay.
To locate. So he ran a route, then came and then caught a ball. Then the next one, he just stopped and sat on the ground. And all three quarterbacks took turns throwing him the ball, like trying to put it in a spot where maybe like we get down the goal line and he's going to just pivot inside and you just hit him quick, and he's going to get down in that. But it is clear that they want Pickens to be the guy that working the back in the end zone and working to the corner of it. And I think it's because of his ability to go get the football.
Totally. Playing to his strengths.
CD's naturally the guy that creates more separation.
Yeah, absolutely like that. All right. When I was watching some of the stuff they were doing on defense here. We'll talk about that a little bit. Another, pretty decent day for our guy Elam. And what they tried to do was they tried to take him on this vertical route, and he was running the route, but it was with Tolbert. So it wasn't somebody that's got like this explosive speed down the field. It was like Tolbert's out wide. Here's Elam. He's gonna carry him off the line, turn, and then this is the first play of 2 minutes with Dak. He's going to try and launch the ball down the right sidelines. And Hooker was in the middle of the field. Hooker was a little late to adjust. That's kind of what Hooker does. Little late to adjust. But Elam with really good position inside to be able to to keep the ball from. I mean, the ball was too far down the field, but he's step for step with Tolbert. There was another time where they tried to throw the ball inside to Lamb, and Elam was inside on that one and knocked the ball down. So there were a couple different times where Elam was having to carry routes down the field. And one of them, again, against the slower Tolbert, which you can run with Tolbert. But Lamb from the outside trying to get to the inside. They tried to isolate. What they did was they put Span forward on the outside. So they tried to create width in the middle of the defense. And they put CD inside with kind of like at a reduced look. Remember we were talking about playing down and tight? So he's going to run. They're going to try and create space with some width by moving the tight end and that. But nice job by Elam being able to carry the route from the inside. Like they took the linebacker, actually took Mukwamu. They were playing some dime stuff, 6 defensive backs. And they were using Mukwamu as a dime linebacker. And he was picking up tight ends is what he was doing.
I like that, okay.
And Hall, the other
North
corner,
Texas Mean Green,
he was playing as the nickel. So when they went with the starters, Hall was the nickel on these packages and stuff like that. But they were trying to isolate CD one-on-one with Elam, and Elam was able to make the play. So, he's
showing up every practice.
That's encouraging for sure. Maybe it's something with the media practices. I don't know. The other practices, he might be terrible. But you do see, it was nice to see him carry a couple of different routes. But it was also good to see a little bit of creativity of trying down on the goal line to be able to get Pickens and Lamb on the same side and allow them to work. Maybe, like I say, Lamb a little bit underneath and then Pickens towards the back of the end zone as well.
Beautiful. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. David Hellman, NFL on Fox, jumps on with us next here on The Fan.
Spread the word. Go ahead. Do it. I'll wait. All right, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the G-Bag Nation is the place to be. Afternoons right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey, Dawson back here with you live. Wanted to chat about Window Nation because if you want or need new windows around the house right now, Window Nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation, the second to final hour. We're going till 6 o'clock tonight. Rangers baseball is coming up. They're going to try to whoop the Twins again. Jack Leiter is on the hill. And looking forward to talking with Sands more about this coming up at 4:40 right here on The Fan, home of the Rangers, home of your Dallas Cowboys. Brian was at practice earlier. A lot going on with this team. Micah Parsons was there, and he actually was feeling good and got so excited he wanted to jump in a drill booth when we heard Brian.
A couple of competitive little reps that he was making sure that Sam Williams had somebody to work against, and Sam looked good.
How does Araku do in that drill?
I'll tell you what, Araku, it's funny because we were talking about Thomas coming off the edge.
Oh, that would not be a good matchup for Nate.
It was tough.
He's slow-footed.
Araku is one of these guys that he just knows how to bend and he knows how to explode. And the first step, I mean, he is getting some ground and then he is dipping, and he's able to kind of get underneath the blocker because of his first step.
I love it.
This guy, I mean, we've talked about the guys that were in this draft that really could have been him, our guy at Marshall.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the better bendy guys. Yeah.
David Hellman, NFL on Fox, joins you now here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm great, guys. What's going on?
Well, we got Micah. You know, I guess it's so much fun. He wanted to jump in there. Who do you blame more for this hold in that we're looking at in this Micah deal still unresolved?
I mean, every time we do this, I think that there's going to be people that are going to take both sides of the argument, and I know the old cliche that it takes two to make a deal, but we do this every other summer. I mean, this will be the third major player we've done this with in the last year, I think. And there's one common denominator. You know, it seems like, I mean, there's going to be contract disputes every single year. I know Trey Hendrickson and TJ Watt are going through them right now. It's not unique to the Cowboys, but it is unique to the Cowboys that they're one of the only franchises that doesn't manage to make it happen with a top-of-the-market star in a timely fashion. They do deals one of two ways. It's either the player agrees to a discount and it gets done in a timely fashion, or the player wants top of the market and it plays out until the 11th hour. So I'm always going to lay the blame with the Cowboys until they buck that trend. Because like I said, I mean, if it's a one-off or if it's something that doesn't happen very often, we can talk about the player's approach and whether he's doing things above board. But when you have this consistent history going back over the last 10 or 15, maybe even longer than that, where else am I supposed to go but with the thing that stays the same, and that's the front office?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I guess the next question is like, how damaging is it to miss time or to force your players to miss time so they can get your value while you're on your third defensive coordinator over the last 19 months?
I mean, it's never good to have guys not practicing and not, getting reps. And I worry that the longer you sit out, the more durability is a concern. Like, how good is your conditioning going to be? How ready are you going to be? But I mean, we just saw CD miss most of the off season, basically all of it really, and come out and have an all-pro season last year. He had 1,200 yards and didn't even get to play with Dak Prescott for most of his season. So it's definitely not ideal. But when you're talking about first team all pros, guys like Micah Parsons, I'm a little less worried than I would be otherwise. Now, is that an excuse to leave it until late August? Absolutely not. But I'm not as worried as I would be if it was somebody else.
David, why would there be any, and circle back on Micah, why would there be any reason for David Mulugeta to talk to the Joneses?
I mean, well, because if the Joneses are ready to do business, which it doesn't seem like they are. I mean, I've been following the whole storyline with Micah and Jerry supposedly having a framework in mind, and all that's left to do is call David Mulugeta. The reason why he would want to talk to him is if they're ready to play ball with a deal that would make Micah the highest paid edge rusher.
Yeah,
but I don't get the impression that they're going to do that right now.
They had the early conversations with Mulugeta, and Mulugeta will not call him back. What if I told you that?
I would say I'm completely unsurprised because Mulugeta is.
He's ruthless. He's ruthless in a good way.
He's well known for getting the deal that his guy wants.
Absolutely.
And the Joneses are well known for hemming and hawing and only being willing to get something done in a timely fashion when it favors them. And that's certainly not the case with Micah Parsons when you look at what he's done over the first 4 years of his career.
How do they change this path then, David? Do they play hardball with Micah Parsons? How do they change the direction of this?
They'll probably do what they always do, Brian. They'll wait until we're a few weeks into training camp, and Micah will wind up getting the deal that he wants, and we'll just get ready to do this all over again. Like, I don't have a good answer for you other than, like I said, we got a pretty long history going back here, and the only time this stuff gets done in non-frustrating fashion is when the player in question is willing to take either a lot less than market value or a little bit less. I mean, we saw Trayvon Diggs slotted in. I think when he signed his deal,
yeah, sure did.
He was like fourth best. You know, obviously the famous one is Tyron Smith. I mean, he locked himself down for a decade, which you could easily argue that you know, from a business perspective, was not the best move he could have made. So, this stuff gets done in non-frustrating fashion when guys are willing to do that, and if they're not, then it plays out to its frustrating conclusion with the Cowboys ultimately giving the guy the deal that he wants. Now, why does it need to go until August or maybe even September? I couldn't tell you. I mean, I think there's two guys that can answer that question.
What are your thoughts about the Brian Schottenheimer, the energy, the culture change, all the players are talking about? It's fun to play football again. I was pessimistic, Dave, but I'm starting to kind of buy into what Schotty's building here a little bit.
I mean, it's fun. I said this on Twitter last week. I mean, it is fun. And you know, I don't know Brian Schottenheimer personally. I left Dallas before he got hired. But he seems like a really fun guy. I've enjoyed his press conferences. His approach is refreshing. You know, I do think it's interesting that, again, Micah Parsons is in a contract dispute, and he still showed up to minicamp, and he also went on the record and said he plans to be in Oxnard. I don't know if you can give all of the credit to that to Brian Schottenheimer, but it's a departure from what we've been used to. It's different than what things were like with Mike McCarthy. Now, having said that, I roll my eyes a little bit because I roll my eyes at the idea of a complete culture change because culture comes from the top, and the top of the Cowboys organization is never going to completely change. I mean, Jason Garrett, for all of his faults, had a strong, persistent message in his football culture. And in a lot of ways, it worked. Like building the team that he wanted, he had a lot of success doing that. And he was consistently undermined by Jerry and Stephen Jones. And you could say the same thing about Mike McCarthy. You know, Mike McCarthy came in and very quickly had to adapt to working for a front office that was a lot more involved than what he was used to in Green Bay. So I like Shotty. It definitely feels like the vibes are high around the team right now. And I definitely think that can pay dividends, but I think we gotta pump the brakes a little bit when we're talking about a culture change. I think that's or at least a complete culture change. I think that's a step or two too far.
Dave Hellman, NFL on Fox, with us here in the nation. Would a Von Miller or Jair Alexander addition warm up your football heart?
Von Miller, not really. Like at his age, with his injury history. Not really. And honestly, between, you know, people think I'm so negative, like between what they did with Dante Fowler and then drafting Donovan Ezeraku, like I feel pretty good about the edge rushers on the Cowboys roster. So that doesn't do a whole lot for me. Jair Alexander, I think it's at least worth kicking the tires. I mean, obviously people are going to say he hasn't played more than 7 or 8 games most of the last 4 years. And that's what's going to make his contract interesting, right? Like, I'm guessing this guy is going to get an incentive-heavy deal, like, you know, a 1-year deal that's probably worth like 10 or 12 million, and then incentives on top of that can make him much more higher paid if he's available. I think that's worth it if you're the Cowboys. I mean, we don't know what to expect from Trayvon Diggs. Obviously, the rookie, Ravel, not sure what to expect from a timeline perspective there. So I think cornerback is a huge, huge issue, at least for the first 5-6 weeks of the season, if not the entire year. So if you could get something like that done, like some sort of very incentive-based deal for Jair Alexander, I think it would be a great idea.
David Hellman with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I hope everyone's okay if I segue away from the Cowboys for a second. I want to ask you about the state of college football right now. Big-time LSU fan. We had a lot of changes across the board with the NIL deals and the new laws that have been passed. What do you think about college football here entering 2025?
I'm guessing that in less than a decade, it's going to be a completely unrecognizable sport and totally contrary to what I loved about it. I mean, the things I still love about college football, it's a very regional sport. So like the thing that made it fun was that the Southeast did it a little bit differently than Texas, and they both did it differently than the West Coast, and the Midwest was its own thing. And you had this regional aspect to it. And on top of that, the season meant so much because one loss could completely derail your hopes. So we've already gotten rid of the regionality. Like we're hurtling towards super leagues. We're gonna have like 2 18-team conferences soon. I would be willing to bet that. And obviously, the season already means less than it did, and it'll soon mean even less because they're going to expand to like 16, however many teams they settle on. I'm always going to watch college football if LSU is fielding a team. I'm just that, and Brian's with me on this. Like, I'm just that type of sicko where if LSU's playing, I'm going to watch. But everything I really loved about the sport is slowly going away. And I don't care. I want players to get paid. I'm all in favor of NIL. I don't mind the transfer portal. If you really love your team that much, you can spend an hour one day in the off season learning who you added and who you lost. Like, it's not that hard to keep up with the transfer portal. My thing is, like I said, it's going to be NFL junior here in about 5 years. And that's not super appealing to me. We already have the NFL. So it's a little bit of a bummer. LSU's got a playoff shot this year, so that's exciting.
David Hellman, NFL on Fox. Thank you so much for your time, dude. Enjoy your summer, and we hope to see you in Oxnard, sir.
Absolutely, guys. I appreciate it.
Salute. There he goes. Must follow on Twitter. Listen to his podcast, and you'll be smarter and more entertained about football. Okay, coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, Wolchuk, what do you got for us?
Yeah, man, let's get into a mixed bag. We got the anonymous Major League Baseball player poll, latest NFL signings, and are you pumped for this fight? But let's talk stress-free auto care with me for just a second.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for a mixed bag with Woolchuck, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Woolchuck, take it away.
All right, we do have joint practice scheduled. Todd Archer, the Cowboys are scheduled to have a joint practice with the Rams on August 5th in Oxnard, California.
Yeah.
The teams then will meet in the first preseason game at Sophie Stadium.
I really enjoy those joint practices in California.
Oh, I know you do.
That's weed. That's weed.
I know you do. So 4 days before.
Makes everything pop a little more.
Does. The
Definitely
colors,
better than
sights.
the gummy practice.
No, that can get a little haywire on you. So can the drinks that they're making these days.
Broadus, can you drive?
Holy crap.
I think I can.
Yeah, I think I can. I think I can.
I think I can.
Bad day for former Cowboy wide receivers, and I hope everything's okay here. But we go to the state capital, Washington. We got two former
State
Cowboy
or
receivers.
the United States capital?
Don't ask me questions anymore. I don't want to answer them.
Yeah,
I heard a state capital there. That would be Austin for us.
Our Texas' state capital is
but
I'm specifically talking D.C., the nation's capital.
So the nation's works.
Fixed it. Boom. We had a bad injury for Noah Brown. He got carted off the field today during 7-on-7 drills.
Hate to see it.
Hopefully he's all right. Michael Gallup, also a former Cowboy who's now a Commando, is dealing with a hamstring strain, so he is not practicing either.
Surprise.
They also have Terry McLaurin who's holding out, so it's like just Deebo Samuel out there, and he's doing all the things.
That's hilarious.
They're really down hard.
Well, it actually is really unfortunate. Noah Brown. We don't know the full nature.
I mean, that could be a season ender.
Yeah.
Based on, I was trying to read on what happened, and the reaction seemed like it was bad. Like
it was a cart off the field.
Like he's pounding the turf. Like he knew this isn't good. This could be a potential season ender. So we'll wait. I hope it's not. I hope it was just a scare, and Noah Brown's fine because he's an awesome dude. But we got some
That's the
injuries
first
going
one.
down.
I think that's why if you're Micah, I'm not actually doing any practice or anything with the team until, the contract is signed, because what are we going to get? Maybe 3 or 4 of these? I'm surprised we haven't had more. Usually we get 3 or 4. I think this is the only one. Is this the only
so far from
injury
this past week that I've heard
Oh,
of?
yeah, but this offseason, I think you've had some guys get, I know Ardarius Washington.
Yeah, he tore his.
with the Ravens.
We had an injury with the linebacker.
Greenlaw,
but I think he's going to be okay. I don't think that's a season ender, but yeah. Now, The Athletic put out their Major League Baseball anonymous players poll today. Couple of interesting things for the Rangers. One question: which manager, aside from your own, would you most like to play for? The number one vote getter, Bruce Bochy.
Wow,
that was polled.
dude.
Yep. One player said of Boch, he's a fun guy to play for and has so much experience that you can't do anything but learn from him. Another one said championships. He's old school, and I like that style.
Yeah, you'd want to play for the greatness and knowing, hey, if we have the players, Boch can manage us through. And, I think a lot of guys get credit like Heaney and Hedgie and stuff, but it's Boch that enables or allows for a lot of that, kind of cultural stuff to kick in. And he's a genius,
Yes.
But it's that grandfatherly style that some of these guys had, and Wash had it as well, that just makes you lean into their advice instead of repel it. And it's just such a massive advantage when you get a guy who's got natural vibeability, no matter what age he is.
And just the presence of his voice. Like he starts talking, you're going to listen. You can't not. Now, the manager, aside from their own that they don't want to play for, Bud Black of the Colorado Rockies.
Didn't he get fired already?
Yeah, and he's a guy that.
This is.
Here was one of the quotes, because he doesn't stop talking when he's in the dugout, and as a player, it gets kind of annoying. Plus, it means I'd be pitching in Colorado. Another one said, honestly, it doesn't matter. It's whoever the Rockies manager is who I was going to say.
Wow.
That's a real quote.
So, yep, that was a real quote. That was a baseball. That was not a ball sack.
Wow.
So that's not good. And then you have the reputations question. Which organization have good reputations among the league? The Rangers did get good reputation. They were, I think, number 10 among Major League Baseball. The Dodgers have the most. The Yankees, the teams that are going to be spending money. Nobody responded with the Rangers having a bad reputation. They only got good votes. But the worst reputations, the bottom 3, Rockies, White Sox, Athletics.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Astros.
I wish. The Astros.
Let's just put them in there for the sake of just having
The
fun.
Astros did get 2 votes for bad reputation. And I think that's cheating scandal related. Absolutely. The players also are against the robo-umps. I think that was a big takeaway from this article for me. Yeah, they're against it.
It sounds like to me that Major League Baseball is getting these umpires ready for I was hearing some segment or some talk about like that used to be the ball that was maybe 2 inches off the plate. They're now even making it a tighter strike zone, getting these umpires ready for like how they're going to get challenged. Like they're not calling the wide strike anymore.
Well, they didn't want the pitch clock either. And I think now a lot of them, if you circle back, they're okay with it. It's just change.
They don't want change.
Right?
Yeah.
And then once it happens, you adjust. And I mean, I think I don't like change, but it's inevitable. And you have to just take it in stride, and naturally we learn to adapt to it. So I'm not like shocked the player said this, but it's inevitable. Like this is going to happen. You're right, Brian. Like they're getting these umps ready to go, and I liked it. I thought it worked great in spring training, at least with the challenge system, because I think it made the umpires better because they want to be able to show you up and be like, dude, hey, I got this. I mean, the challenge system, and they don't want the robo umps in the future. They want to be able to keep their jobs.
Well, of course, the umps do. I'm surprised the players don't. I mean, maybe they like having a say in it. Maybe they like the tradition of it. Or just being resistant to change is a natural baseball characteristic. Most of those people are stubborn, outdated.
If the Rangers found their DH, I think they might have.
Burger bombs.
Yeah, Jake Burger is crushing it since he's just been solely a DH. And I know yesterday some fans were like, whoa, Josh Smith?
He can focus more on it. I mean, for Burger, defense takes a lot of effort.
Yeah, and I think that there's 100% truth to that. I mean, the highest OPS he's posted at any position that he started is just DHing. And certainly his numbers with the Rangers have been really, really good since he's come back off of they sent him to AAA. He's come up, but he's just been really good in that DH spot. So when we have Jared on the other side, like, are we going to start to just see a lot more Josh Smith at first base? Because they want to be able to keep him in the lineup as much as possible as well. You don't really have an easy answer if you're not going to play Burger at first. Who else is going to do that? It might just be Smitty. That might end up just kind of being
that's the
spot.
lineup. The lineup again for tonight is Smith at first base.
Right.
So what do you do when Jock Peterson comes back?
There's a big question. I think you put Jock at DH because where the hell else are you going to play Jock? But if it doesn't look good, Jock ain't playing.
DFA.
Yeah. There's a real possibility.
He's got to be hitting bombs. Yeah, he's got to come back on fire.
And this isn't a team that can wait around anymore.
I mean, he looked like he wanted nothing to do with first base or outfield, and I don't know if he's physically capable of it. But if Napoli did, he could.
Yeah, maybe. He probably should take some reps out there at first then.
And lose that
when
boiler.
he's ready. When he's ready. 100%.
Do you feel like, though, that like 1 out of every 5 or 6 games you might lose because Josh Smith playing first base?
I think the more Josh plays first, he's going to become much better at it. So I think the other night,
I trust what you're saying, but I'd feel better if CY looked at Dawson and said that.
Well, I would too. I trust CY way more than I trust myself.
Maybe first base is going to be a great opportunity to add some power at the deadline if you're trading Malley. It gives you another position to look at, like, hey, let's DFA Jock. We'll trade Malley for a first baseman, Burger at DH, and we'll be good to go as long as Evan Carter's playing like this.
Right. And let's hope to God Evan keeps this up, man, because his confidence as well. Ken Landry has a great article out today talking about just the confidence factor for Evan Carter right now. And shout out to the Nationals here. They're calling up their top prospect.
We're about to do this a lot now.
Bruce the Bat Dog. Bruce the Bat Dog from AAA.
Okay.
Prospect. Come on, Brian. Did I get you there?
Yeah.
He's going to make his major league debut on Saturday. So Bruce the Bat Dog. He's coming up to the major leagues, boys.
Is he a 9-hole hitter?
He's the number 1 goodest prospect in Major League Baseball. He is a 9-hole hitter. Of course he is. The other news
I think his biggest significance is going to be from the 2-hole.
You think he ends up pooping?
There's no question.
All over there in the outfield.
Who's calling this up? The Nats are calling
the
this
Nats.
Okay, what
we
about
go back to the nation's capital, Brian?
Okay, what about the Bat Boy situation over there, or Bat Lady situation?
They still have them. It's just a gimmick. It's cute. The kids like it.
Does it take the place of the person going out and getting the bat?
No.
Yeah. Did somebody lose a job because of this?
That's what I'm saying. Are we like this? Are we like?
You get bite marks on your handles?
Was this like a summer gig that somebody lost?
No, nobody's losing their job here.
Squeezing out the working man.
He's an adorable golden retriever, and I think that this is.
You sound like you're all.
Wait till Fox News hears about this.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Giving jobs to dogs now.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean,
What happened?
I don't think
Billy?
anybody lost their job.
I lost a dog. I lost to a dog.
Damn, Airbud took my gig.
They took our jobs.
It's unbelievable. You're gonna like this, Brian.
No, I'm not.
Bad dogs, bro.
We got to
Just
crush.
slobbering all over bats.
Yeah, they're not like he's not actually gonna be touching the bats.
When we do dog story, is dog pooping on the grass the first thing you think of?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course,
I
with
love
Eric it is.
I love watching Eric's face when a dog story comes up.
Well, he's gonna probably poop. He probably is going to poop.
That's gonna happen.
What about the dog chasing
Well,
the
Mark
ball?
Schott's dog did.
I think he's a pretty well-trained dog. I mean, he's been prospecting for quite some time now, Brian. There was a reason he was on the AAA team forever.
That's true. I mean, I don't want to sit here and act like this dog hasn't earned it. But at the same
he's
time,
gone
the
through it.
hazards, I don't have to worry about a bat boy dropping a grumper on third base.
Yeah. I tell you what you could worry
Somebody
about.
stumbles and
what
trips.
What if
Face
this
first in
dog
the poo.
just immediately went after the ball? Ground ball, dog just
Playing
breaks.
fetch
He
with it.
breaks from the dugout.
Hey,
just breaks from the dugout.
It's a fair concern.
Gets in the way of the base runner, trips the base runner going for the like he's trying to get down the line. Dog crosses path, trips him.
Well, that would be the end of the bat dog.
That's how Derek Collins' career took a turn for
And
the
then
worse.
somewhere
That'd be an old Yeller situation.
So
there,
then
Broadus.
somewhere the bat boys are all going, yeah,
That'd be the end of it.
stupid dog, stupid.
That's what you get.
We've got.
What was the name of that dog from Derek? Was it Wrigley, the boxer?
Gosh, Lucius might remember.
Tripped
this.
him on the
I
stairs.
can't remember the dog.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that story?
I do remember
I
that
do.
story.
Was Dutch playing like adult hockey league or?
Dutch was making up stuff as he went along.
No, I think this one was real.
What? There's no
I
way.
think this one was real. I'm going to have his back here on that.
No, you're not.
Yeah, the dog was Wrigley. It was a boxer.
There we go. Gosh, really?
And that's a 100% true story.
It
Okay?
is. It's absolutely true.
Because the Rangers have shot that
What
year.
are you trying
That's weird.
insinuating?
What? I've been with you guys over there. It's
Yeah?
a little crazy.
So
what do we eat? Pizza burgers or something?
And there were a lot of dogs, were there not? 2 of them.
There were dogs.
Absolutely.
I don't know about getting in the way. They looked like they were out of the way.
All right, get off my lawn, guy. Let's go to Joe Flacco. This dude, every time he gets in front of a mic, he's just showing how crusty he is. He went on a rant about TikTok, but this one is just about how wussified the players are in today's NFL. Take it away, Joe Flacco.
Even when it got easier in like 2011, I think, everybody that was playing at that point had been through two-a-days at some point in their life. Guys that come in the NFL now have never done it. They've never done it. We're out there for an hour and 15 minutes, and guys think it's hard. You know, like our OTAs were over 2 hours for sure.
Just the difference now.
I love the honesty. And we need more honesty from Joe, and he's finally reached a point he does not give a crap.
Does not care.
Yeah, he does not
He
care.
does
He
not.
does not care at
No.
all. He's setting himself up for that media career. Well, Roger said the same thing. When they
Well,
were interviewing Rodgers, he was like, "We don't.
I'm just not going to play Aaron Rodgers.
We don't. We
F
don't.
that guy.
We don't. Because we don't practice. This isn't hard.
Yeah.
You know,
They're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. My first training camp in 2010, it was already like that. And I heard, well, it's because it's Wade Phillips. This is Camp Cupcake.
Hey,
and I'm
Camp
like, okay,
Cupcake.
let's get Jason Garrett in here. And you did get a little bit more physicality, but not much. Most physical thing about Garrett, the most training camp thing from Garrett was the remedial run program. Remember that? When
Yeah.
when you wouldn't show up with a good enough cardio and you failed the run test, he'd make you run every morning until you could pass it.
Oh, gosh.
Sand's coming up next. Lighter tonight. We'll ask him about his most likely career path from here next in the nation.
Let's chat.
Eats has Lola fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, here.
Cowboys offseason here at the Fan. Our insiders are at the start daily, grinding to bring you the latest Cowboys news. When you hear it on the Fan, know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation. We're an hour and 15 minutes away from pregame. The Rangers are going to look for their 4th win in a row tonight as the bats got loud last night. Jared Sandler joins us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Sands. How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Man, we are doing great as well. What was the vibe like last night, and do we have reason to believe this could continue this evening?
Yeah, I think I think the vibe was kind of like this is what we expect of ourselves, not 16 runs, but just being a threat offensively. And I think that, the expectation is that, or the hope, I should say, is that they are slowly turning the corner. And I think it kind of goes back, if you ask people here, they'll say, it goes back to May 30th. And I know the Tampa series wasn't outstanding, but it goes back to May 30th. They felt like, things were starting to turn, hitting the ball harder, hitting fastballs harder, and now starting to get some results to show. But, it's not easy getting a read. This is a pretty even keel group, not a lot of volatile or emotional personalities, which I think maybe can serve them well, especially when you're struggling. But I think the hope is that, they're maybe turning a corner, but if they come out tonight against David Festa and put up a goose egg or close to it, then, all last night was just a brief change of pace. They got to do it consistently, and hopefully they can do that.
Should we be getting used to seeing Josh Smith over at first base, Jared, with just how comfortable Berger is at DHing?
Yeah, I think there are a few things. I mean, yes, I think that it's not an indictment against Jake Berger at first, because I think he's been outstanding defensively. But, Boch was talking about how there's certain guys who they're comfortable in that role. They're able to perform in that role as a DH. And I know as tough as it might be to explain, because it seems like, well, why wouldn't you be? I mean, all you have to do is focus on hitting, but that sometimes is the problem. And there's some guys who they have a tough time adjusting to that. I think ultimately we'll still see a lot of Jake Berger at first base, but right now, no reason to mess things up. And, the other thing too is Tyler Mahle, fly ball pitcher, Jack Leiter, more of a ground ball pitcher than he's been, but a guy who can get the ball in the air a lot. And so these are good opportunities for Josh to continue to get reps and to get work at first base, because chances are as the season unfolds, Josh at first or Josh anywhere is an ability to get your best bats in the order. And I think they want to make sure that Josh gets more experience at first base to equip him if that is something that he's going to take on as more of a regular role. And again, it's not about Jake. Jake's going to be in the lineup too. It's just about figuring out the best 9. It's not a linear Jake versus Josh situation.
Jared, how surprised were you by that foul ball almost hitting you?
So I'll be honest. I wasn't paying attention. I was actually, if you want to know specifically what I was doing, I might have tweeted it. I forget. I was
I was trying to dive into the Rangers' work against the fastball last night because that's been such a big point of emphasis. And next thing I hear is, look out. And so I just duck for cover because when you hear look out, I don't know how far away the ball is, right? I thought maybe it was bearing down, and I just wanted to protect. The stupidest thing I did was not protect the laptop. I'm dead serious. If you ask me right now, hey, would you rather break an orbital bone or have your laptop totally damaged? I'd say, who cares about my orbital bone? It'll be fine eventually, right? Like my laptop, if I lose information or whatever, that becomes a major pain in the ass, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So that was my biggest mistake. But Broadus, you guys know me. I definitely was upset last night that I didn't put myself in a better position to make a play.
Yeah.
I feel like I let down a lot of young Jewish broadcasters because a lot of us have been told that we're not capable of catching foul balls hit back towards us.
Mm-hmm.
And I had an opportunity to change that narrative, and the reality is I failed, and I'm gonna have to live with that for a long time.
Appreciate your vulnerability there, Jared. Of course, you'll be paying attention to every single moment with Jack Leiter on the Hill tonight.
Yeah, I was diving into some stuff on Jack. One of his strengths so far this year, and I think we talked about this, probably talked about it a few times really since that Red Sox start, is getting to 2 strikes. One of the biggest challenges has been finishing guys off with 2 strikes. I looked at this earlier. I think there are 117 pitchers who have made at least 10 starts, and Jack is 115th in pitches per batter faced once getting to 2 strikes, which is simply to suggest that, he hasn't been efficient with the bullets in the chamber once he gets to 2 strikes. And, looking at some spray charts, it's really clear kind of what he's articulated, that he's maybe tried to be too fine, too perfect with 2 strikes. You look at the fastball location distribution, the heat map of where he's throwing his fastballs in 2-strike counts versus non-2 strike counts. It's not nearly as consistent in non-2 strike counts. And then the other thing for me, if people want to follow along with something, Jack's slider is, in addition to the 4-seam fastball that he elevates, the slider is another option to put guys away. But it's not a sweeping slider, right? It's got more vertical movement to it. And so, we talk about tunneling. We talk about, the way pitchers can disguise their pitches and play them off of one another. One of the challenges for Jack with 2 strikes is, he's throwing that slider off the plate away from righties. And so that becomes an easy pitch for hitters to lay off because it's the only pitch Jack throws that has any sort of glove side of movement to it. So if I'm a right-handed hitter, I see that pitch starting over the outside corner. It's not nearly as appealing to me to chase, or if it's slightly off the plate, it's not nearly as appealing to me. When he is most effective with that pitch, he's throwing it over the plate. Now, not necessarily a strike, it's below the zone, but it gives off the illusion that, hey, this might be the fastball, and then it just tumbles below the zone. And so I'm curious, and if people want something to follow along with tonight, when Jack gets to 2 strikes, where's he locating that slider to righties when he's throwing that pitch? Is he throwing it over the plate? Because if he's throwing it over the plate, that's a very tough pitch for hitters to lay off. And if he can get that below the zone, he'll get swings and misses. If he's throwing it more towards the outside corner or off the plate, unless a team is going to be undisciplined or very, swing happy, that's an easier pitch for them to lay off of. And it slowly takes away that 2-strike advantage that Jack has.
Jared, I love seeing the 2 youngsters, Langford and Carter, both getting home runs last night, and Evan Carter showing off that power a little bit. I don't think people understand, or I think we're a little bit surprised to see Evan Carter with the power that he's showing off.
Yeah, he's a guy who I remember when he was first coming up, you always ask the question, what do you see? Like, what's a stat line you see for this guy, or what can he grow into from, this stats? Can this guy be a 300 hitter? Can this guy be a 30 home run hitter? And the thought was that, Evan Carter, as he continued to put on some muscle, he could become a 30 home run hitter. Maybe not like a perennial 30 home run a year guy, but a guy who, if he had a few 30 home run seasons, it wouldn't surprise anyone because he does have such great plate discipline, and he puts himself in favorable positions at the plate. And he's athletic with long arms, can get good extension and really drive the ball. And he was learning more and more as he was coming up through the system to hit for power. But the reality is, Eric, as has been the case when talking about Evan, it's just a matter of getting him out on the field and and given him a runway with a large sample size to show what he can do and for him to grow into, who he can be. And so, I think he's a guy that if he played 140 games is probably someone you'd expect to hit in the 20s and maybe, in a given year hit, 30, 32, 33 home runs. Not a guy who's going to threaten for 40 home runs, you wouldn't think. So it's nice to see him tapping into that power, because a lot of scouts when he was coming up really projected that he would be a guy who, could contribute in the power department, even if it wasn't like a 30 home run a year guy, but someone who could threaten that number if, he had a good year, got hot over a stretch.
What are we thinking about Eovaldi? What's the update?
Yeah, I think he's, hoping to throw a bullpen session or off the mound this weekend. And then, hopefully it's not too long after that where we see him back on the hill. I spoke with him briefly yesterday, and I think he's optimistic that, things were just kind of on pause, it seemed like, in the recovery, but now he feels like he's turned a corner and things are starting to improve. And so when the team comes back home, he'll throw and then hopefully get him back in a big league game shortly thereafter.
What did you think of the matchup with the pitcher tonight?
Yeah, it's a cool throwback for these guys. They faced off in a playoff game years ago in New Jersey, and Jack and David Festa both pitched in relief in that game, and neither of them gave up a run. Jack actually had an RBI base hit. If you guys remember, Jack spent a lot more time probably as an infielder growing up in his early teenage years and really early on in high school. Anthony Volpe had a big game, as you'd imagine, and Del Barton, where Jack and Anthony Volpe won. But yeah, it's a little bit of a high school rematch. Wow. But Festa's a guy that, he pitched well against the Rangers last year when they faced him, but he's not a guy that you look at and are like, man, we're going to have a tough time with this guy. At least that shouldn't be the case. Now, I say that, and we've said that about pitchers throughout this year, and the reality is this. If you are not putting together good at-bats, it doesn't matter which major league pitcher's on the mound. They're going to have success against you. Simeon Woods Richardson, you could have said the same thing, but the Rangers had good at-bats, and they took advantage of their opportunities last night. So if they keep doing that, David Festa, is not a guy who you think, gosh, he's going to be able to make his pitch over and over and over to make life tough for the Rangers. But, it's obviously going to be on them to take advantage of it.
Thank you, Sans. Have a great night up there, and we hope to talk about more dominance offensively tomorrow with you.
Yeah, fellas, hope so too. Take care.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Chief, where are we going next?
Football's finest, featuring one area the Cowboys must get better at next in the nation.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105 through the Fan. Fourth and final hour. Pregame is 1 hour away. G-Bag of the day is half an hour away, and then LA Live will take us up to the pregame. Here's the Chief with some sports.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We got a little football's finest here for you. Broditz was out at Cowboys minicamp today. He had a couple of things to say that were definitely encouraging. We will address that here in just a moment. Looks like we got the official date for the Glory Hole America's Team documentary going to Netflix.
Oh, the Jerry Jones one?
August 19th. Netflix, America's Team, the Gambler, and his Cowboys. The Cowboys, you know. The truth, you don't. It's got Jerry, Aikman, Dion, Emmett, and the playmaker, Michael Irvin there, gracing the cover.
Well, I mean, is this a tell-all attempt? Is this what do you call that? Unauthorized?
Oh, no. No, he was directly involved in the making of this particular film. Yeah. I mean, we would see doing the pre and post and stuff. You'd see Netflix trucks out at games over the last maybe couple seasons. Definitely last season.
Yeah, and then they were definitely hovering around the draft 2 years ago as well. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely had a hand in this. I hope it's badass.
Yeah, me too. And I don't even know how long. Is this like a 1-episode thing? Is this like a full series of 3-4 episodes? But I'm definitely excited to see what it's going to be talking about. August 19th is when we'll get that. So we'll be back from Oxnard. We will be awaiting week 1, and we'll get a little Cowboys
fix.
Is
it focusing on him or the Cowboys itself and everything?
I think both. I saw Ed Werder made a comment on Twitter that him and Rick Gosselin were interviewed about what went down at the hotel that night that him and Jimmy got into it. So I think it's a little bit everything there.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's like that McMahon joint.
Yeah.
Like that WWE one.
This might be the story, like the final story, like the documentary, like this is what he wants to be left with, kind of a thing. That if something happens, that you do these stories. And
I would want mine by HBO, not Netflix.
Yeah.
If it was my swan song.
Yeah.
I don't want Netflix, bro. It's too scandalous.
I just think he's probably he's like tying up loose ends right now with this thing, I bet. So.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. August 19th, Cowboys doc, Jerry doc, Netflix. Going to be a good time. Now, one of the things that I saw earlier this week, and we know this is true, but the numbers on it really reflect it, and it can be pretty eye-opening. I think one of the big things we're hoping to see from the Cowboys offense this year is wide receivers being open. Certainly helps when you have good wide receivers, yes, but how often is your play caller, your play designer helping you get these guys open? And I saw from Jacob Gibbs, he put out the highest percentage of throws targeting an open pass catcher in 2024. And guys that you see at the top here, you're going to see guys like Jared Goff, had a pretty dang good play caller.
Pretty good.
Went pretty far in the playoffs, had a good season. Lamar Jackson, same thing. Patrick Mahomes, same thing. Matthew Stafford, Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow. These are all guys that you'll see right towards the top of the list of the most amount of their throws. You're talking about 75, 76% of their throws going to open guys. Maybe that receiver is just so badass he gets himself open. Maybe the play caller helps him.
Quarterback's good at noticing.
Yeah. And then you have the element of the quarterback. Yes, I think there is some element of the quarterback having the understanding of knowing who and where the open guy is.
But this goes to organizations to win championships, and the GMs got to know the coaches and got to know the assistants who are going to get you lined up with the best way to help your players. And I don't know how many teams are really hardcore paying attention to that.
Yeah, and well, I think the good teams are. I mean, all those teams that you just saw that are consistently throwing to open targets, those are playoff teams. And where do you see, like Dak Prescott, for instance? He's hanging out in the world of Bryce Young, Mason Rudolph, Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence. That's who Dak Prescott, when you look at his percentage of open throws that he was targeting open pass catchers on, 65%. So a 10% difference from a guy like Dak to a guy like a Jared Goff who's leading the league and throwing to open guys. And there's no coincidence that Ben Johnson, the play caller for the Lions, just parlayed that gig into a head coaching job. I look at this as more of an a play caller situation as opposed to just like this isn't a hammering of Dak Prescott. This is, dude, Dak would know if there was an open receiver here, and they're just not getting them.
Yeah, because he started with Jason Garrett, who wanted man to go beat man, a lot of comebacks. So that was only one way you could get an open player, and defenses started sitting on those looks. And, I don't know that Dak was ever given a chance with Kellen Moore or Mike McCarthy to really grow much beyond that, where, hey, the scheme might pop a guy wide open for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so that is one thing that, man, when you look at all the receiver or all the quarterbacks that Dak is in the mix with here, those are not offenses you would want your quarterback. You do not want to be in the same conversation as Bryce Young from last year, Mason Rudolph, or whatever. You want to be with the Jared Goffs and the Lamar Jacksons. These guys are throwing open, and they're going deep into the playoffs for a reason. That is one of the biggest things that has to change with this Cowboys offense. I'm encouraged. One, you bring in a guy like Pickens. I mean, that's going to help things. He's not a super separator necessarily, but he's a guy that can obviously just win when it comes to the balls in the air. He's going to get it done for you. But hearing Broadus explain some of the things that he was seeing out there today, I mean, having guys like CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens next to each other on the same side, and Pickens being the boundary guy, and then having CeeDee Lamb working in the slot. I'm just hopeful that Schottenheimer and this offensive staff is going to be creative in creating open targets for the quarterback the same way the best offenses in the league do, and that is not something that Dak has had at any point in his career.
Yeah.
So that is one of the things that was jarring to me to look at it. We know that the Cowboys receivers don't get much separation because outside of CeeDee Lamb, no one can really get that just by themselves, and then nobody from the sideline was helping them get open. I think Schottenheimer has a vision to do that.
I do too, and I love that from his hires, we can infer that he didn't just hire friends or guys that he thought would help run his system. He went and got guys that he thinks are running systems that can help the Cowboys improve. I do think the biggest thing, maybe you mentioned it, is the power running game that he wants to do, getting more one-on-one coverage.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be able to run
that's going to make
football.
players a lot more open.
Absolutely. And I got an update on the Jerry series, 10 episodes.
Ooh!
10 episodes for that.
Okay, so that's going to be a pretty deep dive.
And that's mid-August, and then we're getting Hard Knocks around the NFC East. It is going to be a content goldmine this year.
Yeah, that's exciting. Broadus has that confused look on his face. Everything cool?
Do you know who the last team in the league is with open receivers?
From what I understand, it was the Carolina Panthers. But
Eagles?
San Francisco 49ers.
Could be different metrics you're looking at here. Who the hell knows?
I'm just looking. I went to next gen. I was just curious to who the bottom, and like they have tight windows, and then they have opens, and then they have wide opens. So they had San Francisco down for 41.3, Dallas for 41.6, Cleveland was at 42.1, Houston was at 42.3, Carolina 42.4, Patriots 42.9, and then you get to the Eagles at 43.1.
I love that the Eagles are there because Kellen Moore is not helping anybody get open. It's just like, please, Saquon, go run for 200 yards.
That's open.
Who's on the top of what you're looking at then?
On the top of that,
yeah, the best.
All right,
I mean, do they mirror what you were saying?
Oh yeah, let me.
I mean, that mirrored it pretty nicely, I would say.
Well, the top ones. And I was just curious who was below Dallas, and so they got the Ravens at 58.1 as being open, Kansas City at 54.8. The Denver Broncos at 54.2, Dolphins at 53.6, Seahawks at 51.3, Jets at 50.4.
Okay.
I like Eric's numbers better.
Yeah, well, I think that mirrored it pretty nicely, but they're a little bit different metrics, but I do appreciate that.
Well, they had, like I say, it's just they had the separation, the tight window, open, wide open was another metric that they.
But you can just see offenses that are creating open targets. Those are teams in the playoffs. The teams that you're just talking about that are in the same group with the Cowboys. Those are disgusting teams you don't want to be in the same category.
The Lions were 7th.
I wonder what it was in 23 and 22 when the Niners were good. I bet their inability to get guys open.
I just remember the whole season last year that the 49ers were they were bad. They were bad with their receivers and
they just had their worst season in a long time.
And to my point, I think it's because you didn't have McCaffrey in the backfield. He only carried the ball 50 times last year. That's not creating the fear in the defense for the big play. your wide receivers are mugged. Your offense falls apart.
Yeah.
The players matter.
We mentioned it earlier, but I love Clayton Adams, the new offensive coordinator, wearing the Step Brothers style shirt with the photo of Dak and CeeDee Lamb on it today. I don't know if you caught that from your perch up there.
I was up about the 45-yard line, pretty high up.
You were watching more important things, but I do think that's pretty dang awesome. Okay, elsewhere around the league here, I did want to throw up, quickly, already in year 2, I believe Marvin Harrison Jr. has already skyrocketed up towards the top of the list of just get off the bus players.
Yeah, he found the weight room.
Holy smokes.
Sure
Carter's going to put it on the fan cam right now. I DM'd it to you guys. I slid into your DMs with a very, very impressive male body. But that's not my body. That's Marvin Harrison Jr.'s.
Yeah, I want him to post the diet.
Yeah.
Post the diet, bro. I don't need the end results. Post the diet.
Let me get that whole regimen, bro.
The whole situation. What we doing? What we sleeping? How much we drinking? What we doing?
I think he's going to start with, I'm running incline hills.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, well, damn, I'm out.
I think I could help you with this. I think I got a connection at the Arizona.
Make it happen, bro.
He looks ridiculous. He looks like a defensive end. If you didn't know that was a receiver, you'd say, is this guy leading the league in sacks right now?
Very
he looks
DK
huge.
Metcalf-like, the way that his body's transformed.
What's that tricep workout look like? Is that 2,000 pull downs a day?
Bro, I think he's going
5,000 dips.
Them dips.
He's
What?
dips. He's probably doing some overhead stuff, some single arm stuff. I mean, goodness gracious, man. Really, really looking the part.
I mean, those are coming out farther than his shoulders. Like, watch this. Pow.
Well, Kyler Murray thought it was a Photoshop.
You want to know the diet?
Diet and workout. More importantly, the diet.
Okay. I'm on it right now.
More importantly, the diet.
Gang of 7.
Workout to happen. That's about to exhaust my muscles.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, the diet would be nice.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's got Ben and Jerry sitting in his fridge right now.
Might have Balco sitting in his fridge.
I wonder if he had some Choco tacos like we did today. Okay, Walchuk, who are the Cowboys going to be doing joint practices with?
That'd be the Rams.
The Rams.
Just ram it.
I know Broadus saw that firsthand last year. Jared versus the rookie edge rusher who ended up having a dominant season.
Well, everybody he went against it was.
I wonder if he's going to be looking shredded.
Well, he was working out, so he called out Aaron Donald at one point because Aaron Donald is all over the internet, shirtless, working out, just in retirement. He's like, I got nothing better to do. Let me just show people how awesome I am in the weight room. And Jared versus the rookie edge rusher, now year 2 edge rusher with the Rams, sort of called him out jokingly, like I'm stronger than you, I'm better than you, I could do that kind of deal.
Whatever, old man.
So Aaron Donald actually, it ended with him working out with Aaron Donald, and he was like, wow, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore because Aaron Donald's workouts are still extremely legendary. But Sean McVay is at the podium telling a story about how he was trying to scare Jared Verse in a team meeting earlier this week.
I got Jared pretty good last week where I faked like Aaron was here. So I said, how many guys have seen, what's going on between Jared and Aaron? A lot of guys raised their hand. I said, everybody welcome Aaron Donald. In verse, he sits in the front left. He looked like he was going to shit himself, So it was great, though. But I loved it that they went over there. I know that it was all good and fun, but Aaron still takes pretty good care of himself. I texted Jared I said, I loved it that you went over there. He said, yeah, I'm not messing with legends anymore, though.
Yeah, you don't mess with the legends like that.
He's a different breed.
Are we ready for a Gronk comeback for Aaron Donald? Wouldn't he still be the best defensive tackle in the game?
I would bet on it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Just let me know if you guys are in first place at around bye week. Let me know.
Yeah, dude.
I'd love that.
Hey, that door's open, I would imagine.
You wanted to know 23? Who wanted to know 23 about the opens? Did somebody ask about that?
Just the Niners.
The Niners?
Did they suck also in 23 when their players?
They really didn't. The team that was bad, it was Carolina. Carolina was the worst. The New England was second. The Eagles were behind them, and Dallas was behind the Eagles.
Yeah, this has been a Dallas problem for a long time. But that year, when the Niners were still good, they were getting guys open.
They were healthy, and they had good football players.
Yeah. I think not having a second wide receiver really cooked him in this last year. But so did the lack of a run game they had to respect because for whatever reason the Cowboys were going with Zeke for so long, and then once they finally got to Rico, you had really, really good. What was that run play win rate success? I think he was top 6 in the NFL. So the bones are there. Like if Rico Dowdle was good enough to post those kind of numbers, he just didn't have the wiggle or the jets to run away. You get Jaden Blue hopefully the ball, or Miles Sanders the ball in those same situations. I think they might have a fearsome run game.
13th.
I hope so.
They were 13th.
All right, very good. Congratulations to Travis Hunter, by the way, who just bought an almost $3.5 million home, 7.5 acres, 7 bedrooms.
Let's go.
Still trying to figure out the bathrooms on that, but it is a
the
4-car
land is
garage.
key, especially as a young man. You know, you got to get a fishing hole out there, but you need a 4-wheeler track or some sort of ATV track around. You're probably going to, make good use of that land.
He's an outdoorsman, dude.
Yeah,
he is.
7 acres. I mean, you get 3 more in the state of Texas. You can shoot your own firearms as long as you're not inside city limits. All kinds of fun you could be had out there. I know Florida's the same kind of setup. Okay, we're back with the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top, including the G Bag of the Day at 5:30, and of course LA Live at 5:40. But when it comes to foundation repair, the only name I trust, PermaPure Foundation Repair. They're waiting for you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Lucius has your G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30. The champ will face challengers. And at 5:40, of course, you will have LA Live segments brought to you by the On Time Experts, proud sponsor every day here of this expressway. And, let's take a look at everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast day. We just got some Ranger stuff in, didn't we, Wolchuk?
Yeah, just a couple pitcher updates. Kennedy Landry and Sean McFarland both putting out that Cody Bradford threw 22 pitches of live batting practice today as he continues his rehab. Boach said that he looked really good. Rangers are hoping to stretch him out to 5 innings by July 4th.
Oh, that's
so that's
great.
the update on Bradford. And then Evo's back in Arlington. He's going to have further diagnostics. He's played catch the last few days. They hope he's going to throw a bullpen this weekend when the Rangers get back home and evaluate him more from there.
Right on. So things progressing in a good direction, Brian.
Yeah, I just got back a text from my friends over there with the Cardinals, Lucius.
Yeah, buddy, here we go.
Yeah, there's a refusal to tell us what he's doing. This guy, this is what the quote was.
Gatekeeping.
He says less is better. He didn't have that less is better feeling. Refused to tell us what's really he's put on or what he's eating right now. Just saying he's getting stronger and feeling the best at this point.
Buddy trying to house it. He got a little gear. He got some gear in him.
Yeah.
You know what needs to happen? The Commanders need to figure out how to get that diet over to the old Debo.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
so the videos.
That was my
Devo.
good source with the Cardinals.
You got that gym bag connect.
I think you might want to head out to the Bay Area, stroll through Balco. If you want to find
that guy's still around?
Hell yeah, he is.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's still training people too. Damn. Real talk. I think he's still training folks.
Yeah. And by that you just mean poking
boxing.
Yeah. I mean, there are opportunities, I think, in sports still, and the NFL is one of them where it's just not that punitive if you get caught, and the advantages are significant.
Bro, I just watched Deebo Samuel. I thought it was a throwback clip of Eddie Lacy. I was like, when did Eddie Lacy join the Commanders? Turns out it's Deebo Samuel.
He's some of that Lance Armstrong help as well. Maybe get on a bike. What Deebo needs to do. I think that thing might have expired already. I mean, they were using him almost like a running back, and he just took too much abuse to stay that explosive for that long. Most encouraging of the Cowboys offseason, the Guyton interview stuff with him talking about his professionalism might have been the best thing I saw these last 3 weeks.
I'll tell you what, watching him play a little bit today, I was really, to be honest with you, I was focusing on Booker. I was looking at Booker more.
And how do you look?
He's fine. I mean, the guy is he is just so damn big. You know, and when you watch him and BB and Smith, it's not a problem inside. I mean, it's just
they should be moving people.
Yeah, it is. But Booker coming off the ball and they were doing that stuff where they were trying to move the pocket where they run the play action heavy one way and then bring it back, and he's stepping down. But it's just the mass that he has to sit there and like hold guys on the line of scrimmage. But they were like Osa wasn't practicing. So it was Thomas and Mozzie, and they were having to fight those three guys inside, and but the pressure the pressure was really kind of off the edge with Fowler. They really didn't handle.
Some people were reporting Maris Leofau had a nice day with some pressure.
He blitzed a couple of different times. One time he rushed, he was offsides, and Dak Free played it on him. But yeah, he was part of the starting rotation. But to get back, like I say, I didn't notice anything like that was where I'm watching Tyler Guyton and thinking, oh, geez, they ran by him that time.
That's a great thing. If you don't notice anything negative with an offensive lineman,
it was on the right side that they had some issues. It was Steele's side that they had some.
Did he look like he could get in and out of the stance better though with the losing 30 pounds, getting stronger legs?
He was playing in a 2-point stance. He plays standing up. Basically, is what he does. I didn't see his hand on the ground. I mean, it was like that stand up.
So he's going LSU style.
I saw some photos the other day of him working with Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
That's another encouraging sign.
I think the Kaiir Elam stuff is fun. Like, could a change of scenery and maybe his last chance lock that in?
It was Tolbert, and Tolbert ain't going to run by you, But the fact that they tried to create an opportunity for Lamb inside, because you could tell by the alignment what they were trying to do. They put the tight end to the outside with another receiver outside to try and create width, and they were gonna run Elam 1-on-1 or Lamb 1-on-1 with Elam going kind of inside, and Elam stayed with him. I was like, okay, Elam. From what I was talking to people, he bats the ball down. There's times where he could have intercepted. People say in these practices he can't catch.
Oh, I doubt it.
Yeah. You doubt it?
Yeah, I don't think he was ever a big interception. Even going back to Florida.
See, I was trying to remember. Like, I needed to go back and look at my notes, but like when it clanged off his hands, like someone we were sitting with some folks, and they're like, he ain't caught a ball yet.
Oh man,
it was that quick, like he's had a chance, he's got it, and I'm like,
it's like Cheeto.
Is it a problem? And he goes, oh yeah, he hadn't caught one yet.
Well, I'll take a guy if he can cover like he's been, getting his hands on him at least. The most encouraging thing today might have been that Micah Parsons was once there again, and he was so excited and caught up in the competition, he actually jumped in one of the drills.
Yeah.
So that was cool, and hopefully the good
Sam Williams looked good coming off the ball to try and beat him.
That's great to hear that he's moving around.
It was just a drill, getting up the field, but Sam showed a little. He was competing with Micah, and he beat Micah to the bag, and then Micah's, oh no, get out of the way. He pushed people out of the way to get back and try it again.
Micah and Osage together, if you had just average or below average elsewhere, you'd still have a really good pressure package. You add one of those young edges, you add Overshone, and maybe some blitzing on top of that, and it could absolutely raise havoc this year. I think
Solomon Thomas, that's a pass rushing presence inside.
Just get good enough run defense.
Booker.
Yeah, remember a couple of years ago, like teams were afraid to pass on the Cowboys, and they'd get to the fourth quarter, and you'd almost feel like that you got to bring the ambulance out just to get ready for the other team's quarterback. I think we're going back there. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, though. Here's Lucius, your G-Bag of the day.
Boy, I see what you're trying to do right there. A little spin move. Quarterback backing up real fast. Fake it to the running back. No, I'm going over here to the switch. It's a pitch.
Yes, that's right.
That's what that was.
Yep, we're taking you on the sweep. I'm trying to be positive, you know.
That was real fast. I didn't see that coming. Pause. All right, let's see here. I had to spray down the pimp cup with some Febreze.
Oh, yeah?
I was in here eating my bootsy tuna.
Okay.
Trying to pack on them proteins.
Yeah.
And I didn't want it to smell like a volleyball locker room or something in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough. Elementary school teachers lounge.
Like a BBL.
Yeah, that BBL smell. Had to protect Carter and everything. You know what I mean?
I think he likes it.
This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating around out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, day number 2, I believe. Young fellow, he's scared to get a shot. Talking about a vaccination, scared of needles, but he motivates himself through it. Check this out.
You gotta stay very still for me, okay?
Oh yeah, ow, ow,
Okay.
what the heck though?
It's okay, it's okay. Ready?
Oh,
Grab his hand.
heck yeah! Heck yeah!
All right.
Do
Don't
it.
touch it. Here, lift
Do
my
it.
hand.
Just
Don't touch it,
do
bud.
it!
Just do it? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about!
It's Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah!
Look at me.
That's what I'm talking about!
Hey, look at me.
Yeah!
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah!
Yeah. Straight crying, straight tears. Yeah, here we go, though.
Yeah, here we go.
Just do it.
Let's do it. All right, let's see what else I got for you
Oh,
boys.
Brian Wilson left
yeah,
us
for
today.
sure, man.
Yeah.
Really sad, really sad. I seen that movie with John Cusack
Yeah.
about Brian Wilson. I was like, okay, I see you.
Boy, super smart.
Real
super
life
talented.
genius.
Weird.
I think that's Kevin Love's uncle.
Really?
Brian
Yeah.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant John Cusack. I was like, damn, this dude is everywhere. Let's go to, well, I guess the NBA Finals are tonight. Been sitting on this one for a second, waiting for the finals. Richard Jefferson make fun of Kendrick Perkins.
Oh,
Yes.
Little shot.
I love it that Tyrese said, I've got to get myself going earlier in the games. I've got to get feet in the paint. And you saw that in the fourth quarter. He had 5 going into the fourth. And then he gets those 12 points, but the game's out of reach. It's a 20-point game. Those are empty calories. Perk knows about those. And so when I'm talking about a team.
Those are empty calories.
Yeah.
Shout out to Miles Turner. He's rocking a Tyler Sagan jersey as he walked into the arena tonight.
Nice.
Repping his Dallas Stars.
Nice. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about!
All right, good for him. Okay, what else we got right here? Dallas Wings, they play tonight as well. Dejanay Carrington.
Yeah.
You guys know who Dejanay Carrington is?
She's really pretty. She's really tough. Didn't she pull ladies down by their hair and
She
stuff?
sure does. Yeah,
She's
yeah,
got
absolutely.
She's got a
Kick
little
some
dirty.
ass.
She's got a little dirty side to her.
Yeah.
Pause. Okay.
Hey, listen, me and you hoping the same thing, brothers.
Speak it into existence. She was in this documentary we were watching over the weekend with Shaq and Iverson trying to bring back the Reebok brand. And so they were recruiting her. And my eyes perked up and she's like, oh, you know who that is?
Yeah.
I sure do.
Yeah, she's got that real bleach blonde silver hair. She looks like an action figure out there when she's playing basketball. Some people call her Lola Bunny sometimes. You know, the little basketball bunny.
Yeah.
Well, she was in the pool hanging out with another one of the Wings players, Nalisa Smith, I believe it was right here. Yeah, Nalisa Smith. They were hanging out in the pool late night. Looked like they had a little bit. They were on live, and they got a message from Paige Beckers.
Go to your rooms. We got a game tomorrow. You need sleep.
Actually,
hey, our warden is speaking.
Who said that?
P5 said we gotta go to bed.
Girl, please don't get me started on her. Are you back? Are you playing tomorrow?
Bro, shut up.
That's all I want to know.
Are you back and are you playing tomorrow? That's all I want to know.
She's still in the protocol.
Yeah.
Is she right now? I thought she was back today.
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
She stayed in that thing for a while. It must have been a tough
Found the
headache.
misinformation over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, there we go.
Found the misinformation.
Hey, man, at least I'm consistent.
I don't think she's playing. Is she back? I don't know.
She's definitely back.
Are they 1-9?
It's been bad. Yeah.
It's not good. We're struggling right now.
Yes.
Our team is attractive.
P5 will fix that.
P5 is back. Y'all need to go to bed.
Yeah.
We said
The
so.
warden.
The warden.
The warden.
All right, let's go to WPLG Local News 10 in Florida, which they are celebrating Pride Month. They have the rainbow flag as their default pick. I was like, oh, okay, I see y'all. Look at y'all.
PLG.
There's a 9-year-old Panthers fan named Sophia. She's going to tell you what she loves most about hockey.
Okay, peel back the curtain a little bit. We interviewed 9-year-old Sophia here before the game, and I asked her what her favorite part of Florida Panthers games are. Sophia, what is your favorite part of Panthers game?
The fighting.
The fighting.
There you go.
Okay, so now I have to ask you, now that it has become the big story from this game, what did you think about the fighting, especially in that third period?
It was really good, and I really liked how they punched each other.
Now, did you feel like the Panthers won the fight in addition to the game?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So do you want to be our local 10 fighting hockey expert?
Yes.
Yes.
I love it.
She's crushing the game.
Yeah, man. It's great vibes.
That's awesome.
That's right before they retire to their bedroom. About 10 years old. Yeah,
sorry, man.
That's the last great moment of the sweet young girl. 9 years old, Chief. Write that down. Make sure you appreciate him.
Sorry, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for her to circle back around.
He said, yeah. I told you, she start falling out with the mom pretty soon.
Yeah, oh yeah. That
And
already
then
happened.
she's going to
Yeah.
run to you for
That's happened.
Oh yeah, no. The fallout with mom has not happened big enough to make her
Yeah.
run back to me yet, but I'm waiting for it. I keep asking ChatGPT about it. They say don't take it personal, okay?
It's not your
Just
fault.
keep saying hi and don't get defensive and think you got to ignore her back. I was like, okay.
Snap GPT, can you tell me why my daughter does not like me?
What am I doing wrong?
What am I doing wrong?
I mean, it's and I'll tell you what. You talk about a talking doctor. This ChatGPT, he's got it going on pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, he'll coach you up.
My meta classes want to keep talking to me. They want to have a conversation with me. Tell me about yourself and stuff like that.
Oh, your smart glasses.
Yeah, my smart glasses. If I'm getting animated with an argument or something, maybe they think I'm in an argument. The glasses, everything okay? Do I need to call an emergency? I'm like, whoa.
No, don't overstep.
Yeah.
You learned your place, glasses.
Yes, I'm good. Back to your job.
Just lay in bed at night, just get all vulnerable with your smart glasses.
Yeah.
Tell me where the nearest fast food
Treat
restaurants
it like
are.
your diary.
Hey, Matt, are you up?
Lay back.
All right, what do you say? Time to vote here.
Yeah, let's go ahead,
Is
man.
it Richard Jefferson with a Perkins blast? That was our one challenger. Of course, our champion is the kid getting the shot in his knee or something like that. Dallas Wings. You got a WPLG Local News 10 as well. What do you love most about hockey? And 9-year-old Sophia, she liked the fighting. I'll go with her. I'll go with 9-year-old Sophia. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with old Richard.
Okay, Lucius.
Little dude receiving the shot.
Vote for the champ. Old Chuck.
Yeah, I'm sticking with the champ.
Brap.
Our basketball team.
Oh, yeah.
The Wings.
Oh, Paige.
By a score of 2-1. And still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Good luck to the Wings tonight, though. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius
Yes, sir.
has LA Live.
It is a butt naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Every player, unless they're from the same household, has to bring their own tennis balls so that you don't touch other people's tennis balls with your hands. You can kick their balls, but you can't touch them. I'm going to blush, sorry. Of course, if you're playing with someone in your household, you can touch those tennis balls. To avoid confusion.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Yeah! And it's a butt naked because if you're paying attention, everything's getting exposed. Everything is getting exposed. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today. Peace to the gods and earths out there. And shout out to Clarence 13X. That boy LA wildin'. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I wanted to get to this one yesterday on a Toxic Tuesday, but I didn't. And I feel like if I don't get to it now, I won't have a chance. There was 2 people shot on Sunday on the Vegas Strip.
Oh. Yeah. The streamers?
Live video, streamer.
Freaking nuts, dude.
God, bro.
Nuts.
They
Those
hunt
are
them down?
real life internet people.
Yeah.
Dang.
They hunt them down, right?
Yeah, at the Bellagio fountains.
Oh, geez.
This is where the incident took place. We've all been there.
We all been there.
We've all been at the
Bellagio. Stayed at the Bellagio.
Yeah, good look at you. Yeah, man, been out there before. You know, maybe had a few gummies and just like enjoying the night and the view and everything.
And the people watching's the best.
The
there.
people
So
watching.
one guy had a stream set up where he was just like showing that view, which is a cool stream idea. Like here's out front of the Bellagio.
Yeah,
and then that video came in. I'm like, okay, what's about to happen here? And I saw the shooter go past the screen, and then chaos happened. I'm like, what is going on? The lady freaking out.
Jackson.
Was that her? Was that her husband or something?
No, I think she was just a bystander. Dang. Hold on. If you have young ears or you know, I don't want to trigger you, but this is some scary stuff right here, y'all. You talking about this, Dawson?
Yeah, her.
Wow, bro. I mean, he just stood right there point blank and just gave that man some rounds. Boom, boom, boom.
On stream. He knew the guy was on stream. We went to go find him on his stream. I just don't know how you could crash out that bad.
The victims were,
like at least wait for the stream to end and hire a hitman, bro.
Oh, man, it ain't even, whatever it is, ain't even worth it.
Not worth that, but yeah.
If you hire a hitman, I'm telling you right now, if you're online, I'm warning you, if you're talking to a hitman, you're trying to set somebody up, that hitman is an FBI agent, okay? I'm just letting you know, right now it's an agent. It's not a real person.
Clearing my cookies now. Thank you.
Just helping you out. I'm helping you out, fam.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, the victims were 2 YouTubers, Finney the Legend and his wife Bubbly. How you gonna kill somebody named Bubbly, bro? That's wild.
They're happy.
That damn Bubbly keeps pissing me
Bubbly,
off.
man.
Tell that Bubbly to shut up.
This is so crazy. They were shot by a 41-year-old man. He goes by the name of Sim City Manny. Sim City Manny. These are real life internet people that it just got caught up and went too far. Sim City Manny. They said he turned himself in, brothers. Maybe they called him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because reporting is awful out here. You read 4 different stories, you're going to get 4 different things.
I can't keep up.
So, yeah, it's awful. But anyway, he has been booked with 2 counts of open murder with a deadly weapon. There's a difference. Murder, I thought murder was murder. It's open murder, and what is it? Behind the closed doors murder? What are we doing?
Killing somebody in front of public, I guess, because the Vegas shooting a while back.
I don't know, man. I just didn't know there was a difference. I probably should do my Googles on that and educate myself. Maybe I can talk to AI about it. Hey, Meta.
On it.
What is open murder?
It might be like bad for business, you know, the tourism thing.
I mean, I'm sure it is.
Lucius, open murder is the legal charge where the specific degree of murder, such as first or second, is not initially specified. This allows the court to determine the appropriate classification based on the evidence presented during the trial.
It's like a placeholder.
So it's not premeditated. Like, that's premeditated to me. You decided you were going to go shoot this man.
Yes.
We've got a whole paper trail of you guys beefing back and forth. They said the beef between those guys started, the internet says it started about 2 years ago. Manny maced Bubbly, the lady, on Fremont Street, which Fremont Street is amazing. But I'm pretty sure it didn't start there because wouldn't we already have beef? I'm not just going to mace you for no reason.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
It must have started before
What led
that.
to the mace?
This is crazy. These fools have crashed out.
Texter saying the wife was holding the phone. I think so. That lady on the
that's
side,
just a bystander or something, right?
Yeah, maybe a fan or something.
Oh my God, the wife was holding the phone.
Fremont
So that
Street,
audio
Vegas,
is of some.
Her dropping the phone. Yeah.
God.
I'm learning about Fremont Street, Lucius.
You ever been?
No, I've never been to that.
Fremont Street is amazing.
Open air mall, known for live entertainment, dazzling light shows, and historic casinos.
You should be good and buzzed up by the time you hit Fremont Street. Don't go over there sober.
Okay.
Is that on the south side?
And go at night. Go at night. Unless you go during the day where the dispensaries are cheaper over there in Fremont Street.
It's on Casino Center.
That's a pro.
Casino Center Boulevard is the right word.
Any tips you got to save money in Vegas?
Come
dude?
on. Yeah,
Spend
come
$100
on.
on
It's
breakfast.
expensive. Oh, definitely.
Any pizza places you mind?
Oh, the vending machine. Go F yourself.
It's a one-time thing.
This fool Sim City Manny recorded himself searching for Finney the Legend a day before the shooting.
Okay.
Recorded himself, man.
Okay.
Jerome, I'm out here searching for my baby.
This is crazy.
I went through every fucking casino there is. I heard there's one of my biggest fans here in fucking town. I was dying to see him. Fucking dying to see him.
Oh, no.
What are we doing? Field bar tonight? Is that what we're doing? I'll fucking be there. I'll fucking be there. You come to my city and think I'm not gonna show up? You fucking think I'm not gonna show up? I should have been the first one to be told. Right? Somebody should have sent me my invite. Mr. Marquez.
I would say that qualifies as first degree. That's
It's a bit
premeditated.
chilling to hear, knowing what transpired.
Especially said dying twice like that.
Yeah.
The second one on the emphasis.
Yeah.
Dying to see, man. Come on.
What kind of car are we driving, by the way?
It's a real life evil superhero laugh.
Yeah.
Don't get those often.
Put that man under the jail, bro. Put him under the jail. All right. Had to get y'all that one. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a butt naked Wednesday. It's hard to wrap my head around what just happened, what I just played right there. Sim City Manny and crashing out, killing folks. Got a question for the Tolos. What is something you cannot wrap your head around right now? What is something you just cannot? I just cannot figure this out. Huh? What's going on? I asked questions to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like how the Simpsons predicted the world we live in now today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I think what the mind seeks, it will find. So they put that stuff out in the ether. It can't help but become true.
Even the elevator ride of Trump, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Might be some coincidences involved, but yeah, I'm a believer.
What is something you cannot wrap your head around? Tolo says that we're just floating on a rock, paying bills. Why Mavericks fans are still complaining about the Luka trade. What else we got right here? Diddy freak-offs. They lasted for 96 hours. This Tolo cannot figure out how that happened, fam.
6 hour
Were
freak
there
off.
naps involved?
crazy.
We're working in shifts.
We're definitely working in shifts.
Okay.
He had a few guys come through. Now, I don't think the girls were working in shifts.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they were double shifting.
Sounds painful.
Yeah, well,
Man.
it's all that oil and all that
All that oil.
Yeah, that's what that's for. We gotta. Yeah, something you can't wrap your head around. Dan Patrick's mission to ban hemp in Texas. Can't figure out why it's just so dead ho on that. This Tolo says
It's a great invitation. Figuring out nation on the take.
Oh,
yeah.
What is something you cannot figure out or get around? Whatever. Why Taylor Swift is even considered great.